Chapter 976, Assembling Powerful Soldiers. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan looked at the Skywing wolves, which were ready to lunge, and said sternly, "I'm very gratified that all of you came to besiege the domain of gods just because you thought that your Grand Ancestor was in a difficult spot. This means that you've never forgotten the creed of our Skywing clan. Never abandon and never give up. These are the creed of the Skywings, and they're how we differ from all the other clans in the Lore Realm." As the Grand Ancestor spoke, the surrounding patriarchs felt their faces grow hot. No other clan protected its members like the Skywings did, nor was any clan capable of matching the Skywings in their willingness to go to war against anyone for the sake of keeping their promise. Wherever the fiendish blade pointed, gods and demons would be slaughtered. The sharpness of the Skywing clan and its sense of duty were things that no other clan possessed. To stand firm in the Lore Realm and reap the maximum benefit, the other clans would even use their members as bargaining chips, but the Skywings had never done such a thing. After a pause, the Grand Ancestor continued. "Still, this time, you've truly made a mistake. No one has ever been able to entrap your Grand Ancestor. I was just chatting with a few old friends. Relax. There's still no one in the Palace of Gods who dares to raise their voice to me." Xiaogukan heartily laughed. When the Skywing wolves heard that they had misunderstood and that the Grand Ancestor was completely fine, they relaxed, feeling a great burden lifted from their hearts. The tense God Palace Division soldiers nearly cried tears of joy, and they had to do everything in their power to keep themselves from prostrating and kowtowing in thanks to the Grand Ancestor. If the Grand Ancestor had been late by a few seconds, the Skywing wolf pack would have truly gone to war against the Palace of Gods. These God Palace Division soldiers understood the power of the Skywings. While there were 3,000 of them, they would ever be able to stop the frenzied assault of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The Grand Ancestor's appearance and explanation had dispelled the disaster, so how could the God Palace Division not feel grateful? Of course, quite a few people in the crowd felt disappointed that they would be unable to see the Skywings make fools of themselves. The mood became relaxed, and the carefree nature of the Skywings began to manifest itself. Xiaoguanghai laughed and asked, "Old man, which old friends are you talking about? Is it your old lover? Is your old body able to keep up?" "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed. The Grand Ancestor's face turned stiff, and he loudly replied, "My old body can keep up just fine. It's just as good as any teenager's. Kid, you don't need to worry about me, but if you don't get married soon and give me a few grandkids, take care that I don't castrate you." Not just Xiaoguanghai, even the other members of the clan began to tease the Grand Ancestor, but Xiaogukan did not put on any airs, acting like a child as he chatted with his descendants. The outer hall of the Palace of Gods had always been a solemn and dignified place, but it was now like a playground, awash with the carefree laughter of the Skywings. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Just moments prior, the most insane madman of the Lore Realm had been radiating killing intent and had been ready to paint the streets red with blood, but in the blink of an eye, the battlefield had become a playground. The Skywings had completely disregarded the outer hall and were now joking around, the carefreeness in their bones coming out. No other clan was capable of producing a scene like this. Xiao Lianing asked suddenly, "Grand Ancestor, we have the outer hall surrounded. If we retreat now, the outer hall's people may very well come after us." "They wouldn't dare." Xiaogukan glared, his body exploding with killing intent as he looked around and loudly spoke. "We're the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Let alone besieging the outer hall, even if we actually attack it, so what? This matter ends here. Anyone who tries to cause further trouble over this incident will become my enemy." He appeared to be speaking to the surrounding patriarchs, his attitude extremely unreasonable. The various patriarchs either pretended not to hear or smiled at Xiaogukan. No one dared to say a word, for even a fool knew that the Skywings were not to be provoked. The Cyclone Blade Patriarch, Tadaki, softly sighed, he then very mechanically turned his head away. Although he wanted nothing more than for the outer hall to punish the Skywings, he knew that no one would have the guts to do so now. The imminent war had dissipated into smoke. The Grand Ancestor exchanged a few more words with the Skywings and then moved to end the call, but before he did, he reiterated that he was fine and that Xia Fei should go back with the men. His gaze flitted over Xia Fei, who had said nothing this entire time, and maintained an unblinking eye contact without saying a word. Xia Fei gave a light nod as if he was bidding farewell to the Grand Ancestor. There was a brief flash of cold light in his eyes that no one noticed. "Are we really retreating?" whispered Xia Fei to Xia Fei. "Retreat? But the White Flamingo squad should gather at the assembly point, and I want Xia Gang to head there too, answered Xia Fei calmly. Xia Ke was stunned. He had sensed a strange tone in Xia Fei's words, as if this matter was far from over to the latter. After the Skywings retreated, Xia Ke, Xia Gang, and Xia Fei rushed to convene with Xia Xiang and the others at the assembly point by the lake. Xia Gang was dumbfounded, completely unaware that the clan was hiding 5 law gods. There's something off. Xia Fei's first words had everyone feeling stunned. Xia Ke asked, we all saw the situation earlier, I didn't notice anything fishy then. Xia Fei, are you being too paranoid? The Grand Ancestor was the same as before, so why do you think that there's something odd? Xia Fei explained calmly, you forgot, the Grand Ancestor has the super communication device, the White Flamingo. He could have used that to contact us. There's no need for that extra step of going through Psi. Zing! Everyone grimaced. This was a simple problem yet one that was easily overlooked. Everyone felt like the Grand Ancestor had acted very natural, so not one had noticed that the Grand Ancestor's method of communication was very abnormal. Everyone silently and solemnly stared at Xia Fei. Reality proved how wise of a decision it had been for the Grand Ancestor to place Xia Fei, who was not a law god yet, into the White Flamingo squad. His sharp and observant eyes had not missed a single detail. If not for him, everyone would have truly been fooled. What in the world happened? What message did the Grand Ancestor relay in that video? Asked Xia Xiang sternly. Xia Fei shook his head. You're wrong. The Grand Ancestor didn't reveal any information in the video. Rather, it's the messenger, Psi, who used an ancient code to pass a message on to me. If my guess is correct, the Grand Ancestor was forced to come out and comfort us so that we wouldn't attack the Palace of Gods, but he's under strict surveillance, so he naturally couldn't say much. Psi. The secret messenger was Psi. Heavens! We were only focused on the Grand Ancestor's words, so we completely ignored Psi. As the messenger, Psi probably has a direct connection to this matter. Everyone was once more rendered speechless, and they looked at Xia Fei with admiration. Xia Fei had used his outstanding observation and analytical abilities to prove that he belonged to the White Flamingo squad. Wait a moment. I need to read the code in my memories. Xia Fei shot to a large tree and began to recall the code that Psi had given him, decrypting it. Pursing his lips, Xia Xiang looked at Xia Ke and asked, so this is Xia Fei. Has he always been like this? After all, the most Xia Xiang and Xia Fei had done together was exchange a few words, he had only heard tales of Xia Fei's feats. As the saying went, seeing was believing, and it was only today that great law god Xia Xiang had truly seen Xia Fei's strength. Naturally feeling surprised, he asked this question. Xia Ke replied solemnly, he's a monster. Ever since he returned to the Skywings, Xia Fei has displayed a monstrous ability time and again. Trust me when I say that his observation and analysis aren't the extent of his abilities. The more time you spend with him, the more you'll understand what I mean. Truthfully, while Xia Fei has the lowest cultivation in the White Flamingo squad and is also the youngest, I can feel that he's the ideal candidate to serve as its leader. Xia Gang commented, I agree as well. The first time I saw Xia Fei was by the edge of the Lower Realm, in turbulence, and already he displayed the Skywings' might as he led that battle. There's also that battle at the Night Banquet Inn, where Xia Fei calculated everything down to the smallest detail. At present, he's the best strategist, the best observer, and the best beast tamer in our clan. He has Holy Beast Shatterstar, a strange golden demon chrysalis, that incredible cross-shaped fiendish blade, and also 5 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments. There's also the law power he possesses that no one has ever seen before. Frankly, while Xia Fei is only at the law sage level, his combat power is definitely at the law god level. These words made the 5 Skywing great law gods gasp, and they turned to Xia Fei with eyes ablaze in passion. A law god that's not a law god? The most monstrous strategist? No wonder the Grand Ancestor placed him in the White Flamingo squad, Xia Fei's this powerful. Xia Xiang concluded sternly. With Radix at his side, this expert who once had access to the secret databanks of the god race, Xia Fei did not take long to finish decrypting Psi's code. Xia Fei returned with a cold face and announced solemnly, just as I predicted, the Grand Ancestor has been confined. Zing! Killing energy soared into the air as everyone exploded with rage. Who was it? Who dared to confine our Grand Ancestor? I'll peel off their skin, raged the ever-impulsive Xia Jing. While the others did not say anything, the murderous energy radiating from them showed just how furious they actually were. Only a very powerful enemy could forcibly confine the Grand Ancestor, replied Xia Fei sternly. There's no time. Wait for me here, I need to head somewhere. Xia Fei left Xia Ke and the others in confusion as he took out his unregistered spatial compass and departed. What is Xia Fei doing? How could he go off alone at a time like this, said Xia Jing frantically. Having a very violent temper, he wanted no more to charge over and fight against those guys who had placed the Grand Ancestor under confinement. Alas, Xia Fei was not present, so nobody knew what information Sai had conveyed, but from the grim look on his face when he left, it was easy to guess that this was no simple matter. Don't be hasty. We have to trust Xia Fei. After all, he's our clan's best strategist, assuaged Xia Ke. How could they not be hasty? Xia Ke was just trying to calm everyone down, but he himself was about to go crazy. Each passing second was a living torment, everyone eagerly rubbing their hands and clenching their fists as they waited and waited. 3 hours later, Xia Fei descended from the sky. His body was brimming with murderous energy. He was not alone. Behind him were 2 great law gods. Wearing black armor and white armor, it was none other than the 2 traders of the law realm, the gods of black and white. It turned out that Xia Fei had personally requested reinforcements from them. In this entire universe, only 3 people could use the law of primal chaos. Today, all 3 of them had gathered. Chapter 977, Raid on Red Brow Sword Mountain. The sudden arrival of the gods of black and white drew the looks of Xia Xiang and the others. Xia Fei waved his hand and said, Hua Hei, Hua Bai. Today, the 2 of them will be working with us. Everyone should try to accommodate them. Hua Hei and Hua Bai had rather resounding reputations within the circle. The father of the brothers even had some significant relationship to the Skywings. Thus, once everyone was introduced, they were not strangers with each other anymore. All of them stared at Xia Fei as they waited to hear what he planned to do next. Xia Fei looked at Xia Ke and said sternly, It's fine if all of us go. You stay behind and protect Fiendish Wing Villa. Once we save the Grand Ancestor, all the Skywings will probably have to withdraw from the Lore Realm. After all, I don't know who we may run into and who should kill. Xia Ke was startled, but he nodded and said, I understand what you mean. You can be at ease. The Skywing clan already has a withdrawal plan, I'll give you the location in a little while. I can handle the clan's affairs. If you can save the Grand Ancestor, you'll have done a great service. Turning his head, Xia Fei told Xia Xiang and the others, let's not delay and immediately set out. To where? Asked Xia Jing. Red Brow Sword Mountain. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and declared. Red Brow Sword Mountain, was everyone's stunned reaction. Hua Hei shook his head and asked, Your Grand Ancestor was captured and taken to Red Brow Sword Mountain? Is this intel reliable? It should be. Old Man Sai told me that personally. I reckon that he wouldn't take such an enormous risk just to convey a false message. Hua Hei nodded. We, brothers, are very familiar with Sai. He is considered a very loyal senior in the circle and also has a good relationship with your Grand Ancestor. He's a character that we can trust. Still, Red Brow Sword Mountain isn't a simple place. That's a special training base, a legendary and unfathomable place, for the Palace of Gods experts. Oh? How's it unfathomable? Xia Fei asked. Rumors are that the 13 founders select law gods from the Palace of Gods every now and then to be their direct subordinates and send them to Red Brow Sword Mountain for additional training. The exact details of their training are a complete mystery, but all the participants experience massive boosts in power after undergoing such. In my opinion, this so-called training is just a smokescreen. The true goal of those old undyings is to see if these experts can become loyal subordinates who will offer up their lives for them. In short, Red Brow Sword Mountain isn't an ordinary place. Putting aside the numerous experts, we may even run into the 13 founders themselves, Hua Hei stroked his chin and said. At this time, Xia Ke commented, our Skywing clan has also investigated Red Brow Sword Mountain before. The reports mostly say the same thing as yours, but from what we know, the 13 founders aren't actually involved with Red Brow Sword Mountain, rather, it's Fig Corporation. The people from that company control this mysterious base, though it's impossible to get the specifics. Fig. It's Fig Corporation that controls Red Brow Sword Mountain? That's absurd. I know that many experts in the circle will head there at set intervals. Turns out that they're working for Fig Corporation, exclaimed Hua Hei in shock. Hua Bai also felt amazed, asking, Fig is recruiting so many law gods and has also put your grand ancestor Xia Gukan under confinement? Why are they doing all this? The matter had become confusing. The grand ancestor's confinement was now linked to Fig Corporation, which they simply could not fathom. The one in charge of Red Brow Sword Mountain is Fei Chuan. The boss behind Fig, a peak law god, reported Xia Fei. Everyone was stunned. There were far too many legends circulating through the lore realm about Fei Chuan. That he could raise the number 1 technology group Fig by his own hand was enough to prove his business acumen, and his status as a peak law god proved that he was extremely powerful, too. Xia Fei sternly said, No wonder old man Sai had told me to call all the strongest people I could. It's because we will have to face Fei Chuan, the peak law god who managed to fight to a draw with the grand ancestor all those years back. The Skywing clan had a heaven-defying advantage in speed, and grand ancestor Xia Gukan, in particular, could move at the speed of light. He was utterly unstoppable, cutting down all opposition in his path. Fei Chuan, who was able to fight to a draw with Xia Gukan, would be an unprecedentedly strong foe. Moreover, since he could imprison the grand ancestor at Red Brow Sword Mountain, he presumably had a backup plan. Xia Fei and the White Flamingo squad were bound to be facing a difficult trial. Even if it's Fei Chuan, I'll still send him to his graves. Let's not waste time and go already. If you have anything else to say, we can talk about it on the way over. Turning his head, Xia Fei said to Xia Fei, As for the clan, I entrust it to you. Xia Fei nodded. You can relax with me here, but please, everyone, you must bring back the grand ancestor. Our Skywing clan can't be without him. Xia Fei's solemn request tugged at everyone's heartstrings. The gods of black and white saluted and firmly said, The grand ancestor saved our father's life, showing great kindness to our Hua clan. We have no objections. We, brothers, will risk our lives on this mission. Xia Jing said, We have 7 law gods on our end, with 3 of them being superior law gods. With search specialist Xia Geng and the monster Xia Fei, this sort of party should be capable of knocking down a peak law god. Xia Fei called over Xia Fei and whispered a few words to him. Xia Fei was startled, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several white beams of light flashed over, and a squad of 9 people appeared next to a strange planet. In the distance was a snow-capped mountain, a band of red clouds gathered around its midline, creating a rather bizarre sight. This is Red Brow Sword Mountain. The red clouds remain throughout the year and seem like eyebrows, while the mountain itself is extremely precipitous and thrusts straight into the clouds like a heaven-piercing sword. This is where Red Brow Sword Mountain gets its name, Hua He pointed and said. Hua Bai added, The entrance should be enclosed by the red clouds. I heard this from someone else, and the reliability of this information is more than 90%. Xia Fei nodded as his mind began to work. First, we should split into smaller teams. The White Flamingo communication device can penetrate through any type of interference, so once we split up, we will rely on this device to keep in touch. We only have 6 White Flamingos at hand, so we can't give one to everyone. As such, we will need to split up for this operation, Xia Fei suggested solemnly. Everyone agreed with his plan. Once they were on Red Brow Sword Mountain, they would be in a dragon's den. It was very important that everyone kept in touch and cooperated with one another. Hua He, Hua Bai, you two are responsible for protecting Xia Geng, our eyes. He's a search specialist and a warning device. Any harm that comes to him will be a major blow to the team. In addition, you're responsible for holding the rear, the backs of the squad will for you to protect, ordered Xia Fei. Hua He was startled, saying unhappily, the rear is important, but we brothers can do more. Let's just have Hua Bai remain as the rearguard, while I charge ahead with you. Xia Fei waved his hand. Hua Bai is naturally good enough to hold the rear, but all of us are high-speed warriors. You may be unable to keep up with our tempo. Hua He's face turned red as he fell silent. The Skywing clan had inherited the law of speed. Though Hua He was a superior law god, he found it very hard to keep up with Xia Fei and the others' movements. If things went poorly, the Skywings might even have to divide their attention to look after Hua He. Xia Fei's plan not only accounted for tactical necessity but also for the attributes of each person. Xia Helen, Xia Jing, Xia Hong, the 3 of you are in the second team. You're responsible for holding the center. If the vanguard encounters difficulty, you must give them support, and if the rearguard is in trouble, you have to go and help them out. It's a very important role, said Xia Fei. After Xia Helen and the others nodded, he continued speaking. Lastly, the vanguard will be you two, Xia Xiang and Xia Ye. You're both the fastest out of everyone, so you'll have to take on the duty of charging into the enemy ranks. Of all the martial arts out there, only speed is invincible. Today, we're gonna display its might to the maximum. No matter who we encounter, the vanguard will kill them. If the vanguard can't kill someone, ask the support team for help. If you still can't kill them, have the rearguard join you. Leave no one alive. Kill everyone you can. If there's nothing to kill, steal everything. If there's nothing to steal, destroy everything. Kill, steal, destroy. Xia Fei's plan was the three alls policy. It was to destroy utterly Red Brow Sword Mountain, the life's work of Peak Law God Fei Chuan. After pausing, Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said, "The Sky Wings will fight to the end with those who dared to confine our grand ancestor. Our blades will show no mercy. Not only will we save our grand ancestor, after today, Red Brow Sword Mountain will cease to exist from this side of the universe." The gods of Black and White got very confused, asking, "Everyone has their respective mission, so what will you yourself be doing?" Xia Fei eerily smiled as he whispered, "I'm the Skywing clan's lone wolf, so I'll naturally be supporting all of you." "Just you? That's too dangerous. Relax. I've never worked alone," reassured Xia Fei with a cold laugh. Everyone instantly understood. Xia Fei had countless cards, Furball and Peacock Blue were both powerful allies to him. If it was really no good, Xia Fei could even summon Little Goldie from out of dark space. Xia Fei's plan was not complicated. It was all about speed. They would take Red Brow Sword Mountain before anyone could react. Whoosh! Xia Xiang and Xia Ye led the way, their speed per second exceeding 20 million. They were like comets. "Look! That's the entrance." Xia Ye pointed at a flashing alloy gate under the red clouds. "Destroy it!" Rumble! Xia Ye and Xia Xiang used their fastest speed to blast straight through the doors. Behind them were the support team and rear guard. "Guards! Kill them all!" Weapons flashed so quickly that they seemed like illusions. The Skywings killed faster than they moved. Wherever they went, bodies covered the ground and blood flowed like river. This powerful team swept through the unprepared Red Brow Sword Mountain as if no one was there, easily slaughtering all opposition, stealing everything of value and destroying what was left. Xia Fei's three alls policy was executed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, they had ransacked their way through all of Red Brow Sword Mountain. All of the secret mechanisms within the mountain were laid bare. As Xia Xiang and the others were slaughtering their way through the mountain, Xia Fei stood in a secret chamber, staring at a familiar symbol on the wall. Fig. Red Brow Sword Mountain really is a secret organization under Fig Corporation. In other words, the ones who want to harm your grand ancestor is really Fig. Radix told Xia Fei. With his eyes turning vicious, Xia Fei raised the white flamingo and got in contact with Xia Ke in the distant fiendish Wing City. "It's confirmed. It's Fig Corporation." "Do it," said Xia Fei grimly. Chapter 978, Three Peak Law Gods. Red Brow Sword Mountain. Whoosh! Xia Fei appeared in front of the gods of Black and White like a ghost. Hua He gasped and then asked seriously, "Xia Fei, why are you like a cat, moving around without a sound? I don't even know how you managed to emerge from the side path." Xia Fei smiled. Breath control, crafty approach, and the law of speed had always been treasures that he relied to keep himself hidden. It was very normal for Hua He not to realize how he had gotten so close. "How's it? Were you able to locate the Grand Ancestor?" asked Xia Fei. Xia Geng's face was caked in sweat. For the sake of finding Xia Guoken, he was going all out. The Black and White gods were even carrying him right now as they moved forward so that he could focus entirely on the search. Xia Geng needed not only to search for the Grand Ancestor but also to provide support for the vanguard and the center team. As such, he was consuming immense amounts of energy. Xia Geng had no complaints, though, and just threw himself into the endeavor wholeheartedly, searching constantly for any clues. "Still nothing," said Xia Geng grimly as he opened his eyes. By now, his eyes were completely bloodshot. Xia Fei patted Xia Geng on the shoulder, took a grade 8 origin crystal from his spatial ring, and gave it to him. "You don't need to rush, just continue your hard work." Xia Geng nodded. Being told that he did not need to rush was clearly just talk. Everyone in the clan was ablaze with panic over the fact that the Grand Ancestor had gone missing. As for Xiaogang, who knew the truth, his eyes were almost popping out of his sockets. This was a reflection of just how anxious and worried he felt. "You guys can continue while I go look around," said Xia Fei as he pointed at a side passage. Hua Hei was slightly taken aback. "I think that I finally get why you let us be the main force to draw enemy attention. It's so that you'll have the time and space to move around freely." Xia Fei did not deny it. The plan had always been like this. With 3 superior law gods opening the way, the enemy's main force would be drawn to this powerful adversary, allowing Xia Fei to sneak in. After all, with breath control, he could truly move around like a ghost and was the best infiltration expert in the squad. The vanguard. Xia Xiang and Xia Ye kept pressing forward, dismantling any door in their path, killing anyone they saw, and stealing everything of value. This was truly a pleasant slaughter, and they encountered no major obstacles at all. After a few minutes, this team had completely flipped Red Brow Sword Mountain over, killing countless people and essentially destroying the base. Alas, there was still no sign of the Grand Ancestor, leaving everyone extremely worried. Whoosh! Xia Xiang and Xia Ye made a turn and found a giant alloy door. This door was different from the others. It was not just thick and heavy but also bore a mysterious X. "Destroy it!" Rumble! Xia Xiang and Xia Ye rushed over, their sabers flashing as they moved to obliterate the door. However, after only a few attacks, the door began to open on its own. It seemed to be under someone's control. Xia Xiang and Xia Ye were both startled at first, but then they charged in. The plan to save the Grand Ancestor did not permit any delay. Even if it was a den of dragons, they would still need to charge in. "Sure enough, it's you guys from the Skywing clan. I didn't think that they'd come looking at Red Brow Sword Mountain." A voice suddenly spoke these words. Xia Xiang and Xia Ye looked around. They were in an enormous room packed with electronic equipment. This appeared to be Red Brow Sword Mountain's command center. 3 old men confidently stood within, exuding heroic aura and wearing robes adorned with red clouds. They coldly stared at Xia Xiang and Xia Ye. Xia Ye was young and brimming with vigor. He kept close to his mind Xia Fei's policy of kill all, steal all, destroy all. As such, he charged up at the 3 experts without a word, but Xia Xiang pulled him back. "Don't act recklessly. These are 3 peak law gods," said Xia Xiang sternly. Peak law gods were experts only second to the 13 founders of the law realm in terms of strength. In all of mankind, there were only 2 people who had reached this apex, and one of them was Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan. Now, they had encountered 3 of them at Red Brow Sword Mountain? "You've got sharp eyes. The 3 of us were even able to capture your Grand Ancestor. As for you lot, you'll probably die without even knowing how you die," said the expert on the left coldly. "Don't underestimate them. The Skywings are truly powerful, they even managed to hide 2 law gods. If we hadn't captured that old man Xiaogukan, we might have been unable to expose the true strength of the Skywings." The 3 peak law gods talked as if no one else were around, treating Xia Xiang and Xia Ye like air. At this moment, Xia Helen, Xia Jing, and Xia Hong charged in. All 5 Skywing law gods had gathered, and the 3 peak law gods on the other side were stunned. 5 law gods? "The Skywings were hiding 5 law gods," exclaimed one of the old men in shock. In normal circumstances, a clan with 2 law gods was considered first class, and 3 law gods was super class. However, the Skywings, a small clan with only a population somewhere around 50,000 or so, had managed to produce 5 law gods. This was simply absurd. It must be understood that, besides these 5, the Skywings had the heaven-defying old wretch, Xiaogukan, who was a supreme peak law god expert. The Skywings were not just superclass but also double superclass. They had besieged the Palace of Gods precisely because they had confidence in their strength. As the 3 peak law gods marveled on the fact that the Skywings were hiding 5 law gods, the third team comprising the black and white gods arrived, too. "Who told you that it's only 5 law gods? Did you forget about us brothers?" Hua Hei glared as he loudly spoke. With the addition of the black and white gods, the 3 peak law gods were now facing the Skywing clan's 3 superior law gods and 4 law god experts. Equally matched. The 3 peak law gods, who had looked down on Xia Xiang and Xia Ye, could not help but get serious at this moment, for they were facing 7 law gods in total. Fei Chuan, Huang Jinyuan, Agabansi. Old He called the names of the 3 peak law gods. The Skywing law gods had been hiding in the shadows all this time, so they were not familiar with the members of the Palace of Gods, but the Hua siblings knew who these experts were. I didn't think that the three of you would be colluding. I'm guessing that you are also involved in Fig Corporation and the cases of experts going missing from their clans, right? Hua Hei pointed at the three peak law gods and asked. Little Hei, Little Bai, you two are deserters who betrayed the law realm. You don't have the right to criticize us. Agabansi coldly snorted in disdain. Fei Chuan casually said, even if we are involved, so what? Plus, all our deeds were done to maintain the balance of the law realm. You'll never be able to understand it. The violent-tempered Xiajing strode forward and said coldly, understand? We don't need to understand. I only know that you forcibly confined our grand ancestor, making you enemies of the Skywing clan, and all our enemies must die without exception. Ha 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 ha. The three peak law gods erupted in laughter. Their leader, Fei Chuan, coldly said, don't think that just because you found Little Hei and Little Bai, it mean that you could fight against the three of us. You should first ask about how they fled with their tails between their legs back then. Hua Hei and Hua Bai paled. It appeared that there was a very deep grudge existing between the two siblings and Fei Quan's group. Suddenly, Xiaoyu reeled back in shock and pointed at an image on a screen. Look! It's the Grand Ancestor. Everyone looked over and saw that it was really Xia Guocan on the screen. He was fixed to an alloy operating chair, various tubes attached to his body, seemingly sucking something out of him. There was a very strange aura around Xia Guocan, which constantly shifted to red and green. The Grand Ancestor appeared to be mentally out of it, he was still breathing and had a pulse, but he did not seem to be conscious. Grand Ancestor! Old Master Xia, cried Xia Xiang and the black and white gods. It was clear to all that the Grand Ancestor was in dire straits. Law gods had seeds of life, which made them essentially immortal, but Fei Quan's group was using some never-before-seen method on Xia Guocan. This method seemed very similar to Xia Fei's nirvana as it could extract energy from experts. There was not much time. If they did not quickly save him, the Grand Ancestor would probably end up being killed by this strange contraption. Alas, you're too late. In a few more minutes, Xia Guocan will cease to exist from this universe, but there'll be another wandering ghost, said Fei Chuan sinisterly. There's a road to the heavens, but you refused to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged right in. If you're worried that your Grand Ancestor will embark alone on his journey down to the netherworld, the three of us will relieve you of this worry. We'll let you die with him. Awoo! Xia Xiang and the others could no longer restrain themselves after hearing this, and even the black and white gods were enraged. Charge in there! Kill them! Hua Hei waved his arm and shouted. Rumble! The 7 law gods used their various attacks to barrage the 3 peak law gods. Meanwhile, Xia Gang used all his power to try and find Xia Guocan's location. Time was money, and Xia Gang was frantic. He tightly closed his eyes as he sent out all his energy. What was coming out of his eyes was not tears, but blood. Even if he destroyed his eyes, he would find the Grand Ancestor's location. Even if he died, he would save the Grand Ancestor. It was an extremely desperate situation. Xia Gang began to consume his life force, his skin wrinkling, and after a few seconds, his hair began to turn white. The 5 Skywing Law Gods used the wolf pack formation to battle desperately against Huang Jinyuan. The black and white gods did not understand the wolf pack formation, but they had their own moves. The brothers were in sync as they fought against the other peak law god, Agabansi. However, in this way, no one was there to fend off Fei Chuan. Fei Chuan smiled, and his arm began to expand explosively as he rushed for Xia Gang. Rumble! Fei Quan's fingers were right up at Xia Gang's face, and he was milliseconds away from obliterating the latter when, suddenly, a shadow shot out, raising a cross-shaped blade and unleashing a vicious attack. No, it was not just one person. It was a person, a grass, a ball, and a soul. The Skywing's law god that was not a law god, the lone wolf Xia Fei, had arrived at the scene. Chapter 979, A Founder. With a raise of the hand, a blade fell. Nirvana was like a bolt of lightning as it savagely slashed down. Fei Chuan had not expected Xia Fei to attack so abruptly and silently. He hastily withdrew his arm in shock. Rumble! The fiendish blade smashed onto the ground, creating a large crater. The edge of the blade brushed past Fei Quan's arm, only 5 centimeters away at the closest point. Bang bang bang! Furbal's energy attack swiftly followed the fiend blade, and Peacock Blue also unfurled. Xia Fei used a series of attacks to throw Fei Chuan back. Plush. In the corner, Xiagang vomited blood, his complexion extremely haggard. It seemed that he had aged several decades, his eyes dim and his hair entirely white. How are you? Inquired Xia Fei urgently as he stood in front of Xiagang. There are obstructions everywhere. I don't have the mental energy to dig any deeper. I can't find the Grand Ancestor. His voice was brimming with sorrow and rage. Xiagang had not mentioned his condition at all. All he cared about was the Grand Ancestor's safety. On the screen, Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan was withering away. Every second of delay decreased the chances of saving the Grand Ancestor. I'm going all out against you lot today. Fig. Fei Chuan. Today, none of you will survive. Unleashing his inner demon completely, Xia Fei placed a hand on the white flamingo as he shouted this. His eyebrows shot up. At this moment, Xia Fei was on the precipice of madness. The Lore Realm, God Race Territory. Xia Fei's enraged roar was fully transmitted into Xia Kei's ears. Xia Fei had placed a hand on the white flamingo as he spoke to send this information to Xia Kei, to inform him that things at Red Brow Sword Mountain were not looking good and that Xia Kei needed to work harder on his end. If he had any backup plans, he should be playing them now. After Xia Kei finished listening, he felt like his head was swelling, and he barely stopped himself from falling to the ground. What's going on? Bad news on Xia Fei's end. Xia Guanghai held up Xia Kei as he asked urgently. It really was Fei Chuan. Those people who kidnapped our Grand Ancestor are in the middle of an intense fight with Xia Fei's team. The situation isn't looking good. Xia Kei focused and gave this reply. Whoosh! Killing intent soared into the air as all the Skywing warriors went pale in shock, their killing intent exploding. All out assault! All out assault! Flatten Fig Corporation for me, cried Xia Guanghai as he exploded in rage. Right! Flatten Fig, snarled Xia Kei, standing up and issuing the order for an all-out assault. Xia Fei felt that destroying Red Brow Sword Mountain would be letting off Fei Chuan too lightly, so he dispatched Xia Kei's men to teach Fig Corporation a lesson. Xia Kei was not as bold as Xia Fei. Although he had received the order from the latter, he had only harassed Fig's perimeter and had not made a true lethal assault. Now that Xia Fei had sent word, Xia Kei understood that the situation was grim and had gotten rid of his last bit of hesitation. He was now determined to annihilate the Lore Realm's #1 technology company. Rumble. The speed of the Skywings was the speed of light. A force rushed out, forming into a line and madly charging forward. All the buildings they passed collapsed to the ground, torn apart. The vast Fig Corporation, the #1 technology group in the universe, was flattened in minutes by the Skywing Wolf Pack. Rumble. A massive explosion tore through the firmament. With a massive explosion, Red Brow Sword Mountain had its upper half shorn off. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures charged out of the ruins of the mountain, gathering into two parties. On one end were 3 peak law gods led by Fei Chuan, and on another was Xia Fei's group. Just by looking at the state everyone was in, one could see how grueling this battle was. Almost every person was wounded in some way, Red Brow Sword Mountain was covered in holes and on the verge of collapse. This sort of gruesome result could only be achieved by people fighting against one another with their lives on the line. There's no time. The three of us need to work together to use the reversal force. Xia Fei frowned as he spoke to the Hua brothers. Hua Hei and Hua Bai were both startled, and then they nodded solemnly. Clearly, Xia Fei wanted to join hands with the black and white gods in using the law of primal chaos. The only 3 people in the universe with the power of primal chaos would write history and release the strongest attack since the creation of the universe. Primal chaos could turn black into white, right into wrong. It was the most unreasonable and most absurd power. The calamitous power achieved by combining their power was difficult to fathom, but it was certain to shock the universe. No one had ever combined the power of the law of primal chaos. Not in the past and probably not in the future. All right. We'll do as you say. Hua Hei hardened his heart and spoke solemnly. On another end, the 3 peak law gods had never expected the counterattack of the Skywings to be so vicious. They initially believed that they could rely on their apex cultivation to individually break down their foes and ultimately wipe out Xia Fei's squad. Alas, when they truly began fighting with them, they realized that none of these people was so easily broken. Not only did they fail to break their enemies, they had gotten rather badly injured and were in rather poor states themselves. Don't think any of you will be getting away with it after destroying my Red Brow Sword Mountain, said Fei Chuan savagely. You think that we're only destroying your Red Brow Sword Mountain? Xia Fei coldly sneered in response. The 3 peak law gods were all startled, and Fei Chuan asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I mean to destroy everything you own." Xia Fei shouted back unreasonably, and the two sides started fighting again, explosions resounding throughout the planet as a suffocating mood descended. In the middle of the battle, Xia Fei and the Hua brothers began to build up primal chaos force. Xia Fei naturally used his Dark Crescent Ruin Blade, the strongest primal chaos combat technique he knew. In the case of the black and white gods, they had a somewhat stranger fighting style. Each of them took up a side, constructing a black lotus flower. The lethal flower soon rose in the air, carrying a brutality that could obliterate the sea of stars. The 3 peak law gods were also about to use their strongest attacks. The protracted battle had failed to reach an outcome. Xia Fei's group had even managed to destroy Red Brow Sword Mountain. The 3 peak law gods felt humiliated, so they decided to use their strongest techniques to obliterate Xia Fei's crew. No doubt that the full might of the law of primal chaos would have a destructive effect. The power of 3 peak law gods also could not be underestimated. Both sides were putting everything on the line. One side must die. Suddenly. At this moment, a thunderclap came from beneath Red Brow Sword Mountain. "All of you, stop! This old man will take care of his enemies himself." Grand Ancestor. Everyone was startled. This voice clearly belonged to their Skywing Patriarch, Xia Guoken. It turned out that he was not dead. 1 second later, an overwhelming pressure swept out, and Xia Fei's team and the 3 peak law gods all could not help but shiver at its power. Even Red Brow Sword Mountain shook to its foundations. It used to be an extremely tall and steep mountain, with its summit covered in snow. After the rampage of Xia Fei's team, Red Brow Sword Mountain had been cut down at the waist, and what was left was covered in holes. However, when Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken emerged, the entire mountain went flying. This was a rare and wondrous sight. Imagine seeing all of the Himalayas getting uprooted. Xia Guoken had just pulled off an even greater feat. Rumble. The earth quaked as the mountain, which had just been deeply buried in the soil, flew up faster and faster. In the end, Xia Guoken tossed it into the sea of stars as if it were a shot put. A figure floated in the air, a savage look on his face and various tubes still attached to his body. This was the Skywing clan's patriarch, peak law god Xia Guoken. Whoosh! Xia Guoken pulled off all the tubes attached to his body with one hand and pointed at the 3 peak law gods. "You 3 are my prey. No one else is allowed to touch you." As he spoke, 7 dragons soared. These 7 silver dragons proudly laughed above the 9 heavens. They leaped out from Xia Guoken's body and pierced into the clouds. Their aura was utterly blinding. Fei Quan's group was stunned, saying in disbelief, "Xia Guoken, you broke the taboo." Xia Fei did not understand what they were talking about, but he guessed that it had to do with the supreme aura the Grand Ancestor exuded. For some reason, Xia Guoken had much more energy compared to before, at least, it was several times more. "Your Grand Ancestor has promoted," said Radix into Xia Fei's mind, his eyes flashing. "Promoted?" Xia Fei was stunned. The Grand Ancestor is a peak law god. If he rose another level, then he would be correct. A founder. Xia Guoken has become a founder. From here on, there's another godlike figure in the universe who has reached the level of a founder, said Radix solemnly. Xia Fei did not dare to believe his ears. A founder? It turned out that Law God was not the apex of strength. Xia Guoken had broken through that limit. He had reached the highest heights of the universe, standing on par with the 13 founders. "I must thank you 3, Xia Guoken said as he stared at Fei Quan's group and smiled. "Legends say that breaking the limit requires placing oneself in grave danger, but I was a law god, a peak law god. There's little in this universe that can threaten me. It's actually quite difficult to find a situation where my life would be at risk. Thankfully, you 3 went to such great lengths to place me in dire straits, helping me break the taboo. Don't you think that I should be thanking you?" Fei Quan's face was green as he grimly spoke. "Very good, Xia Guoken. No wonder the 3 of us captured you so easily. Turns out that you never planned to resist. You planned to find a breakthrough method through us." Xia Guoken laughed. "Correct. If I wasn't willing, you really think that the 3 of you could catch me? What an absolute joke." Fei Chuan gnashed his teeth. "Old man, don't celebrate too soon. The 13 founders won't let you be for breaking the Law Realm's greatest taboo. With his aura increasing once more, Xiaogukan glared and said, "Humph. This old man doesn't live so that others can let me be or not let me be. Today, I'll kill you 3. Tomorrow, I'll kill those 13 pieces of scum." Bang! Xiaogukan suddenly disappeared. A moment later, Xiaogukan's hands had gripped Peak Law God Huang Jinyuan by his head. His arms pulled, and Peak Law God Huang Jinyuan was torn in half. Chapter 980, Slaying Law Gods and Brewing a Scheme. The Skywings were insane. Which of course made the Skywings' Grand Ancestor the craziest Grand Ancestor as well. What a decisive will to fight to the end when retreat is no longer an option. Xiaogukan's vicious, alright. In order to make a breakthrough to the founder tier, he actually placed himself in an extreme precarious situation, lacking any possible support. No one in the entire Skywing clan even knows about this. The courage and breadth of spirit he has just shown isn't something anyone can demonstrate, exclaimed Radix into Xia Fei's mind. The Skywings and the Black and White gods watching all this transpire could feel the passion in their blood boil just from witnessing Xiaogukan split Peak Law God Huang Jinyuan in 2, killing the bastard in just one move while challenging 3 illustrious Peak Law gods all by himself. Xiaogukan was already a malevolent tyrant who had killed countless individuals. Now that he had taken a step into the founder domain, he had essentially become a god of slaughter. A Peak Law god was now no more than a handy plaything in Xiaogukan's hands. I can't let him go to waste. Xia Fei ignored Radix and accelerated over. The fiendish blade Nirvana plunged into Law God Huang Jinyuan's corpse, absorbing all the latter's energy, which had not yet dissipated from the body, into his 7th brain region. Radix was speechless. Clearly, it was Xiaogukan who killed Huang Jinyuan, yet Xia Fei had followed up in order to gain a huge profit. Just how shameless could he get? Fertilized water did not flow to outsiders' fields. The Grand Ancestor, Xiaogukan, was of course not about to complain regarding Xia Fei's opportunistic action. Conversely, he was very fond of Xia Fei's keen eye for exploitation and his distaste toward taking losses. At this day and age, anyone who did not take whatever advantage they could find was no different from a fool. Only people with Xia Fei's character could survive long in this perilous universe. Whoosh! The energy reserves of a Peak Law god are nothing to be scoffed at, being really pure. Xia Fei exhaled in his exhilaration as the rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region filled itself to the brim. All this while, Xiaogukan had not stopped his assault after taking down Huang Jinyuan and made a beeline for Fei Chuan and Orzabans. What was speed? The Grand Ancestor's speed was a testament to the true limits of speed. Light's speed? Xiaogukan's speed was twice that. The Godwing potential could achieve such a miraculous form when cultivated to the maximum. A single human of flesh and blood could actually reach a top speed 2 times light speed. His pair of wings reached up to 10 meters when fully extended. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan's fiendish wings were not just wider than Xia Fei's, they were also overflowing with killing intent. It was hard to describe, since words had already lost their meaning at this extent. Nonetheless, aside from thrill, no other word could be used by Xia Fei to describe the feeling engulfing him as the Grand Ancestor began his massacre. Peak Law of Speed. Maximum Fiend Wing. Moreover, his Law of Space was at the founder tier. He was proudly standing above the peak. It was hard to imagine anyone being able to stop Xiaogukan when he was this mighty. The Xiaogukan of today was a role model to Xia Fei. This was a god of slaughter, who could slay demons with a raise of his hand and a flourish of his sword. This was what the statement, where the fiendish blade points, gods and demons die, meant. Fei Chuan and Orzabans knew that there was no way they could even face Xiaogukan with their own strength, thus, they decided to work together and take on Xiaogukan, thereby creating a 2-against-1 battle. Though they had merged the strength of 2 Peak Law gods, they were still far from being a match to Xiaogukan with his founder tier cultivation. Boom boom boom. Fei Chuan and Orzabans were heavily suppressed, with blood splotching everywhere after receiving a series of violent blows from Xiaogukan. Orzabans' left eye had even gone blind after Xiaogukan clawed at it. Xia Fei gulped as he used ocular cognition to observe the fight carefully. He did not dare to let even the tiniest detail escape his eyes, for it was simply too riveting to watch his Grand Ancestor fight. Xiaogukan's physical agility. That speed. Fighting to a point of madness that ignored everything else. Furthermore, the Grand Ancestor even played tricks. Who said that the Skywings were just madmen with one brain cell? The Grand Ancestor would even play crafty tricks when fighting. Fei Chuan and Orzabans were a tragic sight to behold. A slap to the left, a punch to the ears. The two men were beaten black and blue by Xiaogukan, with neither of them being able to retaliate. A profound fear manifested inside both. Fei Chuan and Orzabans had lost their will to fight at this point, and the only thought they had left in their minds was to escape from Xiaogukan. The moment a warrior lost the courage to fight until the end, it was no different from breaking their own two arms. The more frightened Fei Chuan and Orzabans got, the harder the fight became, practically devolving to a point where both men could no longer sustain the fight. Finally, Orzabans faltered first, and then he chose to flee. Swoosh! An instant movement channel opened up, and Orzabans darted right in. You fool! Xiaogukan is a speed warrior. You're practically seeking death, bellowed Fei Chuan. At first, with the two of them joining forces, though they had no hope of winning against Xiaogukan, they could at least hold their own for a few moves. Since Orzabans had chosen to abandon Fei Chuan and flee, it was no more than shooting himself in the foot. Speed warriors cultivated the more overpowered law in the low realm. Escape was simply not an option when facing off against a speed warrior, and the anxiety Orzabans felt must have confused him so much that he chose to do this. Xiaogukan smirked as he forcibly thrust a palm, which instantly shattered this temporary channel that Orzabans had created. Poor Orzabans had already gotten half his body through the channel when it collapsed with his other half still inside, tearing him in two. The battlefield was immediately soaked in blood. This was a tragedy for Orzabans, yet another good opportunity for Xia Fei to absorb more energy, which he was naturally not about to waste. Xia Fei did the same thing again and drained what remained of Orzabans' energy to store in his seventh brain region. Xiaogukan had killed 2 out of the 3 illustrious peak law gods in the matter of seconds. Logically speaking, a law god was immortal, and they just had to be reborn using their life seed to return to life. Unfortunately, Xia Fei's existence nullified this, as Nirvana completely annihilated its targets, not giving them any chance to be reborn. No one knew if these 2 law gods would be able to get a new leash of life after this. Only Fei Chuan remained. He gritted his teeth and instantly made a rash decision: escape with his instant movement technique. Since death was all that awaited him if he stayed, he figured that he would take advantage of the moment when Xiaogukan was attacking Orzabans, and maybe he would succeed in his escape. Since death would happen if he chose to stay, he figured that he might as well take the gamble and risk his life running away. Swoosh! A second temporary channel opened, Fei Chuan steeled himself and dashed right in. Alas, it was too bad. Why would Xiaogukan ever allow his opponent to go? A single bolt of lightning was all that could be seen, and peak law god Fei Chuan was no more. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan had experienced a metamorphic change when he emerged from his cocoon, reaching founder tier in one fell swoop. Of course, the Skywings and the black and white gods were all extremely elated over this. Everyone gathered and chattered happily, while Xiaogukan demonstrated that style of the most enlightened patriarch like before, joking and teasing around with his juniors, not mentioning a word about his harrowing experience during his promotion. Only Xia Fei did not say much among them all, seemingly mulling over something. Xiaogukan patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and chuckled. What innovative idea are you thinking of there, you rascal? Aren't you happy that your grand ancestor has reached the founder tier? Xia Fei smiled. Of course, I'm delighted. Your successful entry to the founder celestial threshold is great news for the entire Skywing clan. I was only stumped over how you could have slain Fei Chuan, but, instead, only grievously wounded him and let him escape thereafter. Everyone was stunned. If Xia Fei did not mention it, everyone would really assume that Xiaogukan had already eliminated Fei Chuan. No one had expected that all Xiaogukan did was deal the opponent a heavy blow. You've got quite the eye there. Xiaogukan's eyes glowed as he mused in pleasant shock. To think you'd have seen it, too. Seeing how everyone was eyeing him in confusion, Xiaogukan paused before he explained. I know that, going by the rules of the Skywing clan, an enemy must die. This is an exception, though. I let Fei Chuan go so that he can bring word to the 13 founders, letting them know that yours truly has already broken the greatest limit here in the Law realm. I've stagnated at peak law god level for countless years, and it's all because I was being suppressed by those founders. All those years back, I thought that those guys were showing great favor by imparting me with several techniques. I've only realized at this point that they're actually afraid that I would advance to the founder tier one day and become an existence of equal might to them. It's been a trap all along. I'll surely settle this account to them and also be collecting on the debt for their murder of the Skywing clan's godwings as well. I want them to know that yours truly is now as strong as them. Let them lose their appetite and suffer through sleepless nights, for I can make a move on them and end their lives any time. Everyone was startled upon hearing their grand ancestor's response. Reality had proven that the bold and unrestrained Xiaogukan was not a senile old man, that he was enacting the strategy of wearing out the enemies by letting Fei Chuan off. Xia Fei was excited. That's a marvelous tactical move, Grand Ancestor. You said that you are going to make your way to the mountain and vanquish the 13 founders. Fei Chuan heard that declaration of yours. Given your fiery temperament, you're certainly someone who walks the walk when you talk the talk, so those 13 founders will have no choice but to be on guard even more. Your strength is clear for all to see, and with the max level law of speed under your belt, even they don't dare to underestimate you. Now that you've startled those founders, I'm sure they won't dare to move about on their own anymore. So all the venerable elder has to do at this point is get into a war of attrition, forcing them to take precautions daily without making a move, and as time goes by, even the strongest among them will have trouble withstanding this mental torture. The time they get lax will then be the perfect moment for you to strike. What a marvelous enactment of this strategy! Xiaogukan burst out laughing. He looked at Xia Fei with a gratified gaze. You lived up to the name as the most fearsome strategist of the Skywing clan, seeing through this plan that your grand ancestor has spent several years concocting in just a moment. How amazing was that? Sometimes, I really want to crack open your head open to see just what exactly is fitted inside that grants you such a quick and analytical mind. Everyone understood Xiaogukan's plan and praised it effusively. They were, of course, more impressed by Xia Fei, him having seen through the steps to the strategy their grand ancestor had set up. Changing the topic, Xiaogukan addressed the black and white gods. With you two standing on the same side as us, the Skywings, I, Xiaogukan, feel deep gratitude. On top of the good relationship I share with your father, if not for you two being here, I'm afraid that Xia Fei and the rest would hardly be able to take on Fei Quan's lot and would likely incur heavy losses from the clash. On that note, I am truly very grateful. Please don't. Hua Hei waved off hastily. It's the venerable elder who saved our father, so we are of course more than happy to risk our lives and lend you and your clan a hand whenever the two of us can. No ifs or buts. Even the usually reticent Hua Bai bowed. It's our pleasure. Let's not talk about this matter with the elder anymore, or else my brother and I'll have to find a crevice in the ground and bury ourselves in it. This was when Xia Fei called his grand ancestor's attention with his eyes. Xiaogukan was no fool and was in fact much smarter than most people. He immediately understood Xia Fei's meaning and said with a straight face, Blackie and Whitey, may I ask what the two of you are planning to do from here onward? Chapter 981, The Result of Breaking the Rule. Tragic indignation. Hurt. Despondence. At this very moment, these emotions were what Fei Chuan felt. Utter devastation. Nothing remained of the bustling Fig Corporation. The Skywings had actually flattened the top technological organization in the entire universe in one stroke. Cough. Fei Chuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a thick mouthful of blood. He then collapsed onto the ground, his face pale and lacking in strength. Suddenly. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared. He looked at Fei Chuan and then what remained of the ruins of Fig Corporation. Expressionless, he remarked, the Skywings did this. Fei Chuan nodded his head vigorously, feeling absolutely aggrieved. He had a fierce look on his face when he said, the Skywings destroyed Fig Corporation, destroyed the work that I've dedicated my entire life to. I must mete out an exacting punishment for what they've done. This person was still expressionless, like an unmelting iceberg that chilled people's hearts with his cold aura. First, Fig's not yours. Second, the Skywings didn't just destroy the company, they've also demolished the home you had by Sudi River. Cough. Hearing that, Fei Chuan spat yet another mouthful of blood, his eyes turning red. He wished that he could just smash his head against the ground and die right there and then. The Skywings were too vicious, to have even raised Fei Quan's base in the lower realm to the ground. The Fei clan had been decimated. Blackie and Whitey, may I ask what the two of you are planning to do from here onward? Asked Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan earnestly. The Hua brothers were stunned, but Hua Bai soon replied, since the venerable elder is now safe, we'll of course head back. Xiaogukan smiled. How do you think I, Huagukan, compare to Temujin and the others? Hua Hei somewhat animatedly answered, how could the venerable one compare himself to the likes of Hebei and the others? In terms of level or cultivation, you've already left them far in the dust. In terms of character, you're the ideal patriarch in the heart and mind of every warrior, respected everywhere you go. It's foolish, Also disrespectful, to even consider you an equal existence to them. This was when Xia Fei interjected. Respected everywhere, you say? Isn't that because they're afraid that our grand ancestor will have their heads? Everyone burst into raucous laughter upon hearing that. Xia Guoken had always been a brutal individual, and the respect the lower realm inhabitants had for him was mostly out of fear. After all, he was the patriarch of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. All it would take was an accidental slight, and potential victims would find themselves and their clan tethering on extinction. After a brief pause, Xia Fei continued speaking. Indeed, our grand ancestor strikes viciously, but that's a treatment only reserved for his enemies. Everyone in the lower realm knows well just how the Skywings treat their own. While we are by no means the strongest clan around, we're definitely the most carefree and the most united. This is all due to the efforts that our grand ancestor has made for us. Xia Guoken chuckled and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Don't praise me so flippantly, you brat. I'm not the sort who likes to beat around the bush. Just one word and you brothers won't have to stay with the rebel faction anymore. Come join me here, I'll treat the two of you exactly how I treat Xia Fei and the others. The color on the faces of the Hua brothers changed. While the words had been spoken casually, they actually bore great responsibility. What Xia Guoken meant was that he would treat Hua He and Hua Bai as part of the clan. Hua He was somewhat hesitant. Now that the grand ancestor Xia Guoken had reached the founder tier, even sincerely extending an invitation to him and his brother, their future would definitely be much brighter by going with the Skywings compared to staying with the rebels. Besides, the Huas had deep ties with Skywings, and the relationship both parties shared was amiable to say the least. Hua Bai spoke. My brother and I are traitors to the lower realm, so staying under your venerable wing will of course be a great boon to us, but I'm afraid that it'll stir up rumors and trouble within the circle. Xia Guoken scoffed. Trouble? Yours truly has never had a lack of trouble. Besides, we Skywings are about to depart as well. From here onward, we'll be walking our own path, away from the lower realm. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. Hua He was surprised. Do you mean to say that the Skywings truly intend to leave the lower realm? That's right. The Skywings have merely been living in the lower realm, not selling our souls to them. We'll naturally leave since that's our intention, especially now that we know of the dirty things those people have been doing behind our backs. I, for one, no longer have any desire to stay in the lower realm. Xia Guoken carefreely gave this reply, as if leaving the lower realm was a piece of cake, not requiring much consideration at all. Turning around, Xia Guoken asked Xia Fei, the clan should be done with the departure, right? Xia Fei nodded. Almost. All we're waiting for is for Xia Kei's team to finish wiping out Fig Corporation. Once that's done, he'll meet up with the rest of us, and we'll head off to the location that the Venerable One indicated. Wipe out Fig Corporation. Xia Guoken was surprised to learn of this development. Did you plan that? Well, since Fei Chuan and the Fig Corporation he was in charge of dared to have designs on you, it only makes sense for us to eliminate any form of power he has, roots and all. We must completely ruin his foundation in the lower realm, or else others will think that we Skywings are unworthy of our title, said Xia Fei ruthlessly with a raised eyebrow. Xia Guoken frowned as he spoke in a deep voice. It's fine that you wanted to trample Fig Corporation to the ground, but you shouldn't have sent Xia Kei to accomplish this. That's because Fei Chuan isn't the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes of Fig Corporation. Out in the Sea of Stars was an inconspicuous red planet. It was the rendezvous point Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken had designated for the clan. In truth, he had underestimated Xia Kei. The Skywings' operation to flatten Fig Corporation had indeed been subjected to interference from some hidden forces, but Xia Kei and Xia Guanghai's wolf pack had managed to beat back this retaliation. Seeing the pieces of bodies littering the ground, Xia Guoken asked, a law god expert, hey? You've all done well. I even thought that you'd be suppressed quite a lot by the enemies, maybe incurring injuries or losses as a result. Xia Guanghai laughed as he threw his arm around Xia Guoken's shoulder and said, the moment each of us received news of you being in a precarious state, we all saw red. Our combat strength, thus, increased by many folds. We cleaned them all up the moment these people appeared. Xia Kei chimed in. It's nothing that exaggerated. The battle was indeed hard fought, and quite a few of our comrades received wounds. Xia Guoken nodded. Still, it's good that you're all safe. They're but one of the few moles that the founders planted in the lower realm. Still, it's strange that, even after your destruction of Fig Corporation, not one of them showed up. That's truly rather strange. Xiaoguqin laughed. Well, that's all thanks to Xia Fei. This rascal stole Fig's prized possession, Pinnacle, so the founders figured that keeping around the giant tech company hardly had any value and decided not to hold onto it anymore. Everyone guffawed. Xia Fei's theft of the Pinnacle research station had been a classic, and everyone felt amused just by thinking about it. Look! We've learned Xia Fei's 5-finger discount skill. These are our haul from Fig. With it being the #1 technology company in the lore realm and it having a deep foundation, this stuff from Fig should be enough to tide us, Skywings, over for several hundred years. With that said, Xia Guanghai and Xia Ke handed over a huge sack containing spatial rings, their ill-gotten wealth all stuffed inside, to the Grand Ancestor. Suits of war armor, various kinds of weaponry, origin crystals, rare types of metal, and even warships. On the other end, Xia Ye and the others had also taken out the many spatial rings they obtained from the Red Brow Sword Mountain, which could fill a basket to practically spilling. You've taken so many. The eyes of Xiaoguqin sparkled. We, Skywings, have aided the lore realm plenty of times, so we'll treat the loot here as remuneration before we leave. We'll take them all. Xia Fei suddenly felt that the scene playing out before him was like a TV series of the Mountain King returning home from a successful raid. Xia Fei's habit of looting had subconsciously affected the entire clan, so after every battle now, Skywing wolves would not only bravely slay their foes but also abscond with anything valuable they found. The Skywings had the law of speed as their clan inheritance, so it hardly took much effort for them to pick up valuables along the way. Xiaoguqin spoke to his fellow clansmen a bit more. Now that everyone had seen that their grand ancestor was safe and sound, all felt much more at ease. Aside from Xia Fei, the rest of you should take your leave first. I need to have a few words with the executor, said Xiaoguqin. The people departed, leaving Xiaoguqin, Xia Fei and that executor whose face no one could make out, by themselves. At this moment, the executor was tightly restrained by the broken dragonstone shackles, his body littered with scars, appearing to be in a very bad state. Whoosh! Xiaoguqin lifted this person's head and examined it closely. I recognize you. Jian of the Small Orbit Mountain, with the nickname of the Twin-Headed Hound, level 3 Law God Cultivation. To think you'd be a die-hard loyalist to those founders, even going as far as to put your life on the line for them. Jian glared at Xiaoguqin with hate-filled eyes and gave a stern reply. Xiaoguqin, you're already a fugitive of the entire lore realm, no, the entire universe. You don't have the qualifications to criticize me. Xiaoguqin retorted, I've walked my path, how's that a crime? Jian responded. Your crime isn't just on you but your entire clan, too. Don't you worry. The Skywings will soon be decimated to the point of extinction because of your arbitrary action. How I wish that I could see it, just what expression you'll wear when the time comes. Xia Fei was astounded. Jian had been taken care of by Xia Guanghai and the others, yet who knew where this deep-seated grudge toward the Grand Ancestor had come from? Still, the moment this person saw the old man, he struggled to shout in retaliation almost immediately. Xiaoguqin arched an eyebrow and said, You're someone who refuses to bow even in the face of death. If you don't explain yourself right now, this old man will take your life. Jian laughed loudly. He then put on a look of absolute defiance without a shred of fear. You want to take my life? I'm a level 3 law god, while it isn't as impressive as you, Xiaoguqin, I'm also an immortal. Even if this body of mine is reduced to nothingness, I'll still be able to come back, hale and hearty, in 100 years' time. However, just as he said that, Jian witnessed Xia Fei raise his fiendish blade, Nirvana. Squelch! The blade flashed like lightning as he cut off Jian's left arm. As both energy and vitality was being drained, Xia Fei's cut also severed a portion of Jian's soul. This was the power of Nirvana. With a flash of the fiendish blade, all things became silent, for everything could be reduced into nothing by it. Next, they saw Jian scrunch up into a fetal position from the pain, his face twisted. Nirvana's power chilled Jian right down to his core, and it was far harder to withstand compared to anything he had ever experienced in this life. This was especially so when he experienced what it was like to have his vitality sapped away. Jian, meanwhile, felt the sensation of a complete mental breakdown. It was made apparent to him that people who die by Nirvana would not be reborn again, even if they were a law god. What about now? Asked Xia Fei emotionlessly as he sheathed Nirvana. Jian let out a mournful howl, he appeared to have aged a great deal. However, what should have been a cold Jian let out another bellow. Xiaogukan, you must be ecstatic over promoting to the founder tier, but do you know that the entire universe is doomed now that you've broken the rule? The Cosmic Gate is currently under attack by the inverse. Chapter 982, The 13 Founders' Internal Conflict. Balance. Jian repeatedly emphasized this word, seemingly of the view that the Grand Ancestor's promotion was what had shattered the inherent equilibrium of the universe. What Xiaogukan had done was like a catalyst toward the universal pandemonium. He even linked his promotion toward the inverse's sudden assault of the Cosmic Gate. Xia Fei shook his head and said, men will always seek for greater improvement, while water will always flow lower. There's no reason for anyone to stop and not make any progress. Since our clan's Grand Ancestor has been given the opportunity to reach the founder tier, why shouldn't he grab it? What does it have to do with the Cosmic Gate? Even if he didn't successfully advance, I'm afraid that the gate's days of peace are numbered. Plus, the inverse watching us is an open secret in this circle. Jian chuckled softly before screeching, the founders originally had the opportunity to avoid the decline of the Cosmic Gate, but it's you. Because of Xiaogukan's pride, everything has gone up in smoke. By stipulation, our universe can only have 16 powerhouses at the founder tier, 13 for the lower realm and 3 for the dark life forms. Now, the number of founder tier experts has far surpassed this stipulated number. The sudden promotion of Xiaogukan has even more so displaced the balance. It's already too late for me to tell you all this, though. The inverse army has already started the assault and will soon be charging into our side to cleanse the place anew. It shall be a true calamity as the universe ushers in tens of thousands of years of darkness and slaughter. Slap. Just as Jian ended his rant, Xia Fei gave him a tight slap. A true warrior would constantly improve themselves, all for the goal of breaking their own limits. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. Xia Fei saw that Jian's logic was nothing short of nonsense. For the sake of equilibrium, everyone must not advance or improve themselves. Such an act was practically a disgrace to any warrior. In his anger, Xia Fei moved to kill Jian, but the Grand Ancestor waved his arm and sent Jian someplace else, causing his nirvana to cut nothing but air. Grand Ancestor, why did you stop me? Xia Fei was puzzled. Xiaogukan answered, there's no use killing him. Jian is no more than a pawn of the 13 founders, someone who has already been completely brainwashed. Besides, I'm afraid that what he said is the truth. Truth? Xia Fei was mildly startled, asking. Is there truly such a balance in the universe? Xiaogukan nodded. It seems to be the case. Every time there's war between the god race and demon race, both sides will lose plenty of their elites, which results in the severe weakening of the lower realm. Every time, the reason the war happens is the instability of the Cosmic Gate. Strangely enough, as long as the lower realm remains weak, the Cosmic Gate will regain its stability, almost as if the 13 founders have had an agreement with the intelligent life forms from beyond the Cosmic Gate, and they're merely in charge of maintaining this equilibrium. As long as the equilibrium isn't disrupted, those life forms from beyond won't invade our universe. Xia Fei found this logic to be unbelievable, and he lowered his head to mull this over. Let's not worry about this matter for now. Tens of thousands of our clansmen are still waiting for us. Let's settle everyone down in the safe place first before we plan other matters, Xiaogukan said. Xia Fei suggested, I do have a place able to accommodate everyone in our clan. Though it's a little far from the lower realm, it is a very safe place. Xiaogukan shook his head with a smile. Xiaoguanghai has already told me about your place, where there aren't just countless AI robots but also some revolutionary super warships, currently in the middle of being constructed. Even the Pinnacle Research Station is hidden there. It's not a bad location, but this Grand Ancestor of yours title isn't just for show. I already found a new place for the Skywings to stay, and it isn't any worse than yours. You'll understand when we go there and you see it for yourself. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Xiaogukan's smile was profound, seemingly hiding something. I wonder just where that place the Grand Ancestor is referring to is, Xia Fei wondered to himself. On some unnamed little planet out in the universe. In the expanse of the universe, this fairly beautiful planet was just one of many and was hardly conspicuous. There was a waterfall, formed from a gushing river that fell off a cliff thousands of meters high, in a valley. From afar, it looked like a white ribbon wrapped around the mountain wall. By the pool beneath this waterfall was an elderly gentleman. He was seated on a granite boulder, blazing under the sun. The water from the waterfall splashed from the crash that persistently rained over his body like a drizzle, making for a very pleasant experience. This elder was almost completely nude, wearing just a pair of blue underpants. Despite his white goatee and hair, he looked to be full of vigor, his bronze skin and muscles hardly any different from that of a healthy young man, sparkling under the sun. Whoosh! A shadow flashed past, and a pale middle-aged man appeared next to the elder. This person had a very sinister and frigid aura about him, which seemingly chilled the valley around them. Even that elderly gentleman could not help but frown slightly at his intrusion. Chill, that killing intent of yours still follows you wherever you go. The peace and serenity here on Jade Mountain Peak has been ruined by your presence, bemoaned the elder softly without even raising his head. Chill was one of the 13 founders with the most glacial aura. To think this middle-aged man was actually one of the 13 gods that stood at this side of the universe's peak. Crane, how much longer are you planning to be in seclusion? The universe has already fallen into complete disequilibrium, said Chill in his perpetually low tone. Elder Crane waved his hand dismissively, turning his back toward Chill and saying, I know. This old crane is still in seclusion, so don't come bothering me if it's nothing. Seclusion. No matter how good-tempered Chill was, he could not help but be piqued hearing this. Obviously, Elder Crane was not in seclusion, but skiving off. Controlling the anger welling up inside him, Chill said in his low voice, the universe is in turmoil right now, and it needs the strength of all 13 of us combined. When do you plan on returning? Elder Crane let out a yawn and replied, I reckon several thousand years more will do. Aren't Mortis, Atrophy, Constant, Smile, Youth, and Rock still around? The 7 of you can just discuss the matter among yourselves, no need to come out here and find this wretched old man. Chill's face immediately turned a shade of purple. If Elder Crane was saying that he needed several thousand years more before he would be willing to leave, then clearly he was very blatantly toying with him. Crane's venomous lips were still flapping even though Chill had almost angered himself to death. All those years back, it's the 7 of you who personally claimed the responsibility of maintaining the universe's balance, saying that you'll do this until the end of time. As long as we agreed with your plan, there won't be a need for us to intervene, as you'll be in charge of everything. Those were your words. Why have you come looking for me now, old crane? Has the situation perhaps developed to the point that it's gotten out of your control? Chill snorted. I'm only here to send word on behalf of Constant. I won't ask any further questions if you're unwilling to head back, but don't you forget that the Lore Realm was built by us 13 brothers after much difficulty back then. If it ends up getting destroyed, no one will feel good about it. Elder Crane's eyes shone the moment he heard that line. He almost seemed inundated by what had happened in the past, though his 2 eyes dimmed and became a lot more despondent soon enough. I didn't forget, Crane rumbled. That's something we brothers made together, after much blood, sweat, and tears, way back. It's not a truth that anyone could change. Still, since you all decided to control the life and death of the entire universe following its inception, our relationship then has turned into nothing. Solo decided to become a recluse, living his life solitarily, far away from all, in his anger. Even now, no one knows whether he's dead or alive. Yor got disheartened and returned to his hometown, no one could find him, either. Meanwhile, Lingua turned to meditation, that lively and chatty person of yesteryear is now a stone Buddha. Talking with him is no different from playing the zither to a bull. Could you all have forgotten about this all? By the end of his speech, Elder Crane had actually gotten agitated. It did not seem to be the usual indignation and anger. Disputes. There would always be disputes where there were people gathered. It turned out that the 13 founders were not all in it together and that there were some irreconcilable strifes between them. Chill gritted his teeth and quibbled, those are the choices you all made, what has that got to do with us? Besides, we agreed on deciding life and death with a vote, and it's 7-6. You guys lost. Zing. Elder Crane immediately leaped to his feet when he heard that, and the killing intent inside him was unleashed in its full glory. He was a completely different person from that wretched old man with no care of the world that had appeared moments prior. There was a glow of determination that shone in his 2 eyes. Countless veins popped out on his forehead as Elder Crane stared at Chill and said in a deep tone, "Don't force my hand. I've been wondering all these years, just where did we all go wrong? Why did something that everyone had decided to do make me, old Crane, so sick in my stomach? It was later that I understood why, the voting itself is flawed. We vote to decide the fate of others, but that's completely illogical. If you dare to mention what happened all those years back, then don't blame me for forsaking the relationship we once shared. In any case, you're left to pick up the pieces of the problem you've caused." Don't even hope that I'll help you all. It's not just me. Solo, Yor, Ocean, Lingua, Vista. All 6 of us won't be lending you a hand. 2 wrongs just don't make a right, we refuse to keep making one mistake after another. Crane was vehement. Only at this moment did this founder's true strength erupt in majesty. That waterfall got torn apart by Crane's aura, breaking into tens and thousands of pieces. Chill was taken aback. He had never thought that his one comment would actually agitate the extraordinary Elder Crane to such a degree. He turned around and coldly remarked, I understand. Since you feel that this universe should join the dark world, then I shall send you all to the darkness. Crane was unimpressed. Whatever will come will come. So what if you've worked so hard for all these years, managing the balance in the universe? See how it develops still? Don't we have to face them in the end? You may have evaded them for a time, but you can't hide the entire time. This is also one of the principles of the universe. Chill harumphed. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Farewell. Whoosh. The figure disappeared with his final parting words, and that valley returned to its serene state. Elder Crane gazed up into the sky for a long time before getting up, heaving a sigh. Come out. Chill has already departed, said Crane loudly. Whoosh. 2 figures suddenly appeared, and they were none other than Ocean and Vista. Ocean, a supergiant who was over 3 meters tall and weighed over 2 tons, made his way to the boulder and sat down, nearly breaking the granite as he did. All it took was a light brush of his palm and a handful of popcorns appeared in his hand. Ocean then began stuffing some into his mouth and munching on them. Meanwhile, Vista was just a projection. No one had any idea where his true body lay. Lifting his head up, Vista looked in the direction that Chill had departed to and said with some concern, though Chill is wreathed in killing intent, he isn't really the type who walks down the path of a heartless killer. What matters is how the most powerful individual, Constant, decides. Given how he is as a person, I reckon the bloodshed and massacre that will visit this universe will be unavoidable. The giant fatty Ocean did not say a word, seemingly concerned with just eating the food he had in his hand while he acted as if he had heard nothing. Crane nodded lightly as he gravely noted, crucially, there are just the 3 of us. Solo, the one who can go 100 rounds against Constant, isn't around anymore. Even if we want to stop the coming calamity, we still won't be a match for him. Vista and his illusory figure shook his head slowly and said, that's not the case. I heard that the one who broke past the limit this time is a very powerful individual, and his clan isn't anything to be scoffed at as well. Chapter 983, The Start of the God and Demon Race War. Verdant mountains surrounded a crystal-clear lake. It must be said that this new place of residence, which Grand Ancestor Xia had found for the Skywing clan, was rather pleasant. More importantly, it was a very safe location. The exiled grounds was behind them, but it was not part of its territory. It was a completely independent star system. Standing on a mountain peak, Xia observed the surroundings and said in a low voice, very good. From today onward, the clan will live here. As for the rest of you, follow me into the exiled grounds. Xia was stunned, and he asked in puzzlement, Grand Ancestor, do you mean that the warriors and our common clansmen will live apart from each other? This won't be conducive for the protection of the clan's integrity. After all, we've essentially left the lower realm, and we have plenty of enemies out there who are watching our every move. Xia replied, it's precisely because people may come looking to trouble the Skywings that we must live apart. Relax. This planet is so isolated and far-flung. Coupled with this place's chaotic ray fluctuations, it will be hard for others to discover it. Xia Fei said, the exiled grounds is still a chaotic place with no master, a little like a warlord's separatist regime. I'm afraid that we'll draw plenty of attention the moment we get there, with them thinking that we're out to carve a territory for us. Xia nodded. That's correct. This old man wants to carve out a territory in the exiled grounds. Since this is a region of space that has never had a master, the Skywing clan shall be the one to assume this role. Suddenly, Xia's communication device rang, and he was completely shocked after accepting the message. Grand Ancestor, the God and Demon races have officially begun their war several minutes ago, yelped Xia. Though the Skywings had left the lower realm, they still had their subordinates inside. As the person in charge of the clan's administration, he would of course be able to receive news of any occurrences in the lower realm. Xia arched an eyebrow and sneered. That's good. Looks like the 13 founders really do plan to keep the lower realm in equilibrium. they initiated a war in order to maintain that equilibrium, balancing the strength on both sides. Xia Fei quipped, then what should we do? Are you going to just watch from the sidelines and not intervene as war breaks out? Xia Guocan answered, if I'm not mistaken, the 13 founders are in a rush to have the two races fight, so the cosmic gate must be extremely unstable now. Xia Fei, try and find out the state of that sealed gate from your friend with the guardians. As for everyone else, you'd better get ready for war. It shall be extremely chaotic. We need not only to resist the might of the 13 founders but also to be on our guard against the possible collapse of the cosmic gate, which can happen any time. This includes the counterattack of the dark life forms. We'll soon be in a very difficult position. Still, there's no need for you all to worry too much, whatever will be will be. This debt has been a long time coming, and it's time that we settle them all. Although we have left the Lore Realm, we are still the Skywing clan. No matter where the demon-sealing fiendish blade goes, our keenness will not dull. The one who killed our godwings years back must die. If any of the inverse dares to touch even one strand of hair on a Skywing member, I'll make them pay equally. This is our rule, the fundamental basis to our existence. Xia Guocan's words moved the Skywing wolves greatly. No matter how bad the situation got, the Skywings would always continue existing at their own pace. From here onward, the Skywing clan shall enter a state of war. Xia Fei will oversee the investigation of what's actually happening with the Cosmic Gate. Go take a trip to the Guardians using my name, while the rest of you remain here, awaiting my return. Xia Guocan gave this series of orders. Xia Fei hastily asked, Grand Ancestor, you wouldn't be attempting to stop the two races from going to war, would you? Xia Guocan glanced at Xia Fei, astonished. Have you seen through every single plan of this Grand Ancestor of yours? That's not good. Very bad, even. The war started abruptly, and overnight, both the god and demon races were thrown into turmoil. It started from a small-scale confrontation, which devolved into a large-scale mass conflict. It was said that the catalyst to the battle had actually been the Skywings' departure from the Lore Realm. In the Lore Realm, the Skywings were legendary. This clan had their unique law of speed heritage and was the creator of many myths in the history of warring. It was also the holder of a tragic record of countless eradications. The Skywing was well known as the sharpest out of the 8 god blades, the demon-sealing fiendish blade. With the Skywing clan's departure from the god race, everyone in the demon race saw hope in emerging victorious, attempting to spring a sudden offensive while the fiendish blade was gone, so as to eradicate the god race in one fell swoop. Alas, the members of Skywing knew very well that the demon race had begun its assault not because the god race lost the Skywings but because they needed to return the strength of the Lore Realm into an equilibrium at the shortest possible time. Temple of Many Gods, the residence of the 13 founders, to be exact, it was where 7 of the 13 gods resided, since the other 6 had all departed due to infighting. 1,000,000 qualified souls. 10,000 high-ranking souls. The inverse's opening offer is too high. How could we collect so many souls and hand them over in such a short time? The one speaking was Mortis, and as a member of the Face Eater clan, no one knew his true face, for it always changed. Sometimes, he would be an elder, and at other times, he would be a teenager. The Face Eater clan was the bloodthirstiest and most barbaric existence in the Lore Realm, relying on the eating of other people's faces in order to change their appearance. They also ate other experts in order to improve their cultivation. If it was said that the other experts would have to shed plenty of sweat in their road to advancement, then the Face Eaters would be shedding plenty of bones on their path of promotion. They were incapable of cultivating and completely relied on taking in other experts' energy to promote. Constant nodded wordlessly. The personalities of the 13 founders were all different, and he not only had the highest cultivation out of everyone but also was the most normal of them all. No matter how someone looked, Constant was no different from any ordinary person. He did not have a particularly strong personality, and even the law he cultivated was nothing extraordinary. However, anyone who had interacted with him could tell that the most sinister individual out of the 13 founders was not the bloodthirsty Mortis, chill with his pervasive killing aura, or the loner Solo but rather Constant, this nondescript elder. In the eyes of the inverse, only law overlords and higher are considered qualified, which means that we must take 1,000,000 law overlords' lives and successfully harvest their souls. As for the required high-ranking souls, they meant the law sage experts. I'm afraid that the Lore Realm will be a plucked goose after losing 10,000 law sages and 1,000,000 law overlords and will be left with nothing. The only woman among the 13 founders, Youth, spoke through gritted teeth. Aside from Constant, the 7 founders each expressed their opinion. All they did was complain about the difficulty of hitting the target, which was hardly constructive. All right. Listen to me now. After hearing everyone speak, Constance said with an emotionless face, no matter how difficult it is, we must persevere, for we were the ones who chose this path. If we fail, then we'll be the Lore Realm's greatest sinners of the ages. The inverse are not about to let us off, and the others from the Lore Realm will also cast us aside. Could you all truly want to succumb to that sort of irreversible fate? They all had an ugly expression on their faces. Back then, they were the ones who had made the unanimous decision not to provoke the inverse, submitting and going along with their demands. Instead, the inverse harnessed soul power. The 7 founders did not hesitate to murder the elites of the Lore Realm, supplying the enemies with the needed souls. The inverse eventually felt that the Lore Realm was getting too strong and could threaten their position, so these 7 founders went to war. They used the internal friction between the 2 races to cull strength of both sides until the inverse were satisfied. Unfortunately, forces like the Guardians and the Rebels were still born from the Lore Realm, which were developments that did not go according to the script of the founders. There was also Xiaogukan and Xia Fei warriors who always broke the rules. The inverse had a ledger, secretly calculating the strength of the entire universe. Things like Xia Fei managing to gather the 5 prime immemorial mystical armaments and Xiaogukan reaching the founder tier were all recorded accordingly. This became the casus belli for their assault on the Cosmic Gate this time around. Now, the inverse had demonstrated their large appetite, asking for such an unprecedentedly high price of 1,000,000 law overlords, as well as 10,000 law sage souls. This price was simply too darn high. If they were to go through with this, half the elites of the Lore Realm would lose their lives. However, these 7 founders were still stubborn, willing to agree even to such an unreasonable demand. These leaders not acknowledging their cowardice caused the entire Lore Realm to suffer each time. A greedy man would never be sated. The inverse would likely ask for even more impossible conditions to the 7 founders next time. The hateful inverse had treated the universe like their own breeding ground, and the 7 founders had long become tools for them to harvest souls. After all these years, countless experts, including the Godwing experts of the Skywings whom Xiaogukan had never forgotten about, were lost. They had all become sacrificial lambs, turned into souls that passed through the Cosmic Gate and into the hands of the inverse for their power-up. The blood of every lost life was all on the 7 founders' hands. Everything had been a scam. The entire Lore Realm had been playing in the palm of the 7 founders' as well as the inverse's, hands. This was the truth. After learning this truth, it became Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan's reason for his determination to leave the Lore Realm. He even risked incurring the entire Lore Realm's ire. After a long silence, Youth was the first to nod. All right, let's do it one more time and hope that the inverse won't invade the universe we're in after obtaining those souls. Though the other powerhouses were unwilling to hurt the Lore Realm, they had no choice but to agree. After all, plenty of Lore Realm people had already lost their lives by their hands. If people learned of this, their glorious image would disappear and they would become the target of everyone's scolding. This was what it meant by one wrong step leads to another. Without even realizing it, the 7 founders had already sold their souls to the inverse, becoming their accomplices. Constance's gaze swept across the people present. Seeing that no one had any other suggestions, he solemnly said, with so many souls needed, just the war between the 2 races won't be enough. Chill, go contact the dark life forms and tell them to mobilize their troops when the timing is right. They must inflict heavy losses on the 2 races. Also, with how high the price the inverse is asking this time, they must bear a portion of this cost since they're part of this side of the universe, too. Startled, Chill helplessly answered, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to convince them into covering a portion of the deaths required by the inverse, given how the Emperor is far away and has been taking advantage of the repeated war. They'll still have to make up for it even if it's difficult, unless they truly intend to face the powerful inverse. If the Lore Realm gets destroyed, the dark life forms will be, too. I'm sure that Wendar will understand this logic, exhorted Constance sternly. This matter is decided. The 2 races shall immediately go to war without further delay. In addition, it must be a war to the death until we're done collecting enough souls. Chapter 984, The Strength of a Founder. War was always synonymous with tragedy, and with countless experts from both the god and demon races participating in it, this large-scale battle affecting the entire universe became even more brutal. In the first 15 minutes when the war started, both sides had already lost tens of thousands of warriors, and the losses were incalculable. The law powers these experts unleashed were enough to twist the entire region of space that they were in. Galaxies shattered. Nebulas splintered. Countless planets teeming with life got ejected from this region of space, ruined by the mighty forces exerted on them. The Sea of Stars was a mess. The war began in the star region known as Fish Scale River Valley. Since ancient times, this had been a place that the two peak races fought over. After the many battles occurring here, the originally beautiful galaxy had shattered into numerous segments, becoming densely layered like fish scales that sparkled in vibrant colors. This was how it got the Fish Scale River Valley name, except that this was no valley formed by a river but rather by an entire galaxy. Roar! During the fight, a group of mysterious warriors wandered around the battlefield, holding a strange tripod-like vessel in their hands. If Xia Fei could see this scene right now, he would very quickly identify the thing as a soul vessel. Though this soul vessel was not as superior as the one Hosu had left behind, it could still pique people's interest, for this rumored soul vessel was an amazing weapon that had come from beyond the cosmic gate. How could they, therefore, be in the clutches of these strangers? With swift speed, thousands of busy individuals in black guarded the battlefield's perimeter as a steady stream of transparent white gas was being sucked into the soul vessel. These individuals in black held the vessels as they wandered to every corner of the battlefield, not letting any of the white gas flow away. Far away from the battlefield were two experts. One of them was holding an even larger container. Apparently, it was also a soul vessel that specialized in gathering all the disparate souls scattered about. These two experts wore masks on top of their war armor. Actually, every member in this team of warriors that the founders had gotten to gather souls was wearing a mask, for all of them were executors. They were people who dedicated their lives to the founders, abiding by their shameless and dirty commands. "How is it?" whispered one of the warriors. He was wearing a golden mask. Another warrior with a silver mask shot a glance at the medium to large soul vessel in his hands and spoke in a low voice, "We're still at the phase where both sides are probing each other's strength, so all we're getting are low-rank souls, with hardly any that qualifies. I believe that the longer the war goes on, the more quality souls we'll be able to collect." The golden-masked warrior nodded slightly, even as he complained, "Just what's going on here? Didn't the people from the two palaces decide that they'd fight each other to the death? Why then are they still probing each other now? Just when will the two peak races engage in a real bloodbath? Only when the blood is flowing freely can we collect enough souls. After all, the number we need to gather this time around is astronomical." The silver-masked warrior nodded. "It's too difficult. There are countless elites from both sides, and if they really go all out with each other, the battlefield will have to be expanded, and with the manpower we currently have, I'm afraid that we won't be able to collect all the souls. Ultimately, souls, like fruit, have shelf lives, so unless there are some rare outliers that can directly turn into immortal souls and never die, the souls will have to be collected into a soul vessel. Otherwise, they'll just dissipate into nothing. We need to do this no matter how difficult it is," insisted the golden-masked warrior sternly. "Otherwise, all the hard work we've previously done will be for naught." Just as he said that, a meteor came streaking across the sky, heading directly for the main battlefield between the two races. "Someone's coming." "A founder," the golden-masked warrior gazed into the starry sky and screeched. "It's the accursed Xiaogukan. Nothing good can come out from him butting in now." Rumble. An unparalleled violent attack of massive proportions. Xiaogukan had unleashed an unprecedented spatial tear, which forcibly divided the warriors from both races who were engaged in a fierce battle. Such great power was top-tier strength and should only belong to the 13 founders. No way these warriors had seen such a formidable attack being unleashed before, so they were all feeling bewildered. Everyone turned to look at Xiaogukan with skeptical expressions on their faces, as if he were a god that had descended from the heavens. "Stop! All of you! This old man has some words that I want to say today," bellowed Xiaogukan, producing a massive sound wave that sent some of the warriors who lacked mental fortitude collapsing onto the ground. This was the might of a founder. An absolutely exceptional cultivation gave Xiaogukan a destructive power. "That's Xiaogukan, the grand ancestor of the Skywing clan. Is the demon sealing fiendish blade back? Didn't the Skywings already depart from the Lore realm? Now that they're here, I wonder which side they'll be standing on. That's not right. Something is very wrong here. The past Xiaogukan was never this powerful. At present, his aura is unfathomable and practically atypical. Could he have successfully gotten past the limit?" The warriors avidly discussed this change in Xiaogukan as they stared incredulously at the man descending from the sky. All along, they were also wondering just what his intentions were. Xiaogukan, I recognize you. You're the patriarch of the Skywing clan, a peak law god. Your clan has already departed from the Lore realm, so you shouldn't be interfering with the war between the two races any longer. The one who had spoken was a patriarch of the demon race. The departure of the Skywings gave their side a great boost in morale. After all, in the many clashes between the two peak races, the performance of the demon-sealing fiendish sword was displayed for all to see, and their actions became deeply etched in everyone's mind. With his arrival, the various patriarchs of the demon race were led to believe that the Skywings had not truly left and that it had all been a ruse of the god race. As such, they could not help but feel panicky. If the demon-sealing fiendish blade had made its return, it would very well create much trouble for the demon race. Such a scenario was something none of them looked forward to. Xiaogukan chuckled as he swept an arrogant gaze across the battlefield and solemnly retorted, Peak Law God? That's all in the past. This old man has reached founder tier now. Founder. This word was like a thunderclap that immediately struck the warriors present numb. A founder. It was such an unrivaled moniker. Ever since the 13 founders established the Lore realm, no one else had been able to get past Peak Law God. Xiaogukan was the first. He was someone who had broken the rule. Of course, there were extraordinary experts who had once aspired to reach the founder tier in the past, but with the 13 founders covering up this segment of the Lore realm's history, it had long been forgotten. In any case, the attainment of a founder cultivation was a startling development, meaning that Xiaogukan was now in existence whose power matched that of the 13 founders. A warrior of such caliber went well beyond what everyone imagined and could be considered a true god. Meanwhile, the Skywings that Xiaogukan was part of could no longer be viewed as a super first-rate clan of the Lore realm. Following their patriarch's promotion, it could now be seen as a godly clan. Such a heaven-defying individual suddenly descending on the masses naturally caused the countless elites from both races to break out in a cold sweat, their eyeballs nearly falling out of their sockets with how wide they opened their eyes. No one could make sense of how the founder's celestial threshold, which no one had been able to cross, ended up being breached by Xiaogukan. Xiaogukan gave a cold snort. He could feel the numerous eyes and mental scrutiny coming from everyone. Many were keen to see if he had truly done the impossible that he professed. Humph! Xiaogukan huffed in extreme dissatisfaction before sternly issuing a warning. Guess you all won't cry till you see your own casket. Since you're all so keen on finding out the strength of a founder, let this old man fulfill your wish. Rumble. There was a suffocating atmosphere as Xiaogukan earnestly exuded the powerful aura that none of those present had ever felt before. His aura was like a tidal wave that swept across space, instantly submerging the millions of warriors present in it. Everyone collapsed all over the place, throwing everything into disarray. In the blink of an eye, with Xiaogukan serving as the focal point, an area of 100,000 miles had been emptied out. Planets and warriors alike were gone. Just Xiaogukan's aura alone was enough to send so many elite warriors flying. Bracing themselves, these warriors came to realize that they had already been pushed very far away just by Xiaogukan's release of his aura and even found themselves surrounded by enemies. You all should believe me now, right? This old man has indeed become a legendary founder. Xiaogukan raised one arm high in the air, like a god holding the heavens above as he shouted. There's no doubt about it, Xiaogukan has definitely gotten past the limit. Why? Why was it Xiaogukan? My grand ancestor has been a peak law god for even longer than Xiaogukan, so why has he been overtaken? This is far too unbelievable. Xiaogukan has already reached founder tier? Then this means that the demon-sealing fiendish blade has surpassed all clans. That's it. The Skywing clan is now unstoppable. Shock. Fear. Incredulity. Each one had lost their senses and was still accepting the bombshell news that he had brought. Letting out a mirthless laugh, Xiaogukan said, I came here today in order to request for everyone to give me face by temporarily halting the aggression and ending this war with each other. Xiaogukan had only addressed the various patriarchs and had not mentioned a thing about the Palace of Gods or the Palace of Demons. This was because he knew very well that the two palaces were under the control of the founders. This war had been started for the founders' best interest and not out of both races' personal desires. You're a traitor who left the Lore realm, what gives you the right to stop us from fighting? Bang! Before everyone could even make out the one who had questioned the Skywing Patriarch, they saw Xiaogukan wave his hand grandly and immediately blow up that person who had spoken up. What gives me the right? Xiaogukan glared as he unreasonably exhorted. Based on the fact that I am now someone with founder cultivation, the demon sealing fiendish blade's strength, and how ruthless we, Skywings, can get. His words were somewhat coercive, but no one dared to raise any objection. Xiaogukan had indeed spoken the truth, and hearing the words founder and demon sealing fiendish blade was enough to chill everyone's hearts. After a pause, Xiaogukan continued speaking. Also, the last condition. If you're willing to show me some face and cease fighting, I'll be willing to share the technique of how I broke through the Founder's celestial threshold with everyone here. Whoa! A sudden burst of exclamation came from everyone. Xiaogukan had actually stated that he would share the secret of breaking through the Founder level. This was something even more valuable than actual treasure and gold. After all, there was not one warrior out there who did not wish to improve themselves further. Those patriarchs of the various major clans had been stagnating at peak law god for several tens of thousands years. They were all laden with despair at their lack of progress. Meanwhile, Xiaogukan was offering hope to these desperate people. Good thing these law gods did not faint after hearing his offer. It must be said that Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan was extremely crafty. He had only made his breakthrough after dying then being reborn. The courage necessary to get promoted following one's death was not something anyone could do. The more powerful someone got, the more likely they would treasure their own life. How could they gamble their lives, just like what Xiaogukan had done? This was why it would hardly matter if Xiaogukan shared his technique. After all, they were not him, and there was not a second fiendish blade in the lore realm. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan had successfully stopped the Great War between the two races just by himself, and while this was happening, Xia Fei had been speeding off toward the base of the Guardians. Just that, Xia Fei did not expect that a fight would be occurring there as well. Furthermore, it was an even more brutal collision than between the two peak races. As the smoke from the beacon rose, the entire universe was engulfed in killing intent. Chapter 985, First Encounter with an Inverse. Xia Fei had shared a fairly satisfactory cooperation with the Guardians back at Feng Xinyang's night banquet inn. The Guardians had appreciated Xia Fei's crazy strength, while he similarly also found the extraordinary dedication of the Guardians to be very admirable. On the outskirts of the Cosmic Gate was the base of the Guardian faction. This was originally an important location that outsiders were restricted from accessing, but as Xia Fei was part of the Skywings, and because he had also joined hands in fighting against the dark life forms with Law God Pandiani and the others back at the night banquet, including his relationship with old demon Lord Oro, the Guardians had made an exception and allowed Xia Fei to enter their mysterious base. This was especially true for Oro, who was a reborn superior law god and had rich combat experience, including all sorts of unbelievable tactics and stratagems. Everyone viewed him as a genius. The disruptive law of primal chaos had given Oro's cultivation a boost, and in the handful of days since they last met, he had already shot from Law Emperor to Law Sage. The entire Guardian faction was in shock. They thought of Oro as a genius among geniuses, so everyone across the board looked at him differently and did their best to help him. Though Oro had not yet reached Law God and was still quite far from returning to his peak condition, he had managed to gain an extraordinary status with how rapidly his cultivation improved. Now, he had become a protégé the Guardians were the proudest of. He had even been drafted to become their ultimate guardian, the successor to peak law god Moses. Come. Let me introduce someone to you. This here is Oro, our top talent out of the entire Guardian faction. I'm unsure if you noticed that day when we were fighting side by side to fend off the dark life forms, but this young lad was among us then. Law God Pandiani enthusiastically introduced Oro to Xia Fei, which left either man torn between laughter or tears. What did he mean by top talent out of the entire Guardian faction? Oro was originally a Lionheart Emperor and the holder of the Three Lions Imperial Jade Ring. It could not be helped. Oro was ultimately the mole that Xia Fei had planted in the Guardian faction, so the two pretended not to know each other and exchanged basic pleasantries, but when they got closer, Xia Fei whispered, "Find a chance. I have some urgent questions for you." Oro replied, "Got it. I've got many things I wish to speak with you about as well." After the exchange of pleasantries was over, both parties took up their seats as hosts and guest respectively. Of course, now that he was one of the Guardians, Oro sat across Xia Fei, together with those brothers in arms he had fought alongside back then. With regard to that incident where the Guardians and the Skywings worked together to repel the dark life forms, everyone could still feel their blood pumping as they recollected it. The Guardians were very resilient, while the Skywings held their speed advantage, ultimately allowing them to deal a fatal blow on the dark life forms, which caused this group of guardians to feel deeply impressed. Now that the Skywings had suddenly obliterated Fig Corporation, and news of their departure from the Lore Realm had been spread far and wide, the senior guardians summoned into the guest room all those warriors who had fought with Xia Fei at that time so that they could reminisce with him, hoping to build rapport and win ties, all for the sake of the Skywings standing on the side of the Guardian faction. The demon-sealing fiendish blade held an abnormal keenness. Any faction out there that got the vigorous support of the Skywings would indubitably gain an additional powerful backer. Several of the peak experts in the Guardian faction had not shown their faces today, most likely because they still had their reservations toward the clan. After all, the Skywings were well known for being unreasonable, and having Law God Pandiani first interact and probe Xia Fei was understandable. During the conversation, Pandiani was full of praise for Oro, constantly raising him up to be an unparalleled genius of his generation, even going as far as to call him a new force that would likely surpass the predecessors, worthy of awe. Xia Fei was greatly amused by this series of boasting, while Oro felt immensely depressed because of it. When the old demon lord was a superior law god, who knew where Pandiani was playing with clay in his diapers? Now, it was the dignified Oro who had been called a junior by Pandiani, which made the former feel very uncomfortable. Oro looked very anxious to share what he had learned with Xia Fei, yet there were still many people around, so it was hardly the best time for them to confer. As such, Xia Fei could only patiently wait. He chatted with Pandiani first. Suddenly, a shrill alarm broke through the chatter, and every guardian leaped to their feet as they were mobilized. Ah! Pandiani was startled. He swiftly got up and was about to dash out of the guest room when he saw the look of curiosity on Xia Fei's face, which was why he stopped and told Oro, "Stay here and accompany Brother Xia. I have something urgent to attend to, but I'll be right back." Whoosh! With that said, Pandiani sped off with the other warriors, leaving just Oro and Xia Fei in the room. Just what exactly is going on? From the sound, it seems to be an alarm, Xia Fei curiously wondered. Oro's expression was placid as he said in a low voice, "Haven't you always been wanting to see what an inverse look like? This is your chance." Xia Fei was startled. To think that this alarm was a warning of the inverse's arrival. In that case, it meant that the inverse had already begun their assault on the cosmic gate. "Follow me. I'll bring you to see just what exactly an inverse looks like," Oro quietly told Xia Fei. While the guardians were in a state of disarray, Oro swiftly sneaked Xia Fei out along a small path that circled out the base, and with a sweep of his palm, took out a communication device used by the guardians. This device was a star map, with shining points depicted on it indicating the region that the inverse were invading. No need to go far. As you can see, countless guardians have this region surrounded, searching for traces of the inverse. "We'll be fine just peeping here, as will be discovered if we go any closer," whispered Oro as he pushed Xia Fei next to a floating rock. Xia Fei nodded. In front of him, he saw countless guardians looking ready to face their own death, doing every method they had in their arsenal to search for traces of the inverse. Is the situation now very serious? Are there often inverse assaulting the cosmic gate so that they can make their way to the Sea of Stars? Asked Xia Fei. Oro shook his head. It isn't to the degree that I'll call often, but things have become even more dire recently. According to some of the senior guardians, the inverse only travel through the cosmic gate very decade or so on average. What about now? Asked Xia Fei anxiously. Once a week. The expression on Xia Fei's face changed drastically as he gravely asked, from once a decade to once a week. How can you say that the situation hasn't become more serious? Are you only going to consider things severe when the cosmic gate is thrown open? Oro pouted. What are you being so nervous for? I have yet to even get near the cosmic gate. Everything has been mere hearsay. Rumor has it that the seal on the cosmic gate is still holding strong, so it won't be easy for the inverse to just crash right through it. Right now, we're at the Guardians' headquarters, still a good distance away from the cosmic gate. When I was at the special training camp before, several times, I heard the sounds of war drums beating. It's said to be the sounds produced by the inverse attacking the cosmic gate, and so though I'm very worried right now, I simply have no way of knowing the truth of what is happening at the cosmic gate. Xia Fei somewhat urgently asked, so why haven't you gotten near it? What are you hanging around the main base for? Oro scoffed. You think that it's my wish to remain here? These guardians have never asked just who yours truly is, they just keep claiming that I am a genius only seen once every 100 years, and so they insist on me staying in HQ to receive their goddamn special training. If not for this, I would have already headed over and taken a look myself. Xia Fei became speechless. It was unfortunate that Oro had become human after his rebirth, so the rapid recovery of his strength was naturally mistaken by others as a sign of him being a genius, becoming a candidate for special training. The Guardians giving the Lionheart Emperor special training. People would likely laugh their butts off if news of this were to get out. This was when Radix's voice echoed in Xia Fei's mind. Best if we look at the state the Cosmic Gate is currently in. The seal that Hosa created with his life isn't anything simple. If these inverse plan to break through this seal, they'll have to pay an appropriate price, and I feel that they might be spying on the situation here in this universe, all in preparation for a final assault. Plus, there may be other conspiracies afoot. Xia Fei nodded. Good. If we have the opportunity, I'll be sure to try and get near the Cosmic Gate. It was at that moment when the Guardians yelled. It's here. Kill that which shall not be named. Don't let it run away. Whoosh. A good distance away, a group of golden armored war gods surrounded the inverse and threw themselves into battle. Xia Fei could not make out just what the Guardians were encircling. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei hurriedly used his beast spirit codex power. The inverse was a foreign and unknown existence that had bothered Xia Fei for the longest time. He really wanted to know just how this powerful organism, which was said to come from beyond the Cosmic Gate, looked like. Can you see it? Asked Oro anxiously. Nope. We're too far away. All I can make out is a golden glowing form, replied Xia Fei. However, just as he said that, he heard a shrill scream, which caused Xia Fei's eardrums to ring in shock. A startling scene had just unfolded. He saw as the dozen or so golden armored guardians instantly fly in the air, blood spilling everywhere. It was evident that they had all been severely injured by the powerful inverse. What a powerful attack! I wonder just how powerful the enemies are, to have actually charged and killed their way in this huge formation of guardians numbering over thousands. Xia Fei gasped. Oro's expression went pale as he said in a low voice, from what I know, this is just one inverse. Just one. Xia Fei nearly yelped. A single inverse could actually give several thousand guardians a headache and could even injure many of them. It was hard to imagine just how frightening an existence the inverse were. If there were 100 or even tens of thousands of inverse invading this side of the universe, could they hold the line? Furthermore, the enemy's full numbers were entirely unknown. Perhaps there was 1 million, or even 100 million, inverse ready to invade. This was not an impossibility. Xia Fei did not wish to think about this any further. No wonder the 13 founders were so unwilling to become enemies with the inverse. It turned out this was just how powerful they truly were. Suddenly, something peculiar occurred. Xia Fei saw that inverse actually broke through the Guardian's encirclement, leaving behind a trail of blood as it dashed out. It headed in the direction where Xia Fei and Oro were at. In order for Oro to let Xia Fei see what an inverse looked like, he had chosen a position with the least people yet afforded the best view. The crafty inverse had also identified this weakness in the defense, and so it also chose the spot where the two were at. Whoosh! A black shadow came hurtling towards Xia Fei. That huge floating rock that Oro and Xia Fei were hiding behind had been eyed by the inverse. Awoo! Furball was the first to come out. As a holy beast, his threat awareness was even greater than Xia Fei. Alas, this one cry from Furball had caused both the Guardians and the inverse to discover Xia Fei's presence. Perhaps because there was hardly any energy fluctuation coming from his body, the inverse had deemed Xia Fei as an easy target. The creature actually turned menacing, it bared its fangs and claws, almost as if it had animosity with Xia Fei, and recklessly came diving for him. Not good. Quickly go and protect the Skywing. Law God Pandiani, who was clad in a golden suit of armor, shouted. Chapter 986, The Fiendish Blade Slays the Inverse. The battlefield between the god and demon races. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan had said such harsh words, wanting the two races to stop their war in exchange for telling them the secret of how they could advance to the founder tier. This was a great temptation, for everyone knew that peak law god was the average warrior's limit. Meanwhile, Xiaogukan had actually gotten past this ceiling and transcended into a founder. The law gods were all green with envy after witnessing Xiaogukan's shocking attack moments ago. Their desire to reach the founder tier had also reached a peak. This was why, when Xiaogukan gave this offer, the crowd went silent, for there was no one out here who could resist the temptation of becoming a founder. Xiaogukan, why should we believe you? What can we do if we stop this fight, and then you refuse to give us the method for getting promoted successfully? a law god expert from the demon race loudly demanded. That's right. How can you guarantee you'll share the secret to us and that what you will share is not false? Facing everyone's questions, Xiaogukan coldly snorted as he bellowed his reply. Guarantee? The biggest guarantee here is yours truly and the clan I belong to, the Skywings. If you don't believe me, don't believe in the clan that is also known as the Demon Sealing Fiendish Blade. You can also forget about this offer. Do you all truly believe that yours truly wishes to share with you all the secret of how you can get promoted to the founder tier? You're all a bunch of fools. If not for the huge conspiracy behind all this, I'd hardly care whether any of you got to live or die. What a sly Xiaogukan, to have turned the tables on everyone. He left the warriors of these two races at a loss on what to do. Suddenly, they felt very afraid that Xiaogukan would simply refuse to tell them the secret of how they can get promoted due to a moment of anger. After all, plenty of these people had been unwilling to participate in this war in the first place, so halting the war would also benefit every clan present. At the very least, they could avoid potential injuries and deaths to these various clans' members. Just what exactly is this conspiracy you're talking about, which made you willing to reveal the secret of how one can get promoted to a founder? Is all that in an effort to stop this war? Xiaogukan's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he replied, I have yet to get a hold of empirical evidence for now, so I have no way of announcing it to the world, but there's no rush on your end, either. Give me 7 days and I'll be sure to uncover the truth of the matter for all to see. In these 7 days, neither the god race nor the demon race may go to war against each other. This is the bare minimum. As long as you can achieve this, I'll expose this huge conspiracy for what it is and also reveal the secret of how one can transcend to the founder tier. Whether you believe it or otherwise, I'll leave that up to you all. Xiaogukan departed following this utterance and left the million-strong warriors from the two races awkwardly standing on the battlefield, uncertain on what they should be doing now. When Xiaogukan left, some of the crowd clamored not to believe Xiaogukan's words. Unsurprisingly, these individuals were none other than those whom the founders had planted in the midst of the Low Realm people. They were unconcerned with bringing disaster and calamity to the world and were solely devoted to making the two races go to war against each other. All this was so that they could collect enough souls and fulfill the request of the inverse. Alas, Xiaogukan's declaration was even more tempting. A good majority of the clans decided to observe an armistice, at least for these 7 days that Xiaogukan had stipulated. No matter how loudly the lackeys of the founders clamored, they could do nothing to reignite the fighting. This huge war between the god and demon races had actually ended up becoming temporarily resolved at the hands of Xiaogukan. This was definitely an outcome that the founders were most unwilling to see come to pass. Of course, there was another portion of the founders who were overjoyed at what had happened. So? What did I tell you? Be it the Skywings or Xiaogukan, they're definitely the most eccentric and overbearing existence in the Low Realm. Look at how Xiaogukan revealed his tyrannical aura in order to stop the two races from continuing the war. It's almost comparable to when Constant goes wild. Vista mused from a distant location after Xiaogukan departed. The three founders, Crane, Ocean, Vista, had actually been nearby this entire time, silently watching everything unfold. Even more so, they were watching that squad holding the vessels for collecting souls. Ocean nodded heavily. As always, he was eating something, so he rarely opened his mouth to speak. Old Man Crane nodded in agreement. I admit that Xiaogukan is very powerful, the Skywing is qualified to be a super clan with its godlike strength, but each of you should be well aware just how frightening Constant's true strength is. Even if the three of us combine our power with Xiaogukan, there's no guarantee that we'll be a match to Constant. Vista nodded wordlessly. He lifted his head up and looked up into the stars, muttering under his breath, Yor and Lingua aren't around, and that makes the strength of our side very worrisome. More importantly, Solo isn't around, either. He's the only one who can take on Constant even for 3 minutes, while the rest of us may not even last 3 seconds against him. Xiaogukan has his max level law of speed to protect himself, and just with this speed advantage alone, he may be able to contend with Constant, but I'm afraid that there's no way for him to really defeat Constant. Crane was unconvinced. After all these years, I've finally thought things through. Back then, because we feared Constant's strength, none of us chose to fight, and that itself had been a major mistake. Now that the Low Realm is on the precipice of collapse, if not us, who else would step up? Everyone, see here. Xiaogukan has only been promoted to the founder tier recently, yet he had the courage to stand up against the 13 founders alone. What about us? Where is our backbone? Old Crane's words were cutting, and both Vista and Ocean felt embarrassed hearing them. Even a junior like Xia Guoqin was bold enough to take a stand and oppose the founders, yet Crane and the others, as powerhouses who founded the Lore Realm, were still hesitating if they should make a move. If a comparison was made, a clear judgment could be drawn. Gritting his teeth, Vista rumbled, "Old Crane speaks reasonably. It's time that we settle this disagreement. As such, there's no time to lose. Perhaps the Skywings uprising will be another chance for us, a chance to take down Constant once and for all." Old Crane chimed in. "Indeed, destiny is in all things, and the Skywings' ascent is a call for revolution. As with all revolutions, blood will be split, and I shall personally seek out the demon-sealing fiendish blade to discuss matters. Ocean, go look for Lingua, and Vista will search for your. Do everything you can to convince the two to re-emerge from their self-imposed seclusion." The three founders were in high spirits, as if they had seen a spark of hope. Sighing, it was Ocean who said in a low voice, "It's a pity that Solo is already gone. Out of the 13 founders, only Solo could lecture Constant." Alas, this oddball Lone Ranger had disappeared without a trace. Hearing Ocean's words, a look of melancholia gripped both Vista and Crane. The Guardian faction, near the headquarters back. The Inverse were monstrous beings that reveled in slaughter. This particular Inverse froze up first when it noticed Xia Fei and, immediately after, lunged at him as if it had gone insane. It mounted a single-minded and reckless assault. It was as if the Inverse had gone berserk, making Xia Fei feel like a deep-seated animosity existed between him and this Inverse, as if it had snapped the moment their eyes met. Radix was even more nervous. Seemingly having expected something like this to happen, he wailed, "Don't meet the Inverse's gaze. It's able to injure your soul." Xia Fei was stunned. The eyes of an Inverse were not exactly what he understood as eyes, rather, it was composed of a mass of green light. At where the eye sockets were, there were 2 spectral flames. The moment the Inverse saw Xia Fei, this mysterious green light shone even more glaringly. It was akin to the gleam Xia Fei's eyes would unleash whenever he used the Beast Spirit Codex. It was hard to put the Inverse's current state into words, for it was not a state any known sapient life form existed as. It did not wear any war armor like a corpse, its stiff black muscles showing. It made a grab for Xia Fei with its talon-like black fingers. It was without a doubt an uncanny monstrosity. Beyond that, Xia Fei was speechless to describe the Inverse. It was as if what had come lunging at him was not a biological creature but rather a mass of sinister intent, which had hailed from hell. Screech! Radix's warning had, unfortunately, come just a beat too late. Xia Fei met the Inverse's gaze, and an intense spark shot forth. A powerful force began invading his brain region via the Inverse's 2 eyes. This was not a clash between ocular cognition but rather between souls. At that moment, Xia Fei could feel a fearsome and ominous soul closing in on him, and this soul was an even greater existence than Radix. Its fangs and claws attacked him in a frenzy, solely intent on tearing his soul apart. Xia Fei already knew that everyone had a soul inside their body. This battle was precisely between 2 souls. Xia Fei's soul against this Inverse's. The situation was extremely dire yet also very fantastical. Xia Fei could feel the cold killing intent being exuded by the Inverse's soul. This was not a true soul attack but rather the Inverse using its soul to try and suppress Xia Fei into cowing, and yielding to it. Suppress? Yield? Perhaps the Inverse's tactics were correct, but its mistake was the target that it had chosen to threaten. Xia Fei had never been one who willingly yielded. Faced against this overwhelming pressure, the resistance he put forth was only even greater. Trying to threaten him with a single Inverse? What a joke! The craziness in Xia Fei's bones was who knew how many times more frightening than a soul Inverse. Boom! The Inverse's soul oppression had triggered Xia Fei's ferocity in its entirety. Inner demon. Killing intent. The unreasonable soul of a madman who never accepted defeat. A vague outline of a maniacal fiend seemed to be standing behind Xia Fei, and with a slap, it directly tore apart the soul oppression of the Inverse. Rage. After Xia Fei's even more fearsome retaliation had broken apart the soul oppression, the eyes of the Inverse became filled with rage and resentment. It seemed to have just locked eyes with its destined nemesis, for it became more crazed, pouncing onto Xia Fei with even greater fervor and reckless abandonment. Xia Fei could feel the Inverse reaching a state of deep-seated hatred. It was not something this creature had not shown even when it was facing the Guardians. The Inverse had only gotten this crazed when facing Xia Fei. Hang in there! Next shall be the actual soul attack, shouted Radix, almost as if he was hinting onto something with Xia Fei. The soul appeared after these words were uttered. At that moment, the inverse charged right at Xia Fei. Everyone saw it suddenly pulling its arm back as its muscles rapidly swelled. It looked like it was getting into a horse stance with its two arms contracted at its sides. The next second, a ferocious monster appeared behind the inverse, which reached several dozen meters of height. It had a pair of ghastly blue eyes and countless savage arms. This was the soul of this inverse. At the peak of this pitched battle, the inverse had materialized a terrifying soul and had become a messenger from hell that was here to take Xia Fei's life. The guardians saw this scene from far away, and Law God Pandiani's expression went pale as he rasped, "Quick! Protect the Skywing even at the cost of our lives. The demon-sealing fiendish blade will tear the guardians into shreds if Xia Fei dies here. Protect!" Apparently, Pandiani was another person who underestimated Xia Fei. Just as he gave this order, a cross-blade of undisputed keenness flashed out from behind Xia Fei's back. It was none other than the fiendish blade, Nirvana. This blade came crashing like a tsunami wave that could submerge the land and viciously dug into both the inverse and that abnormal soul it had unleashed, tearing the two into shreds. Rumble! A seemingly casual strike slayed the inverse in one blow, a monstrosity that several hundreds of guardians had trouble containing, and left nothing of it behind. Chapter 987, Level 5 Law Sage and Soul Power. The guardians were on the verge of mental breakdown. All this while, the inverse had been viewed by them as the heaviest and darkest burden, the type of foe that they had trouble dealing with. From just how several hundreds of them had difficulty encircling the inverse, anyone would be able to tell that the guardians knew no effective method of how they could subdue the inverse. They had the cultivation but were quite helpless on how they should deal with the inverse. This inverse, which had reduced the entire guardian base into a state of disarray, was easily slain by Xia Fei, leaving no part of it behind. Just what would this guardians feel after witnessing such a scene? Kaboom! The fiendish blade Nirvana spun, and under the glare of the cross blade, the inverse turned into an apparition and then disintegrated into dust. Protect! Law God Pandiani was rendered speechless halfway through. He originally wanted to send men to protect Xia Fei and prevent him from being attacked by the inverse. After all, Xia Fei represented Skywing when he came here, so if anything happened to him while on their watch, the guardians would surely suffer the ire of the clan. Alas, with how things were right now, Xia Fei had actually clearly protected the guardians. If not for his assistance, these guardians would have most likely fought with the inverse for quite some time but would have hardly had an easy time slaying it. Whoosh! The crowd of guardians surrounded Xia Fei, shock and awe evident in their eyes. No one reprimanded him for sneaking out into the fight, as the only thought that they had at the moment was learning just what technique Xia Fei had used to slay the powerful inverse with one strike. What weapon did you use? What combat technique was that? That's an inverse. Just like that, you actually easily killed it with one blow. Xia Fei did not give an answer when faced with all their inquiries. With a light swipe of his hand in the air, he grabbed hold of an odd-shaped, ovoid object. It was something that inverse had dropped upon its demise. To Xia Fei, looting the corpse of the defeated only naturally took priority, which was why he only greeted the others after he had gotten his hand on the item. "Gentlemen, do you all mind settling down a bit? We can speak about what happened in a moment." He calmly addressed the clamoring crowd. Law God Pandiani was slightly startled and proceeded to get everyone to back off with a wave of his hand. He saw Xia Fei steel his face and sit down cross-legged, his two eyes shutting tightly, seemingly having gone into cultivation. Strange. Xia Fei doesn't appear to be doing too well. He looked so ferocious when he was slaying that inverse moments ago. How has he managed to calm down in the blink of an eye? Could the inverse's soul attack have caused a chain reaction in him, injuring Xia Fei in the process? Pandiani wondered to himself. This was when a golden glow shone from somewhere far away, and a guardian hurried over all anxiously to Pandiani's side, whispering a few words into his ears. What? The Grand Patriarch of the Skywings, Xia Guoken, has broken through to the founder tier, gasped Pandiani loudly. He felt his entire body shuddering from the news. The other guardians also revealed inexplicable looks on their faces as they quickly gathered. That's right. Xia Guoken forcibly stopped the god and demon races from warring with each other using his cultivation and laid down an outrageous condition, reported that messenger guardian animatedly. What's this condition Xia Guoken laid out? Asked Pandiani hurriedly. 7 days. In 7 days' time, as long as the god and demon races adhere to a ceasefire, Xia Guoken will reveal the secret of one can get promoted to the founder tier. Chatter. These guardians all erupted into a hubbub, as this news was far too stimulating. The promotion to the founder tier was a desire that the two peak races law gods had, even the guardians wanted it as badly. In 7 days' time, the entire law realm would learn of the method to do so. This news was akin to a meteor crash landing into a peaceful lake, stirring up a huge wave that could submerge the entire universe. Staring at Xia Fei for a good while, Pandiani gravely stated, "The sky wings sure are incredible. I'm afraid that the demon-sealing fiendish blade will be soaring to the heavens from today onward. None shall be able to stop the rise of the fiendish blade." No matter how surprised these guardians felt regarding Xia Guoqin's promotion to the founder tier, none of it was important to Xia Fei, for his brain was in a state of chaos right now. The moment Nirvana slayed the inverse, the energy in its body got absorbed by it, and while a portion was taken by the fiendish blade, the rest went to Xia Fei. This was the first time an inverse had been drained, and whether Nirvana or Xia Fei, neither found the experience to be comfortable. The sensation was very fantastical, as if something was expanding Xia Fei's muscles and bones. When Xia Fei was just a child, he often felt numbness in his bones every night when he slept. This had gone on while he was growing up. It was very similar to the state he was in today. There was no pain to this, though. Still, Xia Fei had no clue on what sort of changes was happening to his body. All in all, it just felt very strange. "Don't panic. This is soul power. Carefully experience it," whispered Radix. Xia Fei nodded but remained silent. If Radix wanted to dispel what doubts Xia Fei had, he would have done so long ago. Evidently, he was hoping that his charge could attain complete comprehension of this soul power on his own. After some time, Xia Fei's expression relaxed, and his breathing returned to normalcy again. Radix nodded in satisfaction and said into Xia Fei's mind, "Very good. To think you'd gain comprehension this fast. Looks like the time for you to unlock your soul mark will be happening sooner than expected." "Soul mark?" asked Xia Fei, feeling puzzled. "It's just a term we use when activating soul power. It's somewhat similar to the 7th brain region. After the brain region gets activated, the body will be able to absorb cosmic energy, ultimately allowing a warrior to reach their limit," explained Radix. Xia Fei asked, "So you mean to say that this soul mark is another source of power for a warrior? Everyone's physical strength ultimately has a limit, activating the power of one's soul can help a warrior reach the apex." Radix nodded. "That's right. Everything in the universe has two sides, just like a black hole and a white hole, conventional space and dark space. They are dependent on each other and also cancel each other out. Life is the same as the universe and has two sides, corporeal and spiritual. Take a normal being who hasn't managed to open their 7th brain region, they'll also have two characters. Perhaps they're just a minor character, but inside that person can very well be an unyielding soul." Xia Fei smiled. "I understand now. On Earth, I have plenty of friends who lead very ordinary lives, but at specific moments, they can explode with much strength and perform extraordinary feats, all because their soul isn't the same as their body." Radix smiled. "What great comprehension! Indeed, you're correct. Everybody doesn't just exist, their physical body is one half, and their soul is the other half. The so-called soul mark is the key toward unlocking this other half power in life. The activation of soul power will let one see the world in a completely different light, along with the natural improvement of combat strength by leaps and bounds." Xia Fei half understood what the soul mark and soul power entailed, but all these were not important. Knowing that soul power could make him stronger was already enough for him. As he rose in level, advancement became harder and harder. Xia Fei felt that his body would soon be reaching the limit, and soul power was akin to opening a new window for him, the world beyond completely unrecognizable and brand new. This slaying of the inverse was an opportunity for Xia Fei because what the inverse used was soul power. The fiendish blade Nirvana devoured everything, and by sending a portion of the inverse's soul power into Xia Fei's body, for the first time ever, he had a chance to understand what kind of soul was the strongest and how the inverse utilized soul power in battle. With a twinkle in his eyes, Radix felt very gratified by the level of comprehension Xia Fei demonstrated. Remember, a true warrior doesn't only possess an overpowered body but also an unwavering soul. Radix rumbled. "Look! Xia Fei has actually gotten promoted in such a short time." A golden armored guardian shouted this as he pointed at Xia Fei, who was seated not too far away. There would always be a visible flash of light when someone made a breakthrough in terms of law power. There was even phenomenon of dragons soaring through the skies whenever one got past a major threshold. As the level grew higher and higher, the intensity of the phenomenon would also increase. A powerful aura swept across the space. In this brief span of time, 2 blinding flashes of light swathed Xia Fei's body. This meant that Xia Fei had broken through 2 levels in the blink of an eye. From level 3 Law Sage to level 5 Law Sage. If he got promoted once more, then he would be a superior Law Sage. The Guardians were really speechless now. First, Xia Fei had slain the inverse with a singular strike, which caused them to be extremely curious over his weapon and combat techniques. There was also the news of the Skywing Patriarch getting past the celestial threshold, reaching the founder tier. This immediately caused the Guardians to view the Skywings as a godlike clan. However, before either of these shocking events tided over, Xia Fei had managed to raise his level twice right in front of these Guardians' eyes. This was an eye-opening experience for them, and each of these Guardians was left breathless. The Skywing is definitely a superhuman-like clan. It can't be helped. At this point, no one can stop them anymore. Looks like the Skywing clan will soon become heaven-defying in the lore realm. Forget about their grand ancestor attaining a founder cultivation, even the Skywing clan warriors will be leveling crazily. I suspect that it won't be long before the Skywing has the strength to go against the entire lore realm with their sheer strength alone. No need for you to wait. Remember, when the demon-sealing fiendish blade left the lore realm, they also laid waste to Fig Corporation. Evidently, these madmen have never once cared about the lore realm. I even heard that they're directing their aggression toward the 13 founders. No way. Have the Skywings reached the degree where they're powerful enough to disregard the entire lore realm, perhaps? As such, they're now directly challenging the founders. That's not improbable. With how powerful these madmen are, I won't be surprised with whoever they choose to challenge. There was a fleeting discussion between the Guardians, with everyone expressing a degree of admiration and attention toward the clan and Xia Fei. As a corollary, their desire to form an alliance with the Skywings became much stronger. Previously, people said that the lore realm had 5 major forces. The god and demon races, the Guardians, the rebels, and the exiled grounds. Now, it seemed like there was a 6th. With the 50,000-strong demon-sealing fiendish blade's rise in strength, it had become the 6th force in the lore realm. After spending some time to consolidate his cultivation, Xia Fei got up and spoke to Pandiani and the others. I'm sorry for making everyone wait. That's perfectly alright. If Brother Xia didn't make his move today, I'm afraid that we'd still be having a little trouble dealing with that inverse. Our gratitude needs to be expressed. We've prepared a banquet for you to show our thanks. Let's head back inside the base and drink a few rounds. Pandiani grabbed Xia Fei by his shoulder and very warmly guided him back. Xia Fei nodded. He held onto that strange ovoid item he had obtained from the inverse's body. He was keen to know just what exactly was inside it. At Radix's direction, Xia Fei cracked it open. Startled, what Xia Fei found inside left him feeling shocked. Chapter 988, Alliance. The ovoid item had a uniform shape, and nothing about its appearance made it peculiar. He could hold it with one hand, its weight not the astonishing sort. However, Radix seemed to be very interested in the black, little trinket, urging Xia Fei to crack it open at once. This thing here is called the Rigid Soul Orb. It's quite similar to the spatial ring that the lore realm uses, except that it isn't used to store items but messages, instead, said Radix. Messages? Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Why not use a memory chip, instead, if it's just for storing messages? A microchip the size of a fingernail can store an ocean of information, and it's far easier to carry that around compared to this Rigid Soul Orb, too. Radix chuckled. That's where you're mistaken. A memory chip storage is for third-party information, while a Rigid Soul Orb can perform scene restoration, so anyone who accesses it will be able to see an event played out as if they're there when it happened. The realism isn't comparable to what a memory chip can recreate. Xia Fei nodded. So you mean to say that this solid soul orb is like a holographic projection? A realistic holographic projection. Radix re-emphasized the pros of the solid soul orb. Opening a solid soul orb that someone else had used to store messages was not easy, for it was usually encrypted to prevent others from peeping at what was contained within. However, because Xia Fei had an expert like Radix by his side, this situation became a lot simpler. The solid soul orb actually has a flaw, which you can exploit to bypass completely the owner's screening and copy the information inside. Radix told Xia Fei this with a mysterious smile on his face. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Radix was truly a formidable individual. No doubt that such a flaw was by design, and there was no way anyone would know about it, unless they understood the very essence of the orb. Furthermore, there were probably few who knew of this flaw in the first place. If this flaw of the solid soul orb were known to everyone, people would most likely stop using such a device. Following Radix's instructions, Xia Fei bypassed its security measures and accepted the message stored in the orb into his brain. Instantly, Xia Fei froze up and his expression turned solemn. The solid soul orbs actually storing evidence of the secret communication between the founders and the inverse. The complete ledger of souls that the founders have given to the inverse in the recent year is recorded in here. Plus, the founders intend to provide 1 million qualified souls, as well as 10,000 high-quality souls, to the inverse. That's the condition for them to stop their assault on the cosmic gate, said Xia Fei gravely. 1 million qualified souls and 10,000 high-quality souls. Radix was astounded. Qualified souls refer to law overlord experts, while high-quality souls mean law sages. If so many lives get harvested like that, the law realm will be crippled. The inverse sure are evil. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei said, "No way. I must report this matter right away to the Grand Ancestor. After all, this is first-hand proof of the founders betraying the law realm." Bidding farewell to Pandiani and the other guardians, Xia Fei went to a secluded location and pulled out the white flamingo from his spatial ring. Just as Xia Fei found evidence of the founders betraying the law realm in the Guardian base, the Grand Ancestor, who had just departed from the battlefield between gods and demons, met with one of the 13 founders, Old Crane. "You're the one called Crane?" asked Xiaogukan, his face emotionless. He did not have a good impression of the founders, so while Xiaogukan was unsure if all 13 of them were enemies, he was at least sure that someone among them had betrayed the law realm, so Xiaogukan was being fairly cautious here. Crane nodded. "Xiaogukan, you and your Skywing clan have become rather strong. I wish to discuss a matter with you." Xiaogukan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you saying that you came to chat with me on behalf of the 13 founders? Let's get the ugly words out of the way first. Whoever killed the godwings of my clan in the past will have to pay the ultimate price. If we can't discuss this point, then you might as well forget about discussing anything else." Xiaogukan was resolute. He was determined to kill whoever threatened the Skywing's existence, even if they were the founders. This was the ironclad rule of the Skywing clan. Crane chuckled. "You're mistaken. I'm not here representing the 13 founders. The people know that there are 13 founder-tier experts who established the law realm together, but what they don't know is that these founders have long since split into 2 groups." Xiaogukan was startled as he exclaimed, "Is that true?" Crane unhurriedly told him about how the 13 had encountered the threat of the inverse all those years ago and the process by which the schism occurred with extraordinary honesty. Xiaogukan listened as he observed the other's expression. He judged that this old man called Crane was not lying, so he decided to believe about 70% of it. "What you mean to say is that you, Vista, Ocean, Yor, Solo, and Lingua, 6 of the 13 founders didn't agree to supplying the inverse with souls in return for continued peace, so there have been intermittent cases of experts disappearing from the law realm, as well as many major wars between the god and demon races, all these years. All those were orchestrated by the strongest founder among the 13, Constant." Crane nodded. "That's right. Constant is the only superior founder among the 13, and he possesses unbelievable talent and combat strength. Be it Mortis, Youth, or Chill, all are working for him. As for the treaty between the founders and the inverse, just like the deal they have with the dark life forms, Constant has always been the one secretly in control." Zing! A chilling light flashed across Xiaogukan's 2 eyes, and the killing intent inside him surged. He did not say a word, his nostrils merely flaring coldly. This was essentially him treating Constant as an enemy that he must kill. "Crane, it's good that you told me about the 13 founders matter to me, but for you to stop me here today, that's not all there is to it, is it?" Xiaogukan solemnly probed. Crane smiled. "Indeed, the state of the universe is fairly tense at the moment. The inverse has been testing the safety of the cosmic gate again, while the dark life forms from outside the law realm are unfriendly. Though they're cooperating with the law realm on the surface, they're actually making moves and calculations from behind the scenes. Caught between a hard and rock place. This is the state the law realm is currently in. If there's nothing out of the ordinary, Constant and the others will surely compromise like before, and the entire law realm shall be swept up in a great storm. The war you just stopped between the god and demon races is only the beginning. I believe there'll be a lot more massacres in the future. That's why I hope that you'll ally yourself with us to stop this bloodshed." Crane offered earnestly. Xiaoguocan stroked his beard with his right hand. Cooperation? You've said it yourself, Constant is very powerful. Even with you, Vista, and Ocean all working together may not be a match to him. With such an outright disadvantage, why bother risking your lives by going up against Constant? Besides, the moment the balance is broken, the Law Realm will no longer be subservient to the inverse, and those murderous bastards will definitely bust through the cosmic gate and invade. At that rate, the Law Realm, the entire universe even, will still be due for a great calamity. Do you really think that the strength the Law Realm wields now can fend off both the dark life forms and the inverse's attacks? Xiaoguocan's question was very pointed, causing Old Man Crane to shrug and laugh. I've thought about this problem for the longest time. What will come, so whatever Constant's doing will only keep the universe safe for a time, never forever. All this time, the number of souls that Constant must pay as tribute to the savage inverse has only increased, yet the Law Realm is still as before, and nothing has changed. A day will come when the inverse are so powerful that they'll no longer tolerate the Law Realm's existence. When that time comes, they won't hesitate to slaughter their way in and annihilate this piece of the universe. To think we had 30 founder-tier experts back then. If we only fought against the inverse to the bitter end at that time, even if we couldn't come out victorious, we'd at least be able to deal them a heavy blow, but now look. The Law Realm only has 14 founders including you, and half of them are even subservient to the inverse. At this point, Crane's gaze became a lot sharper, and his voice became a lot hoarser, too. This is the result of our indecisiveness during that critical juncture back then. Rather than accept a temporary survival, it would have been better if we subjected ourselves to a fight to the death with the inverse. At the very least, we would retain a measure of our pride as warriors, rather than live this life no better than a dog's. Xiaoguocan was quite astonished. Evidently, Old Man Crane had come with a do-or-die spirit, and the oppression he felt all these years had finally imploded. He was determined to make up for his past mistakes with his very life. After a pause, Crane continued speaking. Vista, Ocean, you, and I, that will make for a total of 4 founders. There's also Yor and Lingua, they might join us in this fight, and if we can reveal evidence of Constant and the others' betrayal to everyone, both the god and demon races, and every other faction out there in the entire Law Realm will stand on our side. Adding the 2 major factions, Guardians and Rebels, into our numbers, even if we are no match to the mighty and indomitable Constant, the chances of victory aren't zero. Crane was exuberant as he said this. Xiaoguocan was silent for a good while before he said, You said that out of the 13 founders, the closest in strength to Constant is the one called Solo. Which side will he stand on? Crane paled before gravely stating, Solo's a weird one. Though he's against Constant's plan, he has since left in a huff, and it's been years since we last had any contact with him. What about the dark life forms? Whose side will they be supporting? Xiaoguocan asked again. The expression on Crane's face turned even uglier, and he sighed. If nothing unexpected occurs, the dark life forms will most likely stand with Constant, and they have 3 founders. People had always thought that Xiaoguocan was just a meathead, but in actual fact, he was the textbook example of what it meant to be a thinking meathead. No matter what Crane said or intentionally omitted, Xiaoguocan took everything into consideration. After some careful calculations, it was clear that even if the strength of the god and demon races, as well as the Guardians and the Rebels, were all consolidated into one, they might not be a match against the 7 founders who had Constant in charge. Even more so if they included the dark life forms. After all, the number of founder experts they had on their end was a whopping 10. Old Crane thought that since Xiaoguocan had asked so many questions, the Skywings would very likely refuse to cooperate, so he was somewhat disappointed, but he was wrong. He had forgotten what sort of clan the Skywing was. Wherever the fiendish blade pointed, gods and demons alike would be slaughtered. This was by no means just talk. Afraid? The demon-sealing fiendish blade had never been afraid of anyone since ancient times. Good. From here on out, we are considered allies. My Skywing clan shall give it our all to join in this fight. No matter what the outcome is, the enemy will have to pay a dear price. With a slightly cold gaze, Xiaoguocan very softly uttered this line. Old Man Crane could hardly believe his ears. Xiaoguocan had clearly thoroughly analyzed the situation that they were in and understood just how perilous the upcoming battle would be, yet the leader of the demon-sealing fiendish blade had still made the decision to join in the effort. No doubt, they lived up to their names as the craziest of the insane in the Law Realm. Their actions could never be deduced by common sense. At this very moment, the Skywings had formed an alliance with the 3 founders led by Crane. Their enemies? The 7 founders and the Dark Life Forms. Chapter 989, Xia Fei intercepted. The Skywings forming an alliance with Crane could be considered a good thing no matter how anyone looked at it. After all, the Skywings would never let off Constant, this founder who had once killed the Godwings of their clan. Getting more helpers to achieve this ultimate goal of theirs was naturally beneficial toward achieving their goal. Xia Guoken had never once imagined that who he needed to kill was not just a single founder but rather 7. He had also not expected that the actions of the Skywing clan taking their revenge would actually unveil a huge secret of the Lore Realm, uncovering an organization that had betrayed it. However, these did not become any reason. What ought to happen would come to pass, and someone who needed to be killed by the Skywings would ultimately be killed. Good. From here on out, we are considered allies. Xia Guoken declared decisively. Just as he said this, the white flamingo communication device in his bosom rang. Xia Guoken accepted the transmission, and on the other end was none other than Xia Fei, the one he had sent over to the Guardian faction. What have you found out? What's the situation with the Cosmic Gate right now? Asked Xia Guoken. Xia Fei shook his head. Things aren't looking good here. Apparently, there'll often be invers who manage to breach the Cosmic Gate every week, and the strength of the assault beyond the gate has increased substantially compared to before. Though the Guardians are giving it their all to cover things up, I can easily tell from their expressions that they're not too confident on how much longer they can hold up the Cosmic Gate. Xia Guoken nodded, as none of what was reported had been outside his expectations. Given how the chips had fallen, the Skywing clan would have to hasten the speed of their operation and wipe out the 7 founders before the Cosmic Gate collapsed. It was as the saying went, internal safety takes precedence over foreign invaders. As long as the traitors of the Lore Realm under Constant's leadership were all removed from the equation, the entire Lore Realm could band together like twisted rope, allowing it to resist the might of the inverse. However, if the internal conflicts remained unresolved by the time the inverse successfully breached the gate, the Lore Realm would be in a quandary of having to fight a 3-pronged war. It was only a brief moment, but Xia Guoken had finished contemplating plenty of things. However, the next words that had come out of Xia Fei's mouth pulled him away from his introspection. Grand Ancestor, I slew an inverse while I was at the Guardian base and chanced upon something that you wouldn't imagine even in your wildest dreams. Xia Fei vaguely stated. What is it? Asked Xia Guoken hurriedly. Evidence. Proof that the founders have betrayed the entire Lore Realm. It clearly shows proof of the founders always offering the souls of experts to the inverse for continued peace, answered Xia Fei. Xia Guoken obviously felt very thrilled to hear this. Crane, who was listening intently to this conversation at the side, felt even more impressed. Wonderful. That solid proof will greatly aid us in what we must do. Old Crane animatedly cheered. I could never imagine that we'd be in such a position. All these years, I've been trying my best to obtain proof of Constant's involvement, but I've got nothing to show for it even now. To think that you, the Skywings, would actually seize the first step before me. Xia Fei was stunned. He did not recognize Crane, who was standing beside the Grand Ancestor, but could tell that the old man was not an enemy of the Skywings, so Xia Fei did not bother prying any further. Xia Fei, this is a matter of utmost importance. You must deliver that evidence to us at the fastest speed possible. Xia Guoken rumbled. Understood. Xia Fei accepted with a deep bow. Xia Fei quickly switched off the screen and immediately bid Guardian Pandiani farewell, saying that there were important matters in the clan that he must tend to, and so he needed to return at once. Pandiani was anxious. What could be so important? Our faction leader Moses already knows that you have come here representing the Skywings, he's currently on his way back to base. Even if you are in a hurry, surely you can stay till you meet Moses in person at least. Sorry, but I have a heavy responsibility resting upon my shoulders and have no choice but to leave. Let's move this meeting to a later date. Xia Fei insisted. Though Xia Fei did not say it out loud, Pandiani could tell that he was in a hurry to leave because of that strange item he had obtained from the inverse. Honestly, Pandiani was also very interested in taking that solid soul orb and having a look, but he of course felt embarrassed to ask, given that it was Xia Fei who had slain the inverse. At the end of the day, it was only natural for warriors to obtain spoils of their victorious battles. Whoosh! Xia Fei opened a spatial channel with his anonymous compass and quickly entered it, ready to head to a location near the battlefield where Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken was currently at. The spatial channel was like a tunnel, which connected 2 different points together. Someone could cover thousands and thousands of light years just by walking a short distance inside. Xia Fei could see the other end of the channel open from within the channel, he could even make out the figures of his grand ancestor and old crane. This was when something unimaginable transpired. The originally very stable spatial channel suddenly collapsed. Like a mirror that had been shattered, the channel suddenly twisted and changed in form. Quickly flee! The channel is collapsing! Radix shouted. Xia Fei was initially shocked, but he soon accelerated. He was now attempting to use speed so he could reach the other end of this spatial tunnel. Alas, an even more impossible event occurred. A powerful force, which was exerted from the side, held on to Xia Fei. It was trying to compel him out of the channel against his will and was trying to drag him into the chaos. Whoosh! This entire scene occurred in the time it took to strike a match. Xia Guoken, on the other end of this channel, had just spotted Xia Fei when the opening on his end got sealed up. No one had any idea what had just happened. What's going on here? Did the spatial compass fail? That's a 1 in 100 billion chance of happening, though. Xia Guoken blurted out in agitation. Old Crane, who had gone pale, solemnly said, "This isn't a coincidence, it's Smile's doing. Only he out of the 13 founders has a grasp of the law of spatial interception, and only he is capable of tampering with someone else's spatial channel." Xia Guoken was incensed, yelling, "Impossible! Even if Smile has a grasp of the law of spatial interception, he can't possibly be able to intercept Xia Fei's connection accurately." Crane quietly reminded him. "Don't forget that the spatial compass is based on the spatial traversal array. This array is something that the 13 of us came up with back in the day. Ever since Vista, Solo, and I left, it's been maintained by Constant and the others." Roar! Xia Guoken's rage was immense. He let out a furious cry, his very being on the verge of exploding. The spatial traversal array was one of the most important existences in the lore realm. Due to the presence of the array, spatial gates allowed ease of travel, with spatial compasses letting them create convenient channels. Anyone could travel freely and communicate within the 30 billion light years of the lore realm due to this. This was convenient for the lore realm but was a looming threat to the founders. It was like a knife pressed against their bellies. Everyone was used to using the convenience of spatial traversal, even the Guardians and Rebels were no exception to this. However, everyone had ignored one important fact, and that was the one in control of the array was a founder. Those devious bastards had brought convenience to the entire lore realm, but at the same time, they had made everyone play in the palm of their hands unknowingly. As long as desired, the founders could destroy this array any time. They could also grab hold of anyone who was currently using a channel whenever they wanted. With this knowledge, the countless missing cases of experts since ages past had suddenly become easy to explain. Even Xia Fei had fallen prey to it this time, and it happened right in front of Xia Guoken's very eyes. Roar! Xia Guoken's eyes turned bloodshot, as his rage was on the verge of driving him toward insanity. No way would Xia Guoken get over the tragedy of seeing the founders snatch his clan's godwing right before his eyes even if he were to reincarnate and turn into a ghost. After all, Xia Fei was not merely a godwing but was also the only other fiendwing besides Xia Guoken in the history of the clan. He was someone whom the Grand Ancestor had high hopes for. Could anyone even imagine what Xia Guoken was feeling right now? "Tell me, where is Constant?" Xia Guoken asked Crane, a frigid expression on his face. Crane was startled as he croaked, "Xia Guoken, you mustn't act rashly. We have yet to consolidate the strength of the lore realm, you'll only be courting death by proceeding like this." Unfortunately, no matter how hard old Crane tried to dissuade Xia Guoken, the latter had already made up his mind and merely asked indifferently, "Last time. Where is Constant? What's going on? Why did you suddenly call us back?" Vista glared at Crane, while Ocean shrugged beside him, expressing his puzzlement as well. "Change of plans, just as Xia Guoken and I reached an agreement to cooperate, he went insane and proceeded to confront Constant and the others," explained Crane. Vista was stunned. How did the situation develop to such a state? What exactly made Xia Guoken suddenly do something like that? Crane related the incident of how Xia Fei had been dragged out of a spatial channel by Smile. After hearing the matter in its totality, Vista gritted his teeth and hissed, "The rumors about the Skywings doing everything they can to protect their own, even at the cost of going to war against the whole universe, aren't unfounded after all. Still, Xia Guoken charging straight to the Temple of Many Gods is no different from courting death, so what shall we do? He's one of the already few powerful allies we've got, if we lose his support, we can just give up on the hope of ever defeating Constant and the others, Vista rumbled. Crane bit his lower lip and asked, how did it go with Lingua? Ocean helplessly shook his big head and glumly reported, the talkative Lingua that we know in the past has become a completely different person. No matter how I talked to him, he just wouldn't open his mouth and speak, making him no different from a wooden block. So all I did was join him and stare blankly till you called me back. Old Crane's face went pale. He then turned to ask Vista, what about Yor? Is he willing to make a reappearance? Vista despondently replied, well, you already know how opinionated Yor is, always the sort to make his decisions. I told him what's been happening recently, and he merely asked me one thing in response. What did he ask you? He asked if Solo is making a comeback. Old Crane fell silent instantly, clearly unamused by this. Yor, who had lived the longest out of the 13 founders, was a careful thinker. There was nothing wrong with his line of thinking, the 7 founders were not exactly frightening, and with the strength Crane, Vista, and the others possessed, they were completely capable of taking on Youth, Chill, and the rest, but crucially, they still had Constant among them. If Solo was not with them, then no one could take on Constant. Even though Xiaogukan was a speedster and possessed a speed that was double light speed, he could only hinder Constant but not truly defeat the latter. This was why from Yor's view, they had absolutely no way of emerging victorious if both sides fought. Crane tilted his head back and gazed up into the sky. He heaved a long sigh before solemnly saying with a heavy heart, forget it. Yor and Lingua have made their decisions, it's to be expected that neither wishes to take this risk. Let's go. We can't let Xiaogukan take on the 7 founders alone, for if that comes to pass, we'll lose any chance of turning the tables on our enemies. Vista and Ocean were stunned, the expressions on their faces turning severe. Chapter 990, Limit. Floating out in space, Xia Fei was not injured after he was inexplicably pulled out from within the spatial channel thanks to the protection of his Sin Raksha war armor. However, he could not avoid the waves of pain from the act, as the force created when a spatial channel was shattered could not be underestimated. He was already very fortunate to have been able to get out with his entire body intact. His eyes were shut at the moment, and even Furball beside him seemed to be in great pain. The human and the ball were both concealing themselves very well. Xia Fei, what are you doing? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei replied, it was obvious just now that someone intentionally shattered my spatial channel, and I want to know who did it. Radix was startled and did not say another word. It turned out that Xia Fei and Furball were employing a tactic, purposely appearing weakened so as to lure the enemy out before they took advantage of their unprepared foe to get the kill. What made this surprising was not how Xia Fei thought it up, but the coordination between Furball and Xia Fei. It was a wonderful display of how an exotic beast would follow their master. There was no need for Xia Fei to make explicit arrangements, the clever and cunning Furball had immediately understood his master's intent and assisted him in the charade. The tacit understanding Furball shared with Xia Fei had already reached brand new heights. Sure enough, another spatial channel opened not too far away from Xia Fei, and 2 men stepped out from it. The slightly chubbier figure was Smile, his face looking strange. It looked like he was smiling even when angered, and he even had 2 shallow dimples on his cheeks. It was probably how he had gotten his name of Smile. The tall, dark, and skinny figure was Atrophy. He hardly had any muscles to him, gaunt and skeletal looking that he was, no different from a withered piece of deadwood. His sunken eye sockets made for a frightening sight. If anyone inadvertently bumped into Atrophy deep in the night, a good majority would have mistaken him as a living skeleton. Fortunately, Xia Fei was not the average person, but the lone wolf of the Skywing clan. No matter how strange Smile and Atrophy looked, that did not hinder Xia Fei from devising a plan on just how he could kill the 2. Looks like this twerp has been severely injured. I can hardly detect any energy fluctuation on him at all. His 7th brain region must have been ruined by the spatial storm, Smile commented as he drew near Xia Fei, only for a scrawny hand to hold him back. Atrophy said, let's observe things for a moment. Skywings are all very crafty. Smile was unconvinced, only Xiaogukan is crafty among the Skywings. This twerp here is just a normal Skywing clansman, how crafty can he be? Besides, squashing an insignificant character like him is no different than squashing a bug for us. Better we get a hold of the letter as soon as possible and hand it over to Constant. Speaking of which, those inverse sure are unreliable. It's a good thing that Constant had the good foresight to do a mental trace on the solid soul orb. It looks like the powerful messenger from the inverse actually got itself killed, and such important information actually fell into the hands of the Skywings. Still pretending to be unconscious, Xia Fei could not believe what he was hearing. It was no wonder how he had been ambushed so quickly in the short time since he had gotten his hands on the solid soul orb. It turned out that the orb had been mentally tracked by Constant. Hosu had once told Xia Fei about the 13 founders, and he was not unfamiliar with Constant's name. It was why Xia Fei had immediately guessed that these two scary men were the founders Smile and Atrophy. Xia Fei had killed a law god before, and he had even had a chance when going all out against a superior law god, but this time he was facing a founder. Furthermore, there were 2 founders. Xia Fei was completely unsure about what he could do. His spatial compass had already been destroyed, and even his white flamingo was emitting a green smoke and heating up. Here in this unknown area of space, Xia Fei had nowhere else to go. Whoosh! While speaking, Smile had already reached Xia Fei, and he gave Xia Fei a once-over before bursting out into laughter. This twerp actually isn't dead, although he's probably on the brink of death, seeing as there's really not even any energy fluctuations in his body at all. Smile was talking to Atrophy, who was standing behind him, so naturally his head was turned away from Xia Fei. Chance! Just as Smile completed his sentence, the fiendish blade Nirvana sprang into the air. Furball opened his eyes, and a beam of light shot out. Peacock Blue extended out its long leaves and was growing with wild abandon. The seemingly harmless Xia Fei suddenly exploded into activity. As a founder, Smile's reaction time was top-notch. Kaboom! A single dagger created with the law of space flew into the air and the glint of flashing swords enveloped Xia Fei and Smile. It was an absolute mess. The tempo of this exchange was simply too fast. In just a blink of an eye, both parties had already traded several hundred attacks with each other. Whoosh! Smile rapidly backed away from the fight, his ever-present smile etched on his face, though it was a little more twisted than usual, and was even slightly blackened. You were injured. Atrophy gasped in shock. Smile's arm bore a bone-deep cut inflicted by Nirvana. No blood was coming out, though it still looked utterly terrifying. Yet, he managed to hurt me in the spur of the moment, but his injuries are a lot worse. Smile declared coldly. Both Smile and Atrophy looked over at Xia Fei, and uneasiness momentarily crept on their faces. At this very moment, Xia Fei was floating right across them, leering at Smile and Atrophy and radiating killing intent. There was hardly even a scratch on him, and he was still fine. How is that possible? I clearly attacked him with 1,000 windbreaker cuts, how is he still standing there? Smile blurted out in disbelief. Atrophy took a step forward and rumbled in a low voice, Skywings inherit their unique law of speed, so it's not impossible for him to have successfully evaded your 1,000 windbreaker cuts. This statement angered Smile quite a bit, however. Would others not ridicule him endlessly if he was not even able to discern this was an expert at the founder tier? Xia Fei, are you all right? Radix asked from the sidelines. He had seen Xia Fei duck behind a floating asteroid, swiftly pulling out a bottle of medicine and consuming it to mend the injuries he had suffered. It turned out that in the wild exchange just now, Xia Fei had quietly retreated from the fight, and what was standing in his place was the life-saving divine tool, the heavenly stalwart spine. What a powerful founder! I could not kill Smile even with my speed. Xia Fei heaved a sigh as he glared fiercely at his enemies. While the illusion of Xia Fei the heavenly stalwart spine had formed was uninjured, the true Xia Fei had actually suffered quite a few severe blows from Smile's spatial blades. The war armor Sin Raksha was covered in gashes. There was of course no way that this law god grade war armor could withstand a full-bore assault from a founder, and it looked to be on the verge of falling apart. Had it not been for Xia Fei's crafty approach, the war armor might not have been the only thing that was so severely damaged just now. Radix's expression was severe. The founder tier isn't just simply a jump in level, but also a qualitative leap. The reason why the inverse have such taxing restrictions on the number of founders in the law realm is that they're well aware that once an individual crosses into the founder tier, they become a threat to the inverse. The strength they can wield is far greater than any law god expert. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and said nothing. His encounter with these two formidable founders was an established fact. The only thing Xia Fei could do now was to give it his all, carving himself a bloody path through the slim gaps of a super expert. Any bit of hesitation or doubt would be an enemy to a warrior. Xia Fei's mind was working overtime, and the killing intent and inner demon inside him emanated in a thick aura. Whoosh! It was at that instant when Atrophy suddenly attacked Xia Fei. Consecutive attacks from two founders. They were actually taking turns to fight against Xia Fei. In the time it took to strike a match, Xia Fei made a momentous decision. He decided not to hide anymore, but to instead go all out against these two founders while he had enough trump cards in his hands. The miraculous substitute, the heavenly stalwart spine, dealt a greater backlash the stronger the attack upon it was. However, there was no way the strength of the heavenly stalwart spine alone could withstand the brutal assault from a founder, and in no time at all, the tool would be destroyed at the hands of Atrophy. Xia Fei and his superhuman thinking ability comprehended the circumstances he was in instantly. Like a wild beast that had discovered it was backed into a corner and had nowhere to go, the ferocity and will to live he now exploded with would make people's hearts shudder. Rumble. Powerful energy poured forth violently from within Xia Fei's body. From the moment he dashed out from cover, that mysterious energy ball in his seventh brain region had completely shattered. Xia Fei was performing to the strongest of his ability right from the start. Atrophy was stunned. His palm had just struck the illusion of Xia Fei that the heavenly stalwart spine had created, yet there was now another Xia Fei actually appearing from afar? Humph! That's some substitution technique you have there. Too bad you've underestimated a founder too much. Whether it is your real body or a substitute, all I need is a single blow and I'll be able to break your stage. Atrophy scoffed in disdain. He did not slow down in the least. The combat technique Atrophy utilized was very simple, and it was to stay the course while anticipating change. No matter what tricks Xia Fei pulled, or how many trump cards he pulled out, all Atrophy needed to do was rely on his powerful cultivation and smash everything thrown at him. Thinking such, Atrophy did not slow down, but instead exerted his full strength. Just as he was about to approach the decoy created by the heavenly stalwart spine, Atrophy's arm suddenly expanded and reached out. Like a beam of black light, Atrophy's one strike contained the maximum aura that only a founder could harness. It was like an explosion triggered right on the body of the heavenly stalwart spine. Kaboom! There was a huge explosion that shook everything around them. As the heavenly stalwart spine received an attack past its own limits, even the miraculous plant that acted as a substitute detonated with a backlash far greater than its own limit. The ensuing force when Atrophy's powerful strength and the heavenly stalwart spine's backlash clashed was practically indescribable. Oh! It's actually the legendary tool of the highest grade, the heavenly stalwart spine. Atrophy's expression was livid as he grunted and retracted his arm. Xia Fei saw Atrophy's right hand had sustained an injury from the heavenly stalwart spine, and a visible hole had appeared in his bare palm, fresh blood flowing freely. He was a founder expert at the end of the day, and what he received was no more than a superficial wound. Meanwhile, the miraculous heavenly stalwart spine had already withered from the powerful impact. In just this first round, Xia Fei had used up his life-saving trump card, the heavenly stalwart spine, which was destroyed. At this point, Xia Fei was already using his 4 million meters per second speed to arrive in front of Atrophy, with Peacock Blue on the left, Furball to the right, and Fiendish Blade Nirvana right in the middle. They were all headed right for the founder. Repeated concerted attacks were precisely the method of attack that Xia Fei was most fond of. Despite the injury on his right arm, Atrophy still moved as adroitly as before. Enduring the pain in his arm, he abruptly shrank his body back, his two arms wrapped around himself, becoming a strange ball. After balling himself up, Atrophy's agility became many times faster, and he shunted his entire body to Xia Fei's side so quickly that it was practically a dash. His speed was no less than 2 million meters per second. It was a completely irregular motion. The now balled-up Atrophy had now made his own body a weapon, and his speed had increased. With his two arms hugging himself tightly, he was now a strange ball. Atrophy's attack was quick, and Xia Fei could not keep up in time. As such, he acted on his first thought and 8 leaf blades from Peacock Blue rapidly wove themselves into a net and tried to encircle Atrophy. Kaboom! There was yet another series of scary explosions. Looking again, Peacock Blue was already trembling, and not only did it fail to ensnare Atrophy, a large part of its leaves had also been ruined by Atrophy's full-force attack. It was now in a sorry state. Chapter 991, Burning His Life Force. This was an extremely tough battle. Xia Fei had just clashed with a founder, and had even used his top-grade tool the heavenly stalwart spine and even Peacock Blue. Even the combined Peacock Blue had been severely damaged by Atrophy. Living up to their name as a super-existence that first established the lore realm, a founder's combat strength was overwhelming. Xia Fei was extremely pressured by it, yet the relentless assault made it impossible for Xia Fei to catch his breath. Kaboom! Just as Peacock Blue was severely damaged by Atrophy, the other founder, Smile, immediately followed up with an attack at Xia Fei from far away, unleashing a series of dazzling sharp blades. Smile and Atrophy. One cultivated the law of space, while the other cultivated the law of matter. Furthermore, the latter was able to integrate the law of matter into his body, and was akin to a thunderball after being strengthened by the law's force. Not only was Atrophy's body extremely tough, his speed had also heightened to a fantastic level, reaching a speed of 2 million meters per second. It had to be known that even Xia Fei, someone who came from the Skywing clan that specialized in the law of speed, could only just barely reach a speed of 2 million meters per second. It is only when completely discharging the rainbow energy ball in his brain region and forcibly increasing his strength that Xia Fei could raise his speed to 4 million meters per second. It was extremely shocking for someone that did not specialize in the law of speed, like Atrophy, to be able to reach the extreme speed of 2 million meters per second. Furball was dedicated to protecting his master, and even he could tell the situation was dire. Letting out a fierce howl, he used as much energy as he could muster to shoot out cannon fire repeatedly in an effort to intercept Smile's ranged attack. But even if Furball could hold off Smile's ranged attacks, Xia Fei would still have a very tough time fending off Atrophy. Though he was faster than Atrophy in terms of speed, Atrophy's cultivation was astonishing. He had an even quicker neural response speed than Xia Fei. Furthermore, Atrophy's body was even sturdier and more impregnable than metal alloy, and most attacks could barely harm him. Whoosh! With the unbelievable speed boost from Xia Fei's crafty approach, the Law Sage managed to evade Atrophy's direct attacks, and while the founder was turned around, he took out his divine bow, Celestial Stamp Bodhi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! 3 arrows fired in unison, one behind another. Humph! Is such a bow technique even fit to use with the Celestial Stamp Bodhi? I'll have you know that bow was something I gave to Tai Ziajun years back. Know your limits! Atrophy bellowed, and his speed increased further. Xia Fei's attack seemed to cause no effect, aside from interrupting Atrophy's approach, extending the distance between Xia Fei and him some. The corners of Xia Fei's lips curled. His plan was not to shoot Atrophy. He was well aware that there was no way Celestial Stamp Bodhi could slay a founder. All he was after right now was space and distance. Clank clank clank! The sound of interlocking metal rang out, and a huge cannon appeared in Xia Fei's hands. It was none other than the combined cannon formed by both Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and White Tiger Soul Meteor. After the two energy cannons combined, it had both the accuracy of the White Tiger Soul Meteor and the ferocity of the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor, able to shoot at far ranges or bombard close by. It was one of Xia Fei's most powerful trump cards. Chunk! Raising the muzzle, Xia Fei aimed at Atrophy, who was still speeding toward him. The founder was feeling a little regretful inside that he had carelessly given his opponent so much space that Xia Fei now had the time to calmly merge the two huge energy cannons together. Had he continued to make a beeline for Xia Fei and keep the fight in close combat, there was definitely no way Xia Fei could have finished the complex combination. Don't think that speed is a specialization only you Skywings hold, my speed isn't any slower, either. Atrophy yelled as he continued to accelerate, thinking that Xia Fei was planning to use that combined cannon to blast him. No one had noticed that Furball had abruptly accelerated from the side. The energy ball he spat out from his mouth instantly sped up several times. He had devoted all of his energy to this attack, and was forcibly suppressing Smile. Thum thum! Xia Fei finally fired. The large energy cannon shot out 2 terrifying beams of energy, but the target was not Atrophy, but Smile, who was solely focused on defending against Furball. It was a great misdirection play. Xia Fei had first caused Atrophy to increase their combat distance, combined the giant cannon, and then directed Furball to intensify his attack, forcing Smile into a corner. Just when everyone believed that Xia Fei would be using his cannon to blast away Atrophy, he unexpectedly targeted Smile as the recipient of his attack. It was all a ruse. Xia Fei's ruse. A true warrior would never let their enemy figure out the next action they were going to take. Unexpected, while the enemy was unprepared. Roar! There was a limit to the giant energy cannon, it could only fire 3 times before it fell apart. He saw the frighteningly powerful and immense cannon shudder before it turned into a mass of metal slag, drifting away in space. In order to eliminate the troublesome Smile, Xia Fei had paid an astronomical price. Whoosh! 2 fiery masses went flying right for Smile, still completely tied down by Furball. Atrophy momentarily froze up, cursing the cunning Xia Fei in his heart. He promptly accelerated, charging diagonally toward Smile at an even greater speed. Atrophy was fast, and his armor was thick. As long as he could grab a hold of Smile before the energy attack reached him, he could very well save Smile from certain peril. But it was at that moment that Atrophy and Smile suddenly noticed that Xia Fei had lifted up the Divine Bow Celestial Stamp Bodhi again. Swish swish! 2 arrows released, but they were actually flying toward the energy projectile that had just been shot forth. After much effort, and at the expense of losing both the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and White Tiger Soul Meteor, Xia Fei had finally created 2 extremely powerful attacks, but now, Xia Fei was actually trying to destroy his own attack? Just what sort of logic was this? Had he gone insane? Neither Atrophy nor Smile could tell. In fact, there were probably not even a handful or people in this universe who could understand his tactic. The ever-unconventional Xia Fei was not one for orthodoxy when it came to combat. In that brief moment the 2 founders hesitated. The 2 arrows shot from Celestial Stamp Bodhi had already arrived. Because it had been imbued with the law of speed, those 2 arrows had arrived first despite having been shot later. Kaboom! Kaboom! 2 thunderous explosions completely lit up the void of space. Law of speed, law of primal chaos, law of space, the power from the energy cannons and the Divine Bow Celestial Stamp Bodhi had all coalesced, creating an explosion of insane proportions that could bring ruin to everything caught in its fires. The 2 founders were enveloped in it. So this was your plan the entire time? Triggering an energy storm that would bombard both Atrophy and Smile. Radix blurted out spontaneously. This explosion was truly fearsome, as everything before Xia Fei and Radix's eyes was set ablaze, a fiery swathe of red that covered half of the starry space in front of him. Xia Fei did not answer Radix, but quietly took a step back, waiting in a ready posture. That Atrophy person is very powerful, Xia Fei replied, his eyebrows still knit. Radix grit his teeth. That was because he could also feel a power that was even stronger than before rising rapidly. After the inferno abated, the Atrophy standing across from Xia Fei was different from the one before. His 2 arms had transformed into the shape of fans, holding Smile protectively. Though Atrophy had suffered grievous injuries all over his body, with several parts burned until they were searing red, he did not seem to be harmed by the pain he had to be feeling. He was instead glaring straight at Xia Fei with harsh eyes. You're a crafty one. I must admit, I truly underestimated you just now. But don't worry, I will treat you as a real opponent this time, and kill you. Atrophy hissed as he released Smile. Smile patted his scarred war armor and lifted his head up. The reason he needed Atrophy to protect him just now was not because he was not strong enough, but because Xia Fei's attack had been too fast and far too abnormal. Atrophy and his ability to use law of matter to transform his body was far more suitable to deal with the attack. Shall we work together? Smile crooked his head and looked at Atrophy. All right. Let's work in tandem and slay him. Atrophy growled. Radix could only feel his mind go numb. Xia Fei had only managed to last till now because of his trait of refusing to give up, as well as his precise judgment of the situation. The 2 founders were no longer underestimating Xia Fei, and they had made the decision to work together as well, dealing with Xia Fei using 100% of their strength. The chances of Xia Fei emerging victorious in such a situation were simply too low. This was practically a hopeless battle. Xia Fei was silent, and the only reply he returned to the 2 founders was his inner demon surging to the skies. Without any fuss, Xia Fei began to burn his own life force. Until forced into desperate circumstances, no one would pay the price of burning their own life force just to heighten their combat strength, because life force that was burned away could never be regained. It was the final card in a warrior's arsenal. It was a method that sought mutual destruction. A warrior would need all sorts of abilities, one was called judging the situation. Xia Fei had used only a very brief moment to consider and make his decision. Xia Fei was well aware that he did not have the ability to take on 2 founders at the same time, and since there was no way for him to win, then he would drag them down with him to die. This was the crazy decision that the madman Xia Fei came to. Smile and Atrophy each took a step back, as they were frightened by Xia Fei's will to never back down, willing to gamble his very life away in the process. What a mad lad! All right, I shall grant you your wish. Atrophy declared, loudly as he covered his body with the law of matter before charging straight in. No, I'll be the one granting you death. Xia Fei bellowed and surged forward to meet Atrophy. Dark Crescent Ruin Blade. A waning moon in black rose promptly. It contained the power of the law of primal chaos. This was a ranged attack that Xia Fei had come up with recently, but this time, Xia Fei did not toss the law of primal power out, but retained it in his hand. It continued to gather its strength. Like he had gone insane, Xia Fei poured all the energy he could master into it. At this very moment, the colorful rainbow energy ball in Xia Fei's brain region had already been tapped dry, and Xia Fei was using his indomitable life force to power it. Xia Fei, what are you trying to do? Radix protested. Shattering the jade. Xia Fei spoke those simple words, yet his tone was resolute. Killing intent shone from his body. To shatter the jade rather than give it up intact, many had uttered this saying, but only a madman like Xia Fei could really walk the walk. Rumble. The first round of Waning Moon appeared. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos combat technique was something he had spent a long time forming, and it had already reached its peak. Just a glance would cause anyone's heart to chill. Just like that, paying the price by expending his life force, Xia Fei was about to be endlessly intertwined with the two founders. The law of primal chaos was taking point, ready to sweep away everything in his way. The fiendish blade Nirvana acted as support, dashing out to attack whenever a chance presented itself, cleaving anything in its path. Furball would coordinate in support, using his energy attacks to retaliate against the law of space technique's Smile Unleashed. One could not seek to live without going crazy. Xia Fei actually managed to hold off the concerted attacks from the two founders after literally putting his life on the line. It was truly a miracle. However, both Xia Fei and Radix knew very well that while burning his life force away increased the combat strength of Xia Fei severalfold, it was not a sustainable situation, and as Xia Fei's life force steadily diminished, the powerful attacks he possessed would gradually come to an end. The two founders were very experienced. Neither reacted recklessly, nor did they get near Xia Fei. Instead, they opted to keep circling around him. It was obvious that Xia Fei had thrown caution to the wind. He would turn into a ravenous wolf whenever they got near, tearing at them with great ferocity, doing everything in his ability to injure his enemies. What they had to do was wait for Xia Fei to use up his life force, and Xia Fei would essentially bring ruin to himself. As his strength slowly ran out, Xia Fei's mind went blank, while the two founders remained alive. How frustrating! I am not resigned to this. Xia Fei's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a frenzied roar. Phew! Perhaps it was because Xia Fei had been putting up a stubborn struggle, but a weak yet strange glow slowly lit up from within him. What's this? Radix exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 992, Half-Soul Mark. Not giving up until the last minute. Perhaps it was because of Xia Fei's unwillingness to resign himself to defeat, but a strange glow inside him responded to his perilous situation and began to take subtle effect. This glow came from his seventh brain region, the key location that determined a warrior's talent. Something peculiar was happening to the already depleted rainbow energy ball, transforming it into an incomplete golden mark. Though his golden mark was just some simple lines that could hardly be called complete, the elevated power it gave to Xia Fei was akin to a tsunami that threatened to consume everything. Energy was crazily increasing as Xia Fei's inner demon and killing intent rose mightily, driven by the energy. The two founders in the distance widened their eyes respectively, as incredulous stares appeared on their faces. It was far too overwhelming. The desperate Xia Fei had a sudden explosion of energy that even the founders were frightened by. At this rate, it would not be too long before Xia Fei would accumulate an amount of energy that could rival that of a founder. Originally, the arduous combat had exhausted Xia Fei of his energy, and he had no choice but to expend his life force in order to supplement his energy consumption, allowing him to barely fight on against the two founders. But as this mysterious mark in his brain region was activated, it was like an ocean of energy was flooding into Xia Fei's body. The moment this 10,000-ton gate opened, it was an absurd outpouring that gave him back his energy. Even Xia Fei's life force was more vigorous than before. Kaboom! In contrast to the law of primal chaos attack that Xia Fei had previously unleashed aimlessly, now 3 dark moon waning slashes roared into existence again and again. The situation was extremely wild. The ranged combat technique of the law of primal chaos was like a torrential rain, being unleashed endlessly by Xia Fei despite its high energy consumption, practically throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the two founders. The tables had turned. The two founders turned from besieging Xia Fei into taking a stance of passive defense against the law sage, running randomly about as they were chased by the repeated law of primal chaos attacks, a bombardment that battered them badly. This was the law of primal chaos. The most unreasonable law power in the universe. Even if Smile and Atrophy had founder-tier cultivation, there was no way they could withstand such a crazy power. Helpless, the two founders could only resort to evading it over and over again. Radix was stunned for the longest time before he exclaimed in surprise, evidently very excited about it, "A soul mark! That's the energy from a soul mark! That's right! This little young master's superhuman talent has allowed him to actively trigger his soul power after his body was being pushed to the limit. This is no doubt the result of his talent and unremitting efforts, his endless desire to be victorious, as well as that fighting spirit of his that refuses to surrender. Hosu! To think you've been here all this time!" Radix was startled. This voice was very familiar, it belonged to the super expert that had sealed the cosmic gate all those years ago, Hosu. "Yes, I've not departed since my return," Hosu replied calmly. Radix pouted his lips, a little discontented, given how dire the situation was just now. "Why didn't you act? Had it not been for Xia Fei opening his soul mark in the desperate situation he was in, he might be in real trouble right now." Hosu did not share his sentiments. "It would have been very easy for me to intervene, but if I did that, would the little young master still have been able to miraculously open his soul mark like he has?" Radix frowned, and did not say another word. Hosu explained after a pause, "People often think that the miracles that Xia Fei keeps creating are due to his talent, but that's not an accurate assessment. People who truly understand Xia Fei know that there are seas of warriors that have superb potential and talent, but the reason no one can keep up with Xia Fei's pace is entirely because Xia Fei is a lot more persistent than everyone else. He has the stubbornness of a tenacious weed, a resolute mind that is as tough as steel. You've said it yourself before, although Xia Fei is of the master's blood, Xia Fei possesses a craziness that the entire Aurora clan lacked. What mainly propels him forward isn't his heritage, but that personality of his that refuses to admit defeat. In such circumstances, the path that Xia Fei must take will definitely be different from our young master's. Young master grew up in the spotlight with an illustrious family background, while Xia Fei is actually a nobody from Earth. He has never once experienced the glory that ought to be given to anyone of the Aurora clan, and everything that Xia Fei has now is what he has struggled and earned with his own hands." Radix was stunned as he gasped, "Hosu, you finally got it." Hosu sighed, "That's right. I've been mulling over these questions after what you told me the last time. Xia Fei is different from any other member of the Aurora clan, and that might not be a bad thing, though I do still miss the elegance of our young master." Radix and Hosu's conversation was being held in secret, and Xia Fei had no clue that it was transpiring. At this moment, Xia Fei was still unleashing the wild and incredible power of the soul mark, and this area of space had been transformed into a rain of arrows. It was a very powerful and imposing attack. The two founders were being badly suppressed into a corner. Looks like the little young master is still not used to the changes that the soul power can bring forth. He's expending the energy in his body recklessly right now, Radix frowned. Hosu responded, "Give him a little time. It's only a matter of time before Xia Fei gets used to this particular transformation." Radix was worried. But the situation he's in right now isn't great. Though such an intense attack had managed to suppress the two founders, he doesn't have the means to kill them. Xia Fei's soul mark is still incomplete, and that means he will ultimately use up all this energy at some point. The fight isn't looking too promising for him. Hosu responded in a low voice, "For the soul mark to consolidate its form, it still requires another qualitative leap, so let's wait and see how things unfold." "Wait, so you're still not intending to make a move?" Radix was shocked. Hosu mused, "Well, there's no urgency for me to act this time. You seem to have forgotten that Xia Fei still has a tree of life." "Oh right." Radix's mouth hung agape as he blurted out, "So you mean to say you'll let him break the cocoon and be reborn now? Isn't the risk too great doing it this way?" Xia Fei's body had yet to reach its limit. Hosu softly answered, "Since the little young master had managed to open his soul mark early, then he will surely be able to break the cocoon." "What, are you doubting Xia Fei?" "Well," Radix pondered as he gulped silently. "Of course, an early activation of the soul mark and an early breaking of the cocoon to be reborn would definitely be greatly beneficial to Xia Fei, but the risk was too great. Xia Fei did not specialize in breaking the cocoon and rebirth, and did not the powerful Xia Guocan only manage to break through to the founder tier after being on the brink of death. When a warrior reached an insurmountable threshold, the only thing that could help with the breakthrough was to cross the threshold between life and death. This was an unchanging rule of the universe. It was just that Xia Fei, who had already experienced a rocket-like rise in progress, now had to greatly improve his chance of breaking the cocoon and being reborn. The wild and unbridled attack continued as before. Xia Fei had no idea what the strange golden circle in his brain was for and was solely focused on utilizing the energy amidst the chaos. It was almost as if the energy was not being controlled, and if Xia Fei did not use it all up, it would only be a matter of time before it forced its way out of his body. This suppression effect from the unending use of the law of primal chaos shocked Xia Fei. The space around him had already turned completely dark and without light, having been repeatedly torn apart through the law of primal chaos. The two formidable founders were in a very sorry state after being on the receiving end of this crushing assault. A true warrior would have top-notch instincts, and his instincts were something that had never lost to anyone. While dishing out this savage attack, Xia Fei had also attempted to comprehend this new power. Over the course of several minutes, Xia Fei actually managed to find the trick to it. He was slowly learning how to control this unbelievably violent power. A portion of the source of this power came from inside him. The fiendish blade Nirvana had long been sapping the souls of the enemies it had killed, quietly collecting all that soul power and storing it in Xia Fei's body. Today, with the soul mark now in a half-open state, Xia Fei suddenly had the ability to use soul power, and so all those disparate souls had become the ammunition that he was using for his counterattack. As time went by, Xia Fei could feel that the soul energy inside his body was running out, but he realized that there was still an even stronger body of energy stored in Nirvana. It was just that this sort of energy was ordered, and not in the least bit scattered. He had great difficulty trying to use it, as the energies were not exactly listening to Xia Fei's commands. Xia Fei began to panic a little. At this moment, he needed much more energy for him to maintain this wild attack. His eager desire to slay his enemies superseded everything, so Xia Fei began to recklessly test things, determined to tap into the disobedient energies that were inside the fiendish blade Nirvana. This sequence of imperceptible actions was a challenge to Xia Fei, and calamitous to Radix. Good heavens, the little young master is too powerful. He wants to draw me out from within Nirvana. Radix paled as he wailed loudly. Radix was a powerful immortal soul, once being someone on par with Hosu. It was sheer coincidence that Radix became Xia Fei's soul weapon, and now resided inside the fiendish blade Nirvana. The soul power that Xia Fei had detected was none other than Radix, and Xia Fei was about to draw him out and use him right now. He had no idea that Radix would die completely if he no longer had any soul power. What? Hosu was stunned as he gasped in astonishment. Xia Fei has actually mastered control over soul power so soon, and has initiated the process of soul searching. What a superb improvement! Looks like the little young master is already very close to breaking his cocoon and rebirthing. He shall attain soul power level 1 in no time at all. Radix's voice was hoarse. Hosu! Quick, come up with a solution. Xia Fei's pull is becoming stronger and stronger. My soul will dissipate into nothingness if he tears me away from Nirvana. Hosu replied, do you really think Xia Fei is capable of consuming you, an immortal soul, from a soul weapon? He had only just obtained his soul mark, after all. Enough talk. Radix was so anxious that the color on his face had drained, shouting, he's Xia Fei, possessing an obstinacy that never gives up until he reaches his goal. Right now, the loose souls inside Nirvana are becoming fewer and fewer, and by the time Xia Fei runs out of soul power to draw from, he will surely regard me as energy for him to use up. Hosu was startled as he fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it was already a miracle that Xia Fei had been able to utilize soul power without his body being fully developed for it. Right now, Xia Fei was creating an even greater miracle. He actually found a way to gather soul power. Furthermore, he was relentlessly attempting to consume Radix, like he was just energy. That's right, Radix had soul power, and as an ex-expert, Radix has a frightening amount of it. As a servant of the Aurora clan, Radix already had come to terms with his mortality, but he was extremely unwilling to die at this stage. To make matters worse, Xia Fei was even crazier than Radix. He was even more unwilling to let the two founders off. Chapter 993, Breaking Out of the Cocoon and Rebirth. With how things are, there's just one method left. Hosu stated solemnly. What method? Radix was a little panicked. Xia Fei was the reckless sort when in combat, and he required even more energy to maintain this crazy battle, which was why he was constantly absorbing whatever energy he could obtain from his fiendish blade Nirvana. He would surely harbor designs upon Radix the moment he emptied out the fragment souls inside. Superimpose your cultivation onto Xia Fei. Hosu rumbled. Radix was shocked as he cried out in disbelief, are you serious? Will Xia Fei be able to control all my cultivation? Despite the fact that I'm just an immortal soul right now, my foundation is still there. What if the little young master's brain experiences ruin from soul backlash? Could you bear the responsibility if this were to happen? Radix was once a great expert. Even beyond the cosmic gate he would be considered a significant character, and while it was true that Radix was a lot weaker now that he was in his soul form, he still had his foundation, and it would be quite a feat if he were to stack his own strength onto Xia Fei. Well, then do whatever you want. I won't be intervening. In any case, Hosa sniffed very irresponsibly. At this very moment, the intense battle between Xia Fei and the two founders had already reached a fevered pitch. Dissatisfied with the impending results of the battle, Xia Fei was in the process of closing the distance between both parties, bringing the fight into close combat. He was determined to take Smile and Atrophy's lives. Through gritted teeth, perhaps having been affected by Xia Fei's zeal to fight to the death, Radix hissed, "Fine. Then I'll let Xia Fei have an early taste of the dignity befitting a soul hunter." Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly felt that energy that had been unwilling to submit to him inside Nirvana taking the initiative and relenting, joining in the fight in a peculiar yet brutal manner. Boom! With a casual wave of his fist, Xia Fei's punch could actually stir up a storm that shook the very galaxy. Xia Fei was deeply surprised as he muttered in awe under his breath, "What power!" Smile and Atrophy were absolutely flabbergasted. They had already been infinitely close to killing Xia Fei, yet they had ended up battered and bruised by this insane counterattack from him, and it even appeared as if it was far from over. They had no idea just how Xia Fei had managed to borrow some sort of celestial might, but he was attempting to use this power to slay them, two founders. An unimaginable scene was unfolding out there in space. Xia Fei was beating up two founders after he gained soul power. It had to be stated that Xia Fei merely had a Law Sage's cultivation. He was just a level 5 Law Sage who could actually turn the tide of the battle after wielding Radix's soul power, able to beat up two founders black and blue. It just went to show just how terrifying the power of the soul mark was. Not only was there an increase in his strength, even Xia Fei's speed surged. 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. In a short span of time, Xia Fei's speed was already nearing 10 million meters per second. Even a founder with their heightened neural response could not make up for such a great increase in speed. All they saw was Xia Fei's figure blurring and appearing to Smile and Atrophy's left, driving a hard fist right into Smile's face. The amount of power in that one punch was staggering. The founder's Smile was sent flying the moment the punch landed. The man went sailing across space, spurting out a trail of blood behind him. Before Smile could react, the fiendish blade Nirvana came crashing through from above him like a bolt of lightning. Crash! A mass of white light covered the space. After it dissipated, Smile was seen grasping at what remained of his left arm, staring at Xia Fei with an expression of extreme shock. His right arm had directly been severed by Nirvana. Atrophy wrinkled his forehead and said in a somewhat tragic yet stirring voice, "We have no choice but to go all out against him." Boom! The two founders began to burn their own life force at the same time. Xia Fei had already managed to do something that no ordinary person would have been able to accomplish, forcing a founder to reach a point where they needed to burn their own life force. The intense battle continued, as lights shot forth in every direction. This fiery battle was fierce. As the fighting progressed, the very space around them began to twist and fold. Both sides gave their all as they gambled with their lives in a devastating death match. Gradually, the side effects of using soul power began to appear. Xia Fei's mind began to fall into chaos, as he lost all awareness. "Kill! Kill them all!" This was the voice that rang in Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei could not hear anything else aside from that, and even his vision was beginning to blur. In the end, Xia Fei actually managed to fall unconscious while in the middle of the fight. Zing! Xia Fei was jolted away from his dreams. He felt that he had just been caught in a nightmare, a dream where he was drawn into an intense fight with two founders. All thanks to this inexplicable power of his, the founders were left dead and injured, respectively. This feeling of this kind of fierce battle invigorated Xia Fei greatly, so much so that the first thing he did waking up was frantically wave his arms about. His arm was in mid-air when he suddenly stopped and listened intently. He had suddenly realized that his surroundings were very familiar, as if he was back in the hidden realm. Looking around, he noticed that he had been lying under a withered tree, and that tree was the tree of life that he had planted all those years back. The previously lush tree had withered, and the trunk of the tree was split right down the middle, like it had been struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. Xia Fei scratched his head and mumbled to himself, what is going on here? Could everything have been just a dream? It really wasn't. Everything was real. You slow atrophy by relying on your soul power, and grievously wounded smile. This voice came from a distance away, and Xia Fei lifted his head up, only to find the stranger standing before him, the one who had familiarized him with the 13 founders. Since I've won, why am I here? And why are you here, as well? Hosu chuckled, you're here because you failed to control the powerful soul mark during battle. That loss of control ultimately triggered your tree of life, and you broke through your cocoon and were reborn. Xia Fei patted his war armor. Sin Raksha has already been ruined to the point it was out of shape after that intense fighting. The fiendish blade Nirvana was inside his ring, seemingly no different from before. Smiling, Xia Fei said, you're lying. I know how rebirth works. The old demon lord Oro was resurrected, and he had nothing on him, naked as a newborn babe. But look at me now, how am I anywhere near a new rebirth? Hosu shook his head, what that person planted was a life seed, while what you have just experienced was the replacement effect of a tree of life. You understand replacement, right? Rebirth requires you to die before you can be reborn, while replacement requires you to be in a precarious situation, when your life is hanging by a thread, and the tree of life will die in your stead. You'll remain completely fine, just like before. Taking a look at Furball beside him soundly asleep, Xia Fei asked, then how do you explain Furball being here as well? Even if I've been replaced by the tree of life, Furball hasn't planted any tree of life. Hosu answered, I was the one who brought Furball back, the same as Nirvana. As for your war armor and peacock blue, they came back with you, as they were already on your person. Xia Fei swallowed hard. Hosu's explanation seemed sensible. The tree of life had replaced him, and it was also logical that Hosu brought back Nirvana and Furball. Why are you helping me? Xia Fei had to ask. I didn't. If I had helped you, both Smile and Atrophy would already be dead, and you wouldn't have had to expend something as precious as your tree of life. Honestly, between the tree of life and the life seed, I prefer the former, because the life seed can help warriors experience countless rebirths, but their cultivation will be lost each time it happens. Meanwhile, the tree of life can only be used just once, but there will not be any losses incurred. Of course, the best is if you have both together. Too bad that you've used up your one tree of life. I'm afraid it'll be very hard for you to find another amazing plant like it again, Hosu commented, somewhat critically. Xia Fei suddenly felt that this person standing before him was very strange. Not only had he not made any requests, he was even helping Xia Fei to no benefit. It was almost as if they shared some mysterious connection that made him keep doing this. That was when Radix abruptly appeared before Xia Fei, as real as life, like he had just been reborn. He took a peculiar bow before solemnly stating, Xia Fei. From the bottom of my heart, forgive me for keeping you in the dark all this time, but this has been Hosu's idea the entire time. Hosu was floored. Radix had not only learned to be as cunning as Xia Fei, he had even learned how to shirk responsibilities and throw someone under the bus without a second thought. Was this still the same Radix from before? Hosu. Xia Fei was stunned. Radix pointed at Hosu and exclaimed, that's right, this is actually Hosu. I wanted to tell you this when you met him at the Palace of Gods, but he forbade me to say a word, which was why you're only learning about this now. Hosu furrowed his brow and was about to explain, when Radix suddenly continued, Hosu, the little young master has managed to break out of his cocoon and be reborn, acquiring his first soul mark. You cannot keep anything from him anymore, you have to hand over everything, even the young master's inheritance. There was no need to mention the anger Hosu was feeling inside, but he suddenly realized that this was Radix's way of teaching Hosu a lesson for not lending aid after he had nearly been used up by Xia Fei like a bomb. He had learned this from Xia Fei, as well. Heaving a long sigh, Hosu went down on the ground with one knee and said to Xia Fei, Soul Hunter Hosu, of the Aurora clan, greets the little young master. Radix was no exception, as he went down on his knee and repeated the same line, as well. That was when Xia Fei realized that Radix was not really there, but that he could not see him clearly whenever he wanted. Radix was an immortal soul. In the past, Xia Fei could only see a very obvious transparent form of him, but now, Xia Fei was seeing Radix like he was alive. Xia Fei was startled, as he was not used to this sudden change. It was like an ordinary person opening their third eye, and abruptly realizing that aside from the humans all around him, there were also ghosts and spirits floating about. Of course he was shocked. He was also surprised to find that his seventh brain region was different from before. Its breadth had increased by an astonishing 50%, and the rainbow energy ball had been supplanted by a golden mark. Whoosh! Xia Fei could feel a headache coming on as confusion overtook him. Xia Fei clutched his head with one hand and demanded, "Tell me, just what exactly is going on? Why has this inconceivable change taken place to my body, and why are the both of you calling me young master?" Radix was about to speak when Xia Fei promptly added, "Then there's also that thing about my inheritance, are you supposed to hand it over?" Hoso could only feel indignant sorrow flood his heart. What sort of character was Xia Fei's grandfather? He was well respected, and did everything with panache. Even if someone had shown mountains of wealth to him, he was not the sort who would even lift a finger to covet them. But just look at Xia Fei. Radix had casually mentioned the matter of an inheritance and the young man had etched it into his mind. The tone he took seemingly said, "What is mine, what is yours is also mine. As long as I have heard about it, it then belongs to me." To think the distinguished Aurora clan would have such an outlandish individual like Xia Fei. Hosu sighed to himself. Chapter 994, Soul Hunting? Soul Eating? Xia Fei was very curious about the changes happening to himself, and asked a series of questions. Hosu answered, "First you must understand your heritage. Aside from the half-earthling bloodline flowing through your veins, as well as 1/4 Skywing clan, the final quarter is from the Aurora clan, who come from beyond the Cosmic Gate. That is also the home of Radix and I, and the owner of the Ark." Xia Fei clenched his teeth. Heritage. This was not exactly an issue that bothered him, but it was something that he was strongly curious about. That was because he had already come to the decision that he should just do what he wanted in his life, and he would ignore everything else. Now that Hosu had suddenly mentioned the secret 1/4 of his genetics, Xia Fei could not help but feel his heart shudder, yet he pricked his ears up and listened. "Your grandfather was called Wistful Valley, and was the direct descendant of the Aurora clan. Back then, with Radix as the foundation of the soul ship and me as the bodyguard, a mysterious cosmic gate opened up right before our very eyes. It was a gate that was long sealed by a powerful force. That was why your grandfather Wistful Valley decided to give it his all just to open the gate and travel through it. I was the one in charge of sealing it behind us, so we would be able to recuperate here, before heading back to the star region the Aurora clan resided in after we recovered. Your grandfather possessed great power, given that he was a direct descendant of the clan. He really managed to open the cosmic gate that had been sealed for countless years. Though this pretty much cost Wistful Valley all the energy he had in his life, he nevertheless really succeeded in doing just that. Do you understand? Your grandfather was a kind person, and never once showed a bad temper to anyone else. It was at that moment that I realized that the reason he did not exchange blows with others wasn't because of his lack of cultivation, but the exact opposite. His cultivation was so great that he could bring ruin and devastation to the universe. Even with me and Radix put together, we'd not even be a match for 1% of his power." Hoso was buzzing with energy after he reached this point. His eyes shone brightly, almost as if he was witnessing the scene of Wistful Valley opening up the cosmic gate with all his might before his eyes once again. Unfortunately, the inverse still managed to find us before we entered the cosmic gate, and the Ark was wrecked. Because your grandfather Wistful Valley had used up all his strength, he lost his ability to protect himself and thus ended up dying in space. Even more tragically, I had also used up all my strength when I attempted to seal the cosmic gate, but the effect was far from ideal. With how the inverse are able to sneak through the cracks of the sealed cosmic gate from time to time, my seal seems to have lost its effect after all these years, and the inverse could very well completely break the seal and invade at any time." Radix lowered his head slowly. The seal over the cosmic gate had been powerful, yet Xia Fei's grandfather had been able to open it, while Hoso was still unable to seal the cosmic gate up completely despite having sacrificed his life for it. This was the difference in strength. Perhaps Radix felt that he was not strong enough after failing to protect Xia Fei's grandfather properly, which was why he was blaming himself. Xia Fei frowned and asked curiously, "I remember that the cosmic gate has been opened once before, right? It is why the Lore Realm is in its current state, being suppressed by the inverse." Hoso shook his head. "You can't really call that a true opening of the gate, they only managed to open a small crack, and a portion of them managed to slip in, but just with their strength alone, the founders were cowed and ended up coming to a compromise. The seal I made in exchange for my life all those years back is a lot weaker. If the inverse were to attempt to open it again and proceed to invade on a larger scale than before, Even if the entire universe were to unite against them, we might not have the ability to resist them. Hosu then said several more things pertaining to the Aurora clan, as well as matters related to what was beyond the cosmic gate, which left Xia Fei feeling even more uneasy after hearing them. According to Radix and Hosu, the Aurora clan was very respected beyond the cosmic gate, not because they were powerful combatants, but because of their graciousness. In Xia Fei's eyes, graciousness was nothing that was of any use, something that he could not even eat. Anyone that provoked him or his people would have their entire family slain. Xia Fei's way of thinking was more in line with repaying grievances with enmity, and he had never once considered teaching the people through grace and humility. Apparently, the Aurora clan took a very dim view of the concept of wealth, yet Xia Fei had been plundering and looting his whole life, not letting go of anything once he set his eyes on it. It was said that the Aurorines rarely killed, and when struck by others, they would at most flash a smile at the assailant, and unless they were at death's door, they would not ever retaliate, nor feud with them. Xia Fei was even more nonplussed after hearing that, if anyone dared send a glare his way, they would die. That was the style he followed. In any case, the Aurora clan that Hosu and Radix described left Xia Fei rather speechless. They were essentially just a bunch of good people, living a life without antagonism in some hidden location beyond the cosmic gate, spending their days cultivating. Looking at himself, then thinking about what the people of the Aurora clan that his grandfather had belonged to were like, Xia Fei sighed, "Are you positive that I'm of your clan, a descendant of the Aurorines?" Radix and Hosu nodded their heads vigorously, with Radix solemnly stating, "There's no doubt about it. Though you are only genetically a quarter Aurorine, it is also that fourth that gives you an advantage over the inverse. That day you slew the inverse in one strike while hundreds of guardians were helpless before. It wasn't just because of Nirvana, but also your genetics." Xia Fei did not wish to probe any further regarding the Aurora clan. To think he would actually have a heritage with that clan left him speechless. He was really at a loss for words. In his view, the Skywing clan was what suited him best, and happily spending his days with those crazy individuals would be far better than being personable. Even if there was a day in the future where he could really pass through the cosmic gate and take a trip to the place his grandfather had resided in the Aurora clan, he would very likely be viewed as a freak, completely out of place. After all, the personality differences between Xia Fei and the Aurorines were too great, almost to the point where they shared no common ground. Changing the topic, Xia Fei then asked, "All right then. Let's talk about the seventh brain region, as well as the soul mark. Why has everything changed after that golden mark appeared?" Hosu chuckled, "Little young master, the fact that you possess a soul mark at this stage is an extremely thrilling thing. Back then, when the cosmic gate could still be considered sealed, all the sapient life forms in this universe did not have their seventh brain region opened. This only came to about due to a series of genetic mutations that happened after the Ark arrived." Xia Fei was curious, not a single life form here in this universe had a seventh brain region before this? Just how powerful was the Ark? Hosu nodded, "It's true, because the Ark is a soul ship. It was a type of supersized assault soul weapon that is capable of independent thought. It was the ultimate representation of the power the Aurora clan wielded. If the Ark wasn't powerful enough, then it would not have needed an expert like Radix to give up his physical body and become the commanding soul of the ship." Upon mentioning this, Radix raised his head proudly, almost as if it had been his honor to have been chosen as the soul of the Ark, because he had been a lot stronger once before. Xia Fei looked at Radix for a while, a cold war igniting inside him. Xia Fei already knew that Radix had recovered his memory some time ago, it was just that Radix had kept him in the dark until now. The manufacturing of the Ark was a closely guarded secret of the Aurora clan. After the soul ship was destroyed, its energy scattered across the universe, and the various sapient life forms here began to gradually develop. The 13 founders were the first batch of intelligent life forms who benefited from the Ark's explosion. They possessed decent talent, and as their seventh brain region opened up, these people gradually grasped control over their own bodies, and broke the limits of their own physical forms over long periods of time, becoming founder-tier experts. Upon reaching this point, it seemed like Radix and Hosu both had something on their minds, constantly glancing at the time, like they were waiting for something to happen. Xia Fei asked again, "Are founders really that precious? Why is it that across the vastness of the universe, there are many law gods, but there are only a paltry handful of 14 founders? Even if we include those that have died, that's still merely 31 founders." Hosu answered, "We'll have to talk about the source of their strength. The strength of sapient life forms originate from the limits of their bodies, but that's just a part of it. Aside from their bodies, sapient life forms also possess a soul, and there is great power inside their souls. After cultivating and training one's body to the limit, they would reach peak law God, and be able to control the universe through their physical selves. However, soul power is also very strong, but it is hidden, a great power that attempts to control the universe through one's soul. The founder tier means a warrior has developed their body to its very limit, and has broken through that very limitation, beginning to make their way to the stage of soul power. It is extremely difficult to cross from physical strength to soul power, given how the body exists and can be seen and touched, while the soul is a kind of spirituality wielded with concentration. Most have a hard time discovering the existence of a soul, not to mention the energy needed to utilize it. You have seen for yourself how the grand ancestor of your Skywing clan, Xia, had to risk his very life before he developed soul power and became a founder. As such, it could be seen just how difficult it is for anyone looking to cross over the double barrier between body and soul. Xia Fei nodded, I completely understand what you mean. No matter what I cultivated before, be it my special ability or laws, I'd have to expend all the strength in my body. But the founder's touching soul power is a type of method to progress across tiers, which was why this was a very difficult threshold for most warriors out there. However, I have only just achieved level 5 Law Sage, and I'm still a ways off peak Law God. How could I have this soul mark? Radix laughed, that is because your blood decided you'd be suitable for using soul power from the very start. More importantly, it's because you're not too old, but have already experienced numerous life and death moments. That indomitable spirit of yours helped propel you. Soul is the accumulation of someone's mental fortitude, and that is one aspect of you that is really strong. Sometimes, it can even terrify people. Xia Fei nodded again. He still had a lot of questions he wished to ask, but he suddenly felt his body begin to burn up, almost as if he had been tossed into boiling water. Here it comes. The chain reaction after activating your soul mark is finally about to happen. Hosu excitedly shouted. This is a chance. Before this, you need to make a very important choice. Do you wish to hunt souls, or to eat souls? Chapter 995, Trouble. Still trouble. Do you wish to hunt souls or eat souls? You need to make a choice. Radix and Hosu stated gravely, already knowing what was happening right now. Xia Fei could only feel a powerful itch raging inside his body. It was like there were a million insects crawling all over his skin, an unbearable experience. Even his skin was turning red from the burning sensation. Xia Fei did his best to endure what he was feeling inside as he asked, Hunt souls? Eat souls? Just what in the world is happening to me? Radix was enraptured. A soul hunter is a very noble undertaking, something Hosu and I belong to. We are able to hunt and kill souls, using all sorts of soul power as our base and unleashing all sorts of combat techniques. A soul eater is completely different. Their goal isn't to hunt, but to slay. They are the nightmare of all soul power. The difference in choosing this path is that soul eaters have no way of hunting souls, and can only slay them. From an energy perspective, soul hunters are able to draw on soul power, which is why the more souls they hunt down, the stronger they get, combat strength-wise. The downside is that they have no way of killing souls, and they will be in trouble when going up against a powerful immortal soul. Though soul eaters are capable of killing souls, they are unable to draw energy from souls. They are like a lone blade in the middle of a battlefield. If they are unable to take care of the enemy in one blow, then they will die from the enemy's energy backlash. Xia Fei frowned after hearing the explanation. Be it a soul hunter or a soul eater, their pros and cons were apparent. The latter was more lethal, but lacked energy, while the former never had to worry about energy, but were not able to slay their enemies, unable to make their enemies yield. Being unable to kill his enemies would depress Xia Fei greatly, and he would feel dissatisfied if he did not have enough energy to devote to battle. While pondering, 3 rays of light appeared inside his 7th brain region, colored red, white and black. They circled the golden soul mark that had just formed in his brain region, slowly orbiting it. It was a fantastic sight. It's time to choose. White represents energy, and you'll become a soul hunter. You'll have endless energy, and as the number of souls you hunt increase, the energy you have will become stronger. Red represents slaughter. Choosing red will make you a soul eater, and as your level rises, you'll be able to kill higher quality souls. No matter which you choose, you'll become a well-respected professional warrior beyond the cosmic gate. Hosu exhorted him with a solemn expression. Radix was also shouting, that's right. You need to make your choice in 3 minutes, and considering the inheritance the young master left behind and your status as an Ororine, as long as you are willing, you'll definitely become a top-notch warrior. However, Xia Fei was greatly intrigued by that black light. The ray circled around his soul mark, emitting an icy cold aura that would chill anyone. This sinister and cold attribute was far more heart-pounding than the red soul eaters. White is for soul hunter, and red is for soul eater, so what is black for? Xia Fei wondered out loud. What black? Hosu and Radix were both nonplussed. They did not seem to have heard of black before. You must be mistaken. After activating your soul mark, its energy will give you the choice of choosing which direction you'd like to go, and it had always been red or white. When has there ever been black? Radix shrugged. There's really no black, Xia Fei. Don't hesitate any longer, and become a soul hunter of the Aurora clan. That's what we have the most of, and the one with the greatest achievements is also a soul hunter. Why don't you follow tradition and choose soul hunter? Hosu recommended matter-of-factly. Xia Fei decided not to say another word. Though both Hosu and Radix were adamant that there was no black ray, the fact remained that this black light had vividly appeared in his brain region, and its mysterious glow and chilling aura attracted Xia Fei deeply. He did not have much time left. Xia Fei had to choose his path in 3 minutes, and it did not matter that this black glow had appeared in his brain region, what mattered was whether he wanted to choose it or not. White meant becoming a soul hunter, Xia Fei had learned, and red meant a soul eater, which he now knew as well. But what he would become if he took the mysterious black, Xia Fei had no clue. Even Radix and Hosu had no clue. In fact, neither had ever heard of it. The corners of Xia Fei's lips curled up into a smirk. During his life, Xia Fei had never taken the conventional path. Whether he was on Earth or in the Alliance, or after he joined the Law Realm, Xia Fei always took the path no one had ever taken before. It was precisely because of his predilection for the road less traveled that he had become the Xia Fei he was today. This was not a difficult choice for Xia Fei. Ever curious, he had never been someone that regretted how different he was from others. Though it was his unconventional choices that had brought Xia Fei plenty of trouble, trouble had already become an indispensable part of his life. Everyone knew about Xia Fei from the Skywing clan and his unconventionality, and everyone knew that there was a Xia Fei in the Skywing clan who would always cause trouble. Everyone knew that this time, Xia Fei might just be causing trouble again. His willpower acting like a nimble finger, Xia Fei reached out toward that mass of black and lightly touched it. Phew! The light shone, and thousands of demons danced. The 3 colored lights that had been orbiting inside his 7th brain region abruptly disappeared, and in their place was a soul mark, true and complete. A soul mark that was a mix of gold and black. There were 9 sides to the soul mark, and Xia Fei had only obtained 1 of them. If 8 more soul marks were to appear, then he would have a full 9-sided soul mark. Rumble! 6 dragons soared into the skies as a divine glow washed the lands. This was the phenomenon when a law god was born. Xia Fei had actually gone from a level 5 law sage and soared up to reach the law god tier. This was an unbelievable jump. He had crossed the 2 major thresholds, superior law sage and law god, in one go. Strange occurrences happened beside Xia Fei, as 6 ferocious large dragons began roaring as they ascended up to the heavens, shining across all of the hidden realm. Far away, the great robot army halted what they were doing and watched the wild dragons flying, taking in this unbelievably dazzling divine glow. Hosu and Radix were also greatly astonished. It seemed neither of them had thought it was possible for Xia Fei to instantly gain such an increase in cultivation. However, the 6 dragons soaring into the skies was not the end of things. 4 lights proceeded to rise from Xia Fei thereafter, and though it was not comparable to what they had witnessed when Xia Fei broke through to attain law god cultivation, Hosu and Radix were even more flabbergasted by what they were seeing. That was because it meant Xia Fei had not just reached law god cultivation, but he had also risen up to level 5 law god. A level 5 law god. How in the world? Another step and he would become a superior law god. 4 more steps and he would reach peak law god. The very limits of his physical strength. Xia Fei had managed to tear through the levels, from a level 5 law sage to become a level 5 law god. Such a feat left both Radix and Hosu breathless. What kind of situation is this? Radix asked, shaking his head, his eyes wide in disbelief. Hosu shook his head as well. I can't be too sure, but it seems like Xia Fei has risen to level 5 law god, and already possesses a seed of life of his own. Seed of life? Why can't I see it? Radix said, examining Xia Fei for the longest time. Hoso was startled and began doing the same as Xia Fei as well. Wait, it's really not there. No way. Xia Fei has attained level 5 Law God cultivation, yet he has no seed of life. Does that mean he lacks the ability to resurrect? Just what kind of situation is this? This line was now thrown back to Hoso, but the shock remained the same. How would I know? Radix grasped his head and said, after activating your soul mark, it's natural for one to see a 3-level rise in physical attributes, yet Xia Fei has soared up 9 levels. He ought to have obtained a seed of life upon reaching the Law God tier as proof that a warrior has cultivated to the pinnacle reaches of the universe, but Xia Fei doesn't have the seed. This is far too unbelievable. Too unbelievable. The only emotion left in Hoso was shock, and he kept repeating himself. That was when Xia Fei suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled slowly, softly asking, "What's so unbelievable?" Anyone could see that Xia Fei looked like he had just come down with a huge illness. His entire face was covered in sweat, and his entire body seemed to have shrunken down a size after the intense consecutive promotions he had just experienced. "You're unbelievable!" Radix and Hoso yelled out in unison. "Just what did you do? How did you promote so rapidly? Do you know that you've reached level 5 Law God cultivation already? Level 5 Law God? You've practically jumped 9 levels in one go, and will soon be reaching the peak of your physical prowess." Hoso shouted at him. Radix quickly added, "You've attained Law God cultivation, yet you still do not have a seed of life. This is terrible. Not having a seed of life means you won't have the ability to be reborn. If you die, it will be final. Just what is going on here? Where is your seed of life?" Xia Fei furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. "How would I know how I ended up like this? You two should be the ones with the answers. After all, you've experienced this before, so you should know what happened." "Heck, who has ever experienced this?" Hoso shouted. As a loyal servant of the Aurora clan, Hoso was honestly panicking on Xia Fei's behalf. Rebirth was the most important accomplishment for an expert. With an immortal soul, that meant their lifespan increased, which also positively affected the continuation of their cultivation. Only by accumulating constant cultivation over years could a warrior reach the zenith of their strength, because it was truly a long path. If someone had a short lifespan, then no matter how great a talent he or she was, a limited life might not reach the limits of their capabilities. More importantly, losing the ability to be reborn meant that Xia Fei only had one life. With how vast the universe was, who knew how many strong experts would be out there? Who could guarantee that they would not encounter some unparalleled god-like killer? Other experts could rely on their rebirths to make up for their lack of cultivation, returning to the martial world after thousands of years, and they could take their revenge when making their comeback. But Xia Fei did not have a seed of life. He would be nothing but ash after he died just once. He would be gone for good. Radix was ultimately more of an active thinker than Hoso, and a spark of a thought came to him after scratching his head for quite some time. He said, "Hoso, quickly hand over young master's inheritance. Now that Xia Fei has attained his first soul mark, he'll be able to cultivate the heirloom martial technique of the Ororenes. As long as Xia Fei can obtain just 1 point of the heirloom, he will be able to safely establish himself here in this universe, and no one will ever harm him. Even several founders ganging up on him would not be enough to take him down." Hoso froze for a moment, and swiftly began to search through his spatial ring. Radix's words had reminded Hoso of his duty. Since it was already a reality that Xia Fei had not obtained his own seed of life, there was no point in worrying about this matter any further. It was far better to just let Xia Fei leverage his own potential and cultivate quickly. As long as he had high enough cultivation, Xia Fei would be safe. The young master's inheritance is all here. Hoso hurriedly tossed a hoard of items at Xia Fei. Chapter 996, The Freak Xia Fei. The young master's inheritance is all here. Saying that, Hoso proceeded to hand over Xia Fei plenty of items, a suit of war armor, a weapon, as well as 5 thick metallic tomes. There was also an uncountable pile of loose items. Hoso arranged all of these items all on the ground for Xia Fei to see. Xia Fei was slightly dazed, uncertain as to how he should tackle everything. There were plenty of strange and unusual items that Xia Fei had never seen before among them. This here is the war armor that the young master used, Celestial Soul Warning. Unfortunately, the suit of amalgamate escape the young master was wearing was completely destroyed during the Inverse's pursuit. But this Celestial Soul Warning is also a legendary heritage war armor of the Aurora clan. It's far stronger than that Sin Raksha you have on, the two are hardly comparable to each other. Hosu informed him. Celestial soul warning. Xia Fei mumbled to himself as he took the war armor into his hands. His finger lightly tapped the thin metal plates on it, and a melodious ringing was instantly heard. This is indeed a very good suit of war armor. It hardly feels like it weighs anything in my hands, and the craftsmanship is so exquisite that it manages to achieve this completely ergonomic design. It is just that its name is a little sad and somewhat confusing. Trust me, Celestial Soul Warning isn't just your everyday armor. It is a truly legendary armor. Even in the world beyond the Cosmic Gate, it would be considered a precious treasure, and is most likely one of a kind here on your side. Radix stated solemnly. He was looking at the war armor with a very passionate zeal in his eyes, as if he had great reverence for it. Celestial Soul Warning is very powerful, and this other thing here is even more so. Hosu excitedly raised a long sword whose scabbard was made of a strange leather that had plenty of bumps on its surface. It looked very much like crocodile skin, but was much more uneven, and its toughness was who knew how many times more resilient than crocodile hide. Shing! Amid a white flash of light, a celestial sword appeared. Everyone watched Hosu unsheath the white-boned bamboo blade. There was a shrill screech that accompanied the revelation, and the light released by the clear white dagger caused a rainbow to rapidly appear across the entire hidden realm. This is the White Dragon's screech. The young master's favorite dagger when he was alive, and an inheritance from the Aurora clan. Do you know what materials were used to make this white-boned bamboo blade? Hosu asked proudly. I have no idea, but seeing the quality of the White Dragon's screech, it looks to be made from the bone of an animal. Though I've studied the Beast Spirit Codex before, I really can't tell just what animal's bone have been used to forge this sharp blade, Xia Fei said. Hosu burst into raucous laughter before abruptly stopping, his demeanor becoming completely serious. Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, and the Ancient Dragon, those are the three that are known as the kings among the 10,000 beast kings. This white dragon's screech was forged from the claw bone of an ancient dragon. Ancient dragon! Xia Fei was startled. While all the sapient life forms in the universe did not share the same language or ancestors, it did not matter if they were beyond the cosmic gate or inside it, all of them had legends about dragons. That was a formidable life form. A creature that surmounted all. If this white dragon's screech had really been forged from the claw of an ancient dragon, then it was essentially a shocking existence that went beyond imagination. A legendary creature. A legendary blade of war. Radix was nodding his head vigorously from the side. The white dragon's screech is not your average weapon. It has a mighty soul power that is capable of perforating through everything. There are good and evil souls, and the moment you come across the latter, the white dragon's screech would let you know, and it would in turn let them finally learn what it means to be a true nightmare. Xia Fei was startled yet again, awed by the superior might the white dragon's screech possessed. A suit of war armor and a weapon. The celestial soul warning as well as the white dragon's screech were both items that surpassed the grade of everything in this universe, and they came from a powerful clan from beyond the cosmic gate, the Aurora clan. Without a doubt, with these two great weapons, as well as his cultivation now being at level 5 law god, Xia Fei would see a meteoric rise in his combat strength. After a pause, Hosu took out 5 combat techniques that were as thick as encyclopedias. These 5 manuals are all the soul arts that only the direct descendants of the Aurora clan are allowed to inherit. Look here, this is the Soul Hunter's notes, designed for our clan's soul hunters to learn from. Then this one is the Tome of Soul Eating, a treasure necessary for any soul eater's advancement. As for the minor soul cultivation, and major soul cultivation, and 9 revolution soul cultivation, they are study handbooks best for building a foundation in soul power and its subsequent advancement, respectively. With these 5 books, whether you choose to be a soul hunter or soul eater, you'll be able to use them until the end of your life. We left on a long odyssey, which was why the young master brought along an entire set of secret manuals. As for these drugs and other trinkets, they will also grant you unimaginable benefits when used. Unfortunately, a portion were lost during the Ark's explosion. Hosu and Radix were both thrilled. After all, these were the true inheritances from the Aurora clan, something Xia Fei's grandfather had left behind. Only a direct descendant of the Aurora clan could learn them, and even clan warriors like Radix and Hosu had never come into contact with them. Alright, let's not waste any more time. You should first start learning the basics of soul cultivation. As for these combat techniques, just which option did you end up going with, soul hunting or soul eating? It will be a disaster if you cultivate the wrong manual, Hosu asked somewhat anxiously. Xia Fei was a little taken aback as he replied quietly, I did not choose either. That's impossible. Radix was tearing at his hair as he yelled. Though he was just a soul, the actions he was making looked very real and vivid. To think you're not going to learn either technique. Just what sort of situation is this? I have never heard of a similar situation in my entire life. Hosu was also shaking his head and sighing from the sidelines as well. After a bunch of tests, Radix and Hosu had confirmed that there was no way for Xia Fei to learn either of the treasured manuals that belonged to the Oro runs. This was definitely a very frustrating matter. Xia Fei was 1/4 Auroran in terms of his blood lineage, and yet he was unable to cultivate the Auroran soul arts? Neither Radix nor Hosu could wrap their heads around it. Why is that? Hosu rubbed his chin meaningfully as he shook his head, wondering to himself. Xia Fei shrugged as he helplessly explained, I already told you both, there were 3 colors of lights in my brain region before, red, white and black. I chose black, and it's probably that reason that makes me ineligible to learn those soul arts. Hosu and Radix did not believe what they were hearing. The two quietly ran off to a corner and started talking. Xia Fei originally had frightening potential, and to think he's now as useless as a block of wood. After all, the minor soul cultivation is the most basic soul mark combat technique. Though the Oro rounds added their unique touches to the soul art to make the minor soul cultivation more suited to their own clansmen to cultivate, it should not be to the point where Xia Fei is completely unable to activate it. Hosu nodded, it is very troublesome indeed. I suspect that Xia Fei's early activation of his soul mark had caused damage to his brain region. As for that black light, it must have been something he completely hallucinated, and the truth is that though Xia Fei has activated his first soul mark, he has actually lost all ability with it. Radix heaved a long sigh in his sorrow. That would be terrible. Xia Fei has become a useless piece of driftwood that can never cultivate soul arts. Even if he reaches the limits of his physical body and attains peak law god cultivation, he will most likely never be able to go further, up to the founder tier, for his entire life. The two were very dejected. Under normal circumstances, warriors would naturally draw out soul power after their physical body had finished its development, allowing them to transcend and become founders. But Xia Fei had actually activated his soul mark when he was only level 5 law sage. This was definitely an extraordinary development. Then there was the crazy promotions that Xia Fei had undergone after activating his soul mark, which had surprised Radix and Hosu greatly after witnessing it. There had been previous instances of talented warriors having their soul marks activated early, but never as early as what Xia Fei had. After a genius warrior activated their soul mark, their physical body would improve greatly from acquiring soul power, but never had anyone received as great a boost in levels as Xia Fei. Damn! Everything about Xia Fei is different from everyone else, and that has also sowed the seeds of his path forward. It's too late for us to discuss this to any degree now. I'm afraid Xia Fei can only stagnate at the peak law god tier his entire life, and not improve any further. Hosu was sullen. Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley had been very good to Radix and Hosu. Now that Xia Fei was in his present state of being unable to cultivate soul power left the two in much pain, both felt that they had failed to protect Xia Fei to the best of their abilities. Just as these two soul hunters were feeling depressed, a loud explosion could be heard nearby. The two hurriedly turned to look, only to find themselves face to face with a scene that left them clueless. They saw Xia Fei thrust a palm at the air, and a soul shade sprang out swiftly. The shade was humanoid in form, and seemingly made of nothingness. Like a ghost that Xia Fei had just unleashed, it left nothing behind, whatever it passed through. Radix and Hosu were basically speechless. Soul Shade was a skill exclusive to soul hunters, allowing them to send out this soul through their own cultivation upon killing their enemy and stealing their soul, allowing them to kill their enemies through a soul art. It had not been long since Xia Fei completed his soul mark, yet because he had been unable to learn from the precious manuals of the Oro runs, Hosu and Radix had both assumed he would be unable to make any further progress. Yet there was now a turnaround. Under the conditions of not having any basic foundational cultivation, or having anyone to guide him, Xia Fei had actually shown his ability to launch a powerful soul attack. How could Radix and Hosu not be surprised by this? Soul Shade? Did my eyes deceive me? Radix abruptly blurted out in astonishment. Nope, that really was a soul shade. It's a soul hunter combat technique that only someone with 2 soul marks could unleash. Hosu answered excitedly. Whoosh! Hosu quickly arrived by Xia Fei's side after saying that, inspecting Xia Fei all over with his eyes, like he was looking at a strange creature. How did you do that just now? How could you have sent out a soul shade when you lack any foundation to speak of? Hoso asked him urgently. Xia Fei answered, I just had a feeling. The energy led my consciousness as it was swimming about inside me, and after several laps, I suddenly had the feeling to vent it out, releasing the energy inside my body. Thus, I thrust out a palm, and created that scene you two saw just now. As a soul hunter, Radix and Hoso knew very well that the process and release that Xia Fei had just described was a type of soul art, first drawing out the souls stored in the soul vessel, then unleashing them like a weapon. But no matter how hard either tried, Radix and Hoso could not make sense of how Xia Fei could have taught himself all that without a tutor. Xia Fei, you're really a freak among freaks, Radix muttered in surprise after being stunned for the longest time. Chapter 997, Dual Soul Art. The situation was just that strange. No matter how simple something was, it would be anything but straightforward once Xia Fei became involved. All these various weird phenomena had left Radix and Hoso astonished beyond belief. Before they could even wrap their heads around everything, another impossible to explain scene had occurred. Xia Fei had actually managed to learn and use soul combat art without anyone's guidance, and had unleashed a rather effective soul shade, too. I refuse to believe this. Not even if you beat me up. There's no such thing as being self-taught in this world. When the two of us were teaching you the soul cultivation art just now, you were no different from a block of wood, completely incapable of activating your soul mark. Yet you've somehow turned into a self-taught genius in a blink of an eye. This is no different from a fairy tale. It must have been an accident. An accident, I say. Radix bemoaned. Xia Fei shrugged and sighed, I can't help it if you two don't believe me. Even now, I have this very strange idea brewing inside me, something I should be able to unleash as a soul art as well, though I have no idea what the effect would be. Hoso started and said in bewilderment, Quick, quick, unleash it and let me and Radix have a look. Perhaps we might be able to glean something from it, who knows. Xia Fei nodded and promptly began to gather his own soul attack. As to why he had unleashed that soul shade just now, Xia Fei was not exactly too clear about it himself. He had only been chasing after this mysterious sensation inside him and doing things accordingly. Hey, now that we're seeing it, these actions that Xia Fei's doing really do look like it, but I simply don't believe that Xia Fei has managed to grasp a soul art on his own, Radix muttered, stroking his chin with one hand. As that sentence was uttered, the two saw a spark of light enveloping Xia Fei's two hands, like his two hands were made of crystal, and the light was unleashed in the center of his palms. Crap! Radix yelped as he retreated rapidly, diving back into the fiendish blade nirvana. Meanwhile, Hoso was rooted to the ground, dumbfounded right where he had been standing, like he was witnessing Armageddon's arrival. Swoosh! The light quickly disappeared, leaving Xia Fei standing where he was, panting heavily. He looked to be very tired. Radix poked his head out from nirvana, looking very frightened. What happened? Why did you run off instantly? Xia Fei wondered curiously. Radix gulped as he shouted in a hoarse voice, to think you'd say that so happily. There's no enmity between us, and I'm even one of the personal bodyguards of your grandfather's, why would you be trying to kill me? Kill you? I didn't attack you, why did you run off? Xia Fei was confused. The lips of Hoso trembled as he exclaimed in shock, this is far too unbelievable. You actually demonstrated the soul mark's flash. That's a soul art that only a soul eater could grasp. Radix is in his soul form now, so of course he would flee after seeing your large AoE attack. The key here was not how Xia Fei had been able to unleash the soul mark's flash, which was capable of vanquishing souls. Instead, it was that Xia Fei possessed both soul hunting and soul eating abilities. He practically cultivated both types of soul art. A dual cultivator. You possess both soul hunting and soul eating cultivations. Radix squealed so sharply that Xia Fei felt goosebumps hearing his voice. The Temple of Many Gods had been rebuilt after the older temple was demolished. The location was actually not too far from the Lore Realm where the two peak races resided, but due to how well concealed it was into its surroundings, no one had ever discovered its location to date. The domineering aura it exerted was evident. Compared to the humongous temple of old, this newer Temple of Many Gods was a little smaller, but it appeared to be even sharper from the outside, filled with a tyrannical aura that was unmatched. So this is where the bastards' founders were residing. Yours truly has searched long and hard for this place. Xia Guocan growled, staring at the temple from afar. Beside him were three founders, Crane, Ocean, and Vista, each with a weird expression on their faces. The grand ancestor of the Skywing clan had cursed them all as sons of bastards, forgetting in his agitation that his 3 comrades were founders, and he had also been promoted to become one as well. Crane had exhausted himself quite a bit trying to catch up to Xiaogukan. As he was the quickest in terms of speed out of the 3, he had been given the task of chasing after Xiaogukan. Fortunately, Xiaogukan was no fool, and he knew that he lacked the strength to rock the distinguished temple all by himself. As such, he had gathered the 5 superior law gods of Skywing Xia Hong, Xia Jing, Xia Helen, Xia Ye, and Xia Xiang and was prepared to bring the greatest fighting force of his clan and assault the place. Hearing that Xia Fei had been harmed by the founders, these law gods were no longer able to quell the killing intent in their chests, bellowing out wildly as they eyed the temple in front of them alongside their grand ancestor with bloodshot eyes, just as the panting old man Crane arrived in time to stop them. "Follow me!" Xiaogukan waved his arm as the 5 superior law gods behind him stood up, each looking like they were ferocious tigers that had left their lairs, ready to barge into the temple of many gods at Xiaogukan's command. Crane hurriedly blocked Xiaogukan while sweating profusely. "Are you insane? Are you planning on just charging into the place like that? That is the temple of many gods. That is where 7 of the 13 founders reside. It's not too late for us to wait and come up with a more comprehensive plan before we take action." Xiaogukan was obviously not willing to hear him out, huffing, "Wait? Tell me. How many years have you all been waiting? When will you be waiting until? This old man doesn't have the patience you 3 had. Anyone who kills my Skywings will pay it back with their blood. I won't wait for even a moment sooner." Whoosh! The Skywing wolves did not spare another word and went barreling right for the temple of many gods. The 3 founders were helpless, and all they could do was follow Xia Fei, worry etched all over their faces. Everyone had thought that there would be 7 founders inside the temple of many gods, but none of them knew that Xia Fei had already slain Atrophy, and severely wounded Laughter. Without even realizing it, the risks of this plan to assault the temple of many gods had lessened quite a bit. Hoso let out a long sigh and said, "Xia Fei is really a dual cultivator of both soul hunting and soul eating." Hoso and Radix had done a round of tests on Xia Fei and confirmed that Xia Fei did not gain the power from either of the 2 major systems, but that he had both of them. This came as a great shock and generated plenty of confusion for the 2 of them. Perhaps we are the ones who have been lacking in knowledge, which is why we did not know of anyone capable of cultivating the techniques from both systems. In any case, the situation Xia Fei had found himself in isn't a terrible one. At the very least, he has already grasped the basic method of using his soul mark and can execute some very strange attacks according to the energy he had embedded in his soul mark. Honestly, I think Xia Fei is very different on the offense, almost as if he's slightly more powerful than the average combat strength a level 1 soul hunter possesses, and the power he utilizes is even more peculiar, Hosa pointed out. Radix nodded slightly, "What you said makes sense. I also know that Xia Fei already has the combat strength that a level 1 soul hunter possesses, though I'm just unwilling to be resigned to the fact of how great a shame it will be if Xia Fei can learn none of the secret manuals of the Aurora clan that were passed down over who knows how many billions of years, out of the many warriors and the myriad martial styles that exist." Hosa was of course helpless to this fact as well, so he merely said, "Perhaps Xia Fei is just destined to be one of a kind. He's the only one we know that has activated a soul mark so early in his cultivation, and he's also the one that could not cultivate the legacy combat techniques of the clan. I just have this vague feeling." On that note, Hosa glanced over to Xia Fei, his gaze filled with worry. "What feeling?" Radix curiously asked. Hosa let out a sigh. With how different Xia Fei is from the Aurora clan, the moment he returns to the clan, he might be treated as a freak, becoming an existence that everyone does not understand or approve of. It might not be a good thing now that Xia Fei is unable to cultivate any of the Auroran combat techniques. Radix was stunned, and slowly lowered his head. What Hosa was worried about was something he had already considered. After all, the Aurora clan valued demeanor, while Xia Fei cared more about practicality. As long as he was able to kill his opponent, Xia Fei had no qualms about resorting to any means necessary. Someone with conscientious thoughts and a head full of schemes, a sly and smooth personality, yet ruthless when forced to act. None of the traits that Xia Fei possessed would be tolerated in the Aurora clan because none of them could be considered elegant. Perhaps this had already been predestined. Xia Fei most likely could never assimilate into the Aurora clan, the clan that was considered the most elegant and personable family beyond the Cosmic Gate. Xia Fei knew very well that his grand ancestor Xia Guoken would definitely be anxious to locate him, and so after he spent some time testing his newly obtained soul mark, he headed toward Metal City and met up with Sophie. Since he was already in the Hidden Realm, he did not spend too much time chatting with his friends and learning about the progress they had made on the Titan super warship at the same time. When they met, the war armor celestial soul warning that came from beyond the cosmic gate instantly unnerved Sophie, Warstar, and the others quite a bit. Every piece of top-grade equipment had an aura of its own, and while these weapons had no life of their own, they easily outshone everything, like an expert standing out against a common man, leaving everyone feeling breathless and pressured wherever they went. This was especially the case for the Warbot Warstar, and for Phantom in his new body. Because the two of them were warriors, they were even more intensely affected by the feeling. Of course, the aura that Xia Fei was giving off now impressed others, as well. After all, he was now a law god, and the development of his physical body was nearing its limit. Every motion that Xia Fei made gave off the demeanor of a master. It was hard to find the words to describe just what was different about Xia Fei's present self and how he was before. It was as if Xia Fei was still himself on the outside, smiling like always, looking like he could hardly harm a fly, but Phantom and Warstar could feel that Xia Fei was completely different. His rocket-like improvement from successful attainment of law god cultivation and his activation of his soul mark made Xia Fei's gaze even more profound. As for Hosu, Warstar, and Phantom were even more taken aback by his presence. They did not know where Xia Fei had located such a powerful supporter, but seeing him treat Xia Fei with reverence utterly floored everyone who saw it. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Fei dove right into the main topic, asking about Avril and the progress with the Titan. Right now, these were the two things that Xia Fei was preoccupied with in the alliance. Avril and Xiao had become best friends, spending their days together. Though Xiao was young, she had the experience of living in the lower realm, and now she was like Avril's master, helping her cultivate. It was unfortunate that Avril was far too soft, and while she was very hard-working, she would likely never achieve greatness. Thankfully she still had Xia Fei, and the only thing he wanted Avril to learn from the law of life was how to achieve immortality. As for matters when it came to combat, he firmly believed it was better to be left to men to play around with, and that he was satisfied if all she did was take good care of herself. Changing the topic, Xia Fei asked about the Titan. Dimsky flashed him a mysterious smile and switched on a screen. BZZT. A humongous mushroom-shaped warship appeared before Xia Fei's eyes, startling him. It looked from the outside as if the ship had been completed. It's finished. You all actually finished the first Titan super warship. Xia Fei exclaimed. Dimsky laughed. Isn't this all thanks to you as well? After all, those 3 scientists you brought over were tremendously capable. I have no idea just what sort of drug you brewed for them, but Wind Raja, Teddy, and Yabli have been burning their lives working on it every day. Not to mention the ocean worth of technology you brought over from the Pinnacle Research Station, as well as the mech's immense construction capabilities. We've already finished constructing the first Titan, and the trio is currently on the ship debugging it as they make a final inspection of the ship. I reckon it will be able to officially take flight in another week or so. Xia Fei slapped his thigh as he excitedly gushed, Quick, connect me to Wind Raja and the others. I want to personally express my gratitude to them. However, just as he said that, Xia Fei quickly changed his mind. No, wait. The 3 of them have been such a great help, I ought to personally express my thanks to them in person. Everyone laughed. No matter how high a cultivation Xia Fei had, his attitude and personality remained as passionate as ever, becoming so excited upon hearing that the Titan that had occupied his mind day and night was about to take flight. It was at that moment Hosa suddenly tugged at Xia Fei, his expression completely grim. You might have to do that another time. Your clan's grand ancestor Xia Guoken is in trouble right now. Hosa rumbled after he noticed the white flamingo he was holding in his hand. Chapter 998, Barging into the Temple of Many Gods. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Hosa was actually holding onto a white flamingo. Slightly taken aback, Xia Fei asked quickly, Just what trouble is the grand ancestor in? Why do you have a white flamingo? That's a top-grade communication device of the Skywing clan. Hosa answered, I met up with Xia Guoken long ago. I admired his personality greatly, which was why I helped him fabricate 12 white flamingos using the technology that came from the Ark, so that he could use them and communicate with his fellow clansmen, while I kept one for myself as well. I think it must be because you were put in harm's way by the founders, so Xia Guoken is now charging into the Temple of Many Gods in a fit of rage, intending on fighting it out with Constant and the other founders with him. What should we do now? Xia Fei was stunned. So it turned out that the Grand Ancestor and Hosu had already met before. Radix was curious, what's the problem? Now that Xia Fei has already obtained his first soul mark, there's no need for you to hide your identity any longer. You can just make your way there right now and kill off those little founders. With your cultivation, that isn't impossible. Hosu went pale. Had this been 2 days ago, I of course could really just go ahead and do it, unafraid of the inverse finding out, and attack with my full strength. But you must know that Xia Fei doesn't have the reborn ability right now. Meanwhile, I've yet to get a hold of the Overcast Wind Mace. Without the Overcast Wind Mace, there's no way for me to obtain soul power, and I can only recover my cultivation by slowly accumulating it over time. I'll have to expend quite a lot of my hard-to-come-by energy if I take out a superior founder of Constant's caliber. What I'm worried about has never been these founders, but the inverse. If I were to make my move against the Temple of Many Gods, wiping out Constant and the other founders, just what will happen when the inverse come invading through the cosmic gate? Radix was shocked as he exclaimed, so you've already reached the critical point. Xia Fei had no idea what this critical point was, but the rapid conversation between Hosu and Radix made it impossible for him to interject and ask. Yes, I've already gathered the strength for me to seal the cosmic gate once more. It's enough to achieve 100% energy balance. With our current strength, we still lack a way of breaking through the cosmic gate and making our way back to the clan. After all, back when it was you, me, and the young master together, along with the power of the soul ship Ark, we still failed to escape from the inverse hunting us down. Now that Xia Fei had only just activated his soul mark, and you've lost the Ark, I'm afraid our chances of taking on the inverse are slim to none. That is why I must maintain myself at a 100% state of energy balance, so in the event of a worst-case scenario, I'll be able to seal off the cosmic gate and give Xia Fei enough breathing space to let him use what time I can buy him to further his soul arts so that we can make a renewed push once again. You know as well as I do that the moment we get past the cosmic gate, we'll be in a territory that is completely dominated by the inverse. I'm afraid there's no way for Xia Fei to step out in that dark galaxy with his present capabilities. Hosu was speaking truthfully. As a personal bodyguard to an Auroran, his every consideration was for Xia Fei's well-being, and if helping the Skywing clan clashed with his conservation of energy to protect Xia Fei, Hosu would of course choose the latter. Swipe. That was when Xia Fei waved his arm and interrupted the conversation between Hosu and Radix. I understand now. Because of the Ark's explosion, Hosu has lost his weapon, and so he isn't able to rapidly recover his energy. Meanwhile, the sealing of the cosmic gate and dealing with the inverse requires a huge reserve of energy, which is why you don't wish to use up the energy that you had gathered with so much difficulty, right? Hosu nodded hurriedly, that is very astute of you, little young master. Those inverse are really hard to deal with, and the safest solution is to seal up the cosmic gate once more, and for us to make our trip back to the Aurora clan after we've ensured we have the ability to move through the dark galaxy the inverse have under control. Xia Fei grit his teeth and shouted, that's just your opinion, and you never consulted me on my thoughts about that. Who said that yours truly wants to head back to the Aurora clan? The Temple of Many Gods, the place where the founders cultivated and lived their lives. All of a sudden, a huge explosion was heard. The secret palace that symbolized the founders' supreme authority was under siege. Xiaoguqin led his 5 superior law gods from the Skywing clan, blasted right through the towering outer white walls, and barged right in. Skywing business! Those unconcerned can scram, the Skywing Wolfpack shouted loudly. This was not just a simple slogan, but a declaration of war from the demon-sealing fiendish blade. When this line was uttered, it meant no matter who they were up against, the Skywing clan would be sure to eradicate them. Their speed was double that of light. Xiaoguqin took the lead like the tip of a king's sword, viciously crashing right into the majestic structure, his 2 arms held up high, as if he was ready to slam down Mjolnir. Rumble! His fists shook the very stars. It was like a violent hammer pummeling down onto steel, turning the Temple of Many Gods into rubble. Fragments of stone went flying in every direction. A powerful shockwave rocked the huge temple as the epicenter, spreading out everywhere and formed a beautiful aftershock, like the ripples created when a boulder was tossed into a calm lake, undulating incessantly. It was a lovely sight, but the expression on the faces of Old Crane and the other 2 founders present changed greatly with that attack. Vista bit his lips and said in a low voice, there's no way of putting the arrow back once it is unleashed. How ruthless and fierce Xiaoguqin is! He ruined the temple with just one punch, and isn't giving himself or any of us any way to back out from here on out. Who said that the Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan did not understand strategy? He knew very well that although the Skywings were in an alliance with the three founders, that did not mean that they had the decisiveness inherent in the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Xia Fei had intentionally struck with all his strength and smashed apart the temple. This way, the founders that were taking their lead from Constant would hate Xiaogukan, Old Crane and the others to their core, and that would leave no room for hesitation for Crane and the others. They had to rally with Xiaogukan and throw themselves at the other 7 founders to the death. At this moment, the Skywings and the other 3 founders were all bound up together, and there was no retreat. As the temple of many gods crumbled, the final flicker of hope in Crane's and the others' hearts was extinguished, and they instead felt a lot more at ease. Boom! A halo appeared, descending from the sky like a ring of extinction. 5 experts stood out in the ruins of the temple of many gods, each and every one of them with a bewildered look in their eyes, perplexed at the situation. Given the strength of these individuals, they were well aware that Xiaogukan was coming to knock on their front door, looking to kill them, so they had not stepped out of the temple to welcome the confrontation. Instead, they had adopted the tactic of guarding the tree and waiting for the hare. They were waiting for Xiaogukan to attack inside the temple. But how could they have expected that Xiaogukan would actually act so tyrannically? He did not even enter the temple and just attacked with his fists, directly bringing the temple crashing down. As such, the 5 founders had a bit of dust and dirt on their faces, and were standing up from the rubble with livid expressions. Crane! Ocean! Vista! Are the 3 of you intending to disregard our old friendship and break away from us? The one speaking was Youth, the only woman out of the 13 founders. Her voice was sharp, and her chin was sharper. Her round eyes still had ridiculously long eyelashes. It was easy for anyone in the alliance to think of a beautiful femme fatale from the stories, except this femme fatale was a bit in a frenzy, her head of yellow hair all in a mess. Old Crane was grinding his teeth, but he showed the demeanor of a founder with a shout, breaking away? Well said. That's a term that I've kept inside me for all these years, and now you're the one saying it for me today. All those years back, I should have fought you to the death when you all forced the deaths of the disciples we raised with our own hands. But I endured it back then, and later, when you all began colluding with the dark life forms to serve the inverse, I ought to have decided to break away with you all then, too, but I endured once again. You're in Lingua's extended isolation, solo leaving for the stars, you're the ones who caused these things to happen, as well. I shall be collecting on these debts today. After saying this, the sound of disdainful laughter rang out as the femme fatale youth mockingly tittered, none of you dared to in the past, yet now you've found your balls after allying with the Skywings? Do you all think that you stand a chance just because Constant isn't here today? What a cosmic joke! Don't forget, Solo isn't with you, and neither are Yor and Lingua. Even if you have Xiaogukan on your side, that's merely 4 founders. Zing! The color on Crane's face turned livid. All those years back, he did not dare go against Constant, and this old shrew youth had gotten a hold of this fact and hit him where it hurt. Even though he was now on the path of going against Constant, his cowardice all those years back was irreparable. Youth had held on to this point and was cruelly shaming him for it. Even as Youth was gloating over that, the silent Xiaogukan and the 5 superior law gods under his command abruptly made their move. This was a sudden attack that no one had expected. Xiaogukan struck with such promptness and speed that he appeared among the 5 enemy founders in the blink of an eye. Xiaogukan was an expert that knew how to seize the moment on the battlefield. The moment he realized that the most powerful founder, Constant, was not among them, he instantly understood that today was his chance. As long as he could slay the 5 people in front of him, even if the powerful Constant were to return, he would still be able to leverage his numerical advantage to take on Constant on a more even ground. Xiaogukan had allowed Old Crane to continue in his back and forth with Youth, capitalizing on this moment when their guard was down to zip out with his Skywing wolf pack and strike. Persimmons needed to be picked with gentle hands, just as how honest men will always be bullied. Xia Fei was not the only one who understood the logic of this saying, his grand ancestor Xiaogukan comprehended it as well. His target appeared to be the 5 founders, when he was actually going for the heavily injured laughter. Whoosh! With a speed that surpassed light, he was there in a flash. The 5 Skywing superior law gods formed a super wolf pack, and the grand ancestor Xiaogukan took up the reins of Xia Fei's job, becoming the lone wolf for this wolf pack formation. Xia Fei's existence had made it so that the lone wolf position was ever present with the wolf pack formation, and Xiaogukan realized that this tactic of the roaming ranger was highly effective, elevating the already exceptionally dangerous wolf pack formation to even greater heights. As such, he had decided to continue implementing this as part of their engagement tactics, becoming the killer trump card of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Xia Fei was much lower level than Xiaogukan, and was already able to increase the strength of the wolf pack formation several-fold, not to mention now that the lone wolf was now Xiaogukan, with his speed twice that of light. Split up. Group up. Blitz. The wolf pack formation made up of law gods as well as the founder Xiaogukan struck like a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, the wolf pack formation had come together and trapped Smile in their midst, allowing Xiaogukan to charge into the middle subsequently and slay the injured founder. Rumble. What was already a killer punch became even more powerful with the assistance from Xiaogukan's super speed. This one punch directly shattered Smile's ribcage. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a most violent method, born from the most unimaginable opportunity. This was the prowess of the demon-sealing fiendish blade at its very limit. After achieving their goal with one attack, the Skywing Wolfpack did not overstay their welcome, and swiftly relied on their speed advantage to retreat back to safety, standing across from their enemies once again. The 5 superior law gods lived up to their names as the most powerful trump cards Xiaogukan had prepared for the Skywings. Their efficiency and flawless coordination left the founders wide-eyed and utterly bewildered. And how many are we up against now? Xiaogukan goaded them as he pointed with one hand. What a sinister grand ancestor, engaging in a psychological battle after his successful ambush. Chapter 999, Solo's Premature Death. The 4 founders were on the verge of blowing up. They had already lost face after Xiaogukan made a blitz for Smile and slew him. After all, they were all experts with founder-tier cultivation and countless years of experience, yet Xiaogukan was a newly promoted founder just a handful of days old. In front of these 4 founders, Xiaogukan had not only slain Smile, he was also ruthlessly sprinkling salt over their wounds. There was no doubt what he was doing was cruel, but it was unfortunate that the go-to habit of the demon-sealing fiendish blade had always been to deal with an enemy's cruelty in kind. That's a powerful Skywing Wolfpack formation. Xiaogukan looked very ferocious as well. The man of few words, Ocean, suddenly blurted out. I never would have imagined that the Wolfpack formation famed throughout the lore realm would be equally effective against experts at the founder tier. This is simply unbelievable. I've long heard of how the demon-sealing fiendish blades have the ability to do battle against those above their own level, but who would have thought that could reach the extent of killing even a founder? Vista added. Xiaogukan's successful kill in one blow had not only mortified the 4 founders Youth, Rock, Chill and Mortis still here, he had also increased the momentum of his side considerably. It was as if the 3 founders had ignited their hope to succeed. The 3 of them were originally evenly matched against Chill and the others on his side, so now that they had Xiaogukan as well as the Skywing Wolfpack in their alliance, they were ahead above their enemy in terms of strength. As long as they killed these 4 before Constant appeared, they would have hope. Let's not waste any more time. Let the battle begin. Crane bellowed after clearly understanding the circumstances they were in. In the blink of an eye, the decisive match between the founders happened right there in the ruins of the Temple of the Many Gods. This was a fight that had hardly ever been seen throughout the history of the lore realm. The majority of the combatants involved were at the founder tier. Even if the 5 superior law gods of the Skywing clan made up a minority, they were also able to demonstrate a founder's might when they were grouped together. Kaboom! The sounds of explosion that rocked the galaxy were endless. Everybody unleashed their most powerful combat capabilities in this clash, a fight to the death. When experts at the founder tier put their lives on the line, the destruction that ensued would shock anyone. There were simply no words to describe the chaos that unfolded out in the vast expanse of space. Like the collision between a super black hole and a super white hole, the changes in this region of space could be seen from very far away. Nebulas and galaxies were all ruined. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan's side was obviously holding the upper hand, as Xiaogukan's law of speed had already reached its max level and achieved double light speed. This was a clash between founders. Every warrior that participated in the fight did not have a lack of cultivation, which meant that their neural response time was also lightning fast. But Xia Fei and his maxed out law of speed was still unparalleled. Furthermore, there were the 5 superior law gods from the Skywing clan. Their cultivation might not be on par, but their speed was sufficient to offset this gap. They lacked the combat strength to kill the founders, so they made up for this with their numbers. When the 5 law gods were working in tandem, as well as using the might of the wolf pack formation, their combined strength was equivalent to a founder. Not to mention there was still Crane. The reason Old Crane was called such was not because he cultivated the law of speed, but that he possessed superspeed that was not any slower than the law of speed. Smile's sudden passing had caused the balance of strength on both sides to instantly shift, and now it was akin to 4 founders versus 5. Out of all martial arts, speed was king. Xiaoguoqin's side had more speed experts, and they very quickly had their enemies catching their breath, as seeing the shadowy figures flit by one was no different from fighting ghosts. A moment of carelessness was all it would take for these speed lunatics of Xiaoguoqin's to stab them in the back. When experts fought for their lives, every second counted. A minute passed, and the founder Mortis inadvertently stepped out of their formation, allowing the Skywing Wolf Pack to capitalize on the chance. He was insta-killed. His immortal divine body was torn into pieces. 32 seconds later, the only female founder youth was heavily injured by a Pyrrhic attack from Ocean. Her left leg bone was broken, reducing her speed greatly, while Ocean came away with a clean puncture in his shoulder. The victor of this fight was evident at this point. Xiaoguoqin's side had an overwhelming advantage by this point, and the end was in sight. All of a sudden, a hurricane whipped up as meteors rained down wildly. No one knew who made such a soul-stirring attack that forcibly drove the 2 founder groups apart from each other. The Skywing Wolfpack raised their heads to look. The meteor shower was a fearsome sight, and no one knew if this was a naturally occurring phenomenon, or if someone had intentionally unleashed such a fierce attack. It's constant. Old Crane's expression changed drastically as he said gravely, that scene just now was not a miracle of nature, but a display of power by Constant. The strongest warrior of the entire universe, Constant, is back. Xiaoguoqin was stunned. He had of course heard Constant's name. Everyone knew that he was the strongest out of the 13 founders. Out of the remaining 12, only Solo had the ability to withstand a few rounds against Constant, while everyone else was no match for him. That was evidence enough of the frightening strength this super expert wielded. Crane, Vista, Ocean looked as if their greatest nemesis had descended. Beads of sweat covered Ocean's forehead, and it was hard to tell if it was due to the injury he had sustained or out of fear of Constant. Bang! Fiery masses of fire continued to rain down, and out walked an inconspicuous figure, wearing a normal-looking set of war armor. His nondescript stature and looks, with his 2 hands clasped behind his back, made him appear as if he was hardly anyone notable. But it was this seemingly average individual who had the most illustrious name in the entire universe. Constant. The expert Constant, who could stand proudly atop the world. The leader of the 13 founders, the strongest individual controlling the entire lore realm. Glancing at the injured youth, as well as the panting Rock and Chill, Constant wrinkled his forehead and softly said, "All of you, retreat first." He did not speak too loudly, yet his voice projected clearly. Even Xiaoguoqin and the others standing across from their enemies could hear his voice clearly. What a daring declaration! What firm self-confidence! Constant was actually intending to solo the 4 founders, as well as the 5 Skywing Law Gods. The Skywing Wolfpack was very rash. Their eyes were bloodshot, but their grand ancestor Xiaoguoqin clenched his fist tight. There was a saying, "Don't work on porcelain if you lack a diamond drill bit." Someone who could maintain a low profile while keeping control over the lore realm was definitely not a boastful person. It was evident that Constant was truly confident that he could win. Xiaoguoqin smiled, pointing at Constant with one arm and asking, "Are you the one who betrayed the entire lore realm to the inverse? Turning the lore realm into a ranch for them?" Constant was unperturbed as he simply answered, "I am protecting the lore realm from being invaded by the inverse." Xiaoguoqin directly spat, while the Skywing Wolfpack behind him all looked indignant in their outrage. "If you call this protection, then how about yours truly protect you and your entire family?" Xiaoguoqin spat emotionlessly. Xiaoguoqin truly lived up to his name as the grand ancestor of the Skywing clan. Not only was he a powerful fighter, his mouth was also ruthless. He had no need to throw expletives when cursing someone, comparable to the sharp-tongued Xia Fei. Constant froze for a moment, then his expression turned black. No matter what, Xiaoguoqin was a prominent figure in the lore realm, the one leading the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Yet this patriarch was different from any other patriarch. Talking to him was like jumping on a floor with strewn nails, prickly and sharp everywhere. What use is there for a sharp tongue? "You're still going to die by my hands today," Constant answered coldly. He turned his head and casually glanced at Old Crane and the others, saying in a low voice, "Ultimately, we were comrades that fought side by side back in the day, establishing the lore realm afterwards. On account of that past friendship, we can all still be comrades if you turn back now. Constant was truly the most scheming out of the 13 founders. He was in no rush to dive into battle, but was attempting to dismantle the alliance between the 3 founders and the Skywings. The chances of Skywing achieving victory here would be slim if they lose the assistance of the 3 founders. The look in Constant's eyes radiated compassion, demonstrating just how good at acting he was. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Xia, the grand ancestor of the Skywing clan. He was not one that was easy to mess around with. I guess being your comrade must be really fortunate. Just how many comrades did you have on your side back then? How are they doing right now? Xia asked with a mirthless laugh. Old Crane and the others were actually wavering a little. After all, they were all very well acquainted with just how frighteningly powerful Constant was, but Xiaoguo's words caused the faces of the 3 founders to turn sullen. Comrades? Sometimes, comrades existed solely for the sake of being betrayed. Back in the day, Constant had not even blinked an eye when he slaughtered his own 27 disciples. That scene was carved deeply into the minds of Crane and the others. Heaving a long sigh, Crane shook his head. Constant, I will admit that you are the one who put in the most effort when we were carving out a world of our own, so becoming the leader of the 13 founders made sense. But that is all in the past. It was just a matter of time before we severed this tie, so why not do it today? Ha 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 ha. Constant suddenly burst into laughter, a fierce look in his eyes. Since the 3 founders had already made up their minds, he no longer hid the ruthless and tyrannical personality he had inside. He was determined to begin the massacre. Looks like I shouldn't have let any of you remain alive back then, you all should have suffered the same fate as Solo, and disappeared for good. That way, we would not be in this situation here today, waiting for you all to come out and ruin my great undertaking at such a crucial juncture. Constant remarked coldly. The 3 founders were stunned as Crane exclaimed, you did not stop short at killing our disciples, but assassinated Solo as well. Constant glowered, any threat needs to be removed as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason you've all lived until now is because none of you were considered a threat comparable to Solo. This one line revealed the hatefulness of Constant. Solo had been the only one out of the 13 founders who was close to Constant in terms of his cultivation, and Constant felt that the withdrawn Solo would ultimately be a threat to his plans. Back when Constant had decided to eliminate his 27 disciples and broker an agreement with the inverse, Solo had stood up and opposed him. It was evident that they would never see eye to eye with one another, so he had long since killed off Solo in secret. Crane and the 3 were very alarmed, but also very aggrieved. Behind Constant, Youth, Rock and Chill were all unfazed. Crane pointed at Chill with a trembling hand. So you already knew about Solo. Yet you not once said a word about it to me. Solo and I started on the warrior's path together, and he was my best friend my entire life. To think you'd all be so callous, so don't blame me if I use the same method on you all to seek redress on his behalf. With that said, the veins on old Crane's face bulged. He instantly looked a lot more wizened than before, his entire body shaking in his rage. Ocean and Vista did not share as close a relationship with Solo as old Crane, but they were also furious. After all, this was a comrade that they had fought side by side with all those years ago, and just because Solo had chosen a different path than Constant, he had ended up dead over it. There was no way any of them could accept such an outcome. Killing intent gradually turned turbulent, and like water bursting through a dam, there was no way they could quell their anger. Chapter 1000, Twists and Turns. Killing intent thickened, and anyone could tell that the tragic death of Solo had enraged the even-tempered old Crane. It had been so many years, and the conflict between the founders had finally bubbled to a head. Even if he was facing Constant and his unparalleled might, there was not a hint of fear in old Crane's heart. His aura told everyone that he was going all out. Their energy auras clashed against each other intensely amid the galaxy of stars. On one side was Constant, the greatest existence amongst the 13 founders. On the other was Xia and the 3 founders, as well as the 5 superior law gods from the Skywing clan. There was no wind in space, but the crazy aura from this clash of the strong was creating waves in the vast emptiness. It was hard to imagine that the universe would preemptively stir in anticipation of this fight between the sapient life forms. This was the strength of these powerhouses. Who said that humans were an insignificant existence in the universe? Reality had proven humans had the potential to move galaxies. Were able to turn back time. The reason why powerhouses were strong was because they were even more crazed than the average being. Their desire and obsession for strength could take a normal life and push it toward the pinnacle of conquering the universe. If someone was unable to reach the extent of resisting the universe, then the only reason was because they were not crazy enough. Rumble. The sounds of battle rang out instantaneously. Mortal eyes were useless, because the fighting between such experts was simply too fast, too brutal. Constant. I shall take your life today. Crane roared as he recklessly pounced right at the other man. The endless misery and grief he was feeling caused Crane to lose his sense of reason, going for an attack that risked his own life. A Pyrrhic attack. When founder experts risked their lives, the combat strength they could show was comparable to a galactic storm. Then there was also the Skywing Wolf Pack, with Xiaogukan taking the lead. This group of the craziest maniacs of the Lore Realm did not even need to feel aggrieved, to the fiendish blade, they were the sort that would put their lives on the line in every fight they participated in. No matter the time or the fight, as long as the demon-sealing fiendish blade had been unsheathed, their only goal would be to slay their enemies. Once the wolf pack was mobilized, they would either be bringing death to their enemies or die trying. Constant was not used to how aggressive Xiaogukan would be right from the start. After all, few experts would decide to resort to such a crazy method of exchanging a life for a life when they clashed. As they were all prominent figures at the founder tier, they placed an emphasis on their own demeanors, and they had to win with flair, and completely so. Unfortunately, Skywings cared about their demeanor the least. Being able to slay their enemies was their greatest reward. With Old Crane taking the lead, the three founders had also forsaken their conduct as well, because learning about Solo's death had utterly angered them. An intellectual would always insist that sapient life forms were different from beasts, having their own rules and intellect. But this statement did not apply today, because what Constant was facing now was a group of enraged wild beasts. When these well-respected super-experts who stood proudly over the universe began using their teeth to tear at flesh, and their heads to headbutt their enemies, it made for a very brutal scene. They were using such methods to force the number one expert in this universe into a corner and make him too weary to continue. Bang! Constant lashed out with his fists, creating a powerful wave that could overturn the galaxy, forcing Xiaogukan and the others back. Meanwhile, he backed away a good distance while panting heavily, doubt filling his eyes. Constant was well aware of the strength Crane, Ocean, and Vista possessed. After all, they had been comrades for many years. The reason Constant had not considered murdering them was entirely because he had not seen any of the three as a threat before. A single hand was all he needed to vanquish them. But today, the alliance of the demon-sealing fiendish blade and these three founders he had looked down upon were actually able to force him back. This frustrated and dismayed him greatly. Smiling, Constant suddenly understood something crucial. Crane was still that old Crane, he has not changed. The key here was the existence of Xiaogukan and his Skywing Wolf Pack. The demon-sealing fiendish blade was like a drop of ink that had contaminated clear water, though it was an insignificant amount, it was enough to completely change the color of the water. During the battle, Constant had felt very awkward, almost as if there were several annoying flies buzzing all around him, biting him whenever they got a chance, making it difficult for Constant to concentrate on the battle. These annoying flies were none other than the Skywing Wolf Pack, as well as that wild and uninhibited grand ancestor of theirs, Xiaogukan. Despite Skywings being viewed as lunatics, the intense assault from the Wolf Pack formation was capable of tearing their enemies to shreds, while their hit-and-run tactics made it possible for them to torment their enemies to death. Guerrilla warfare was precisely the tactic of choice the Skywings employed. Using their speed to constantly harass enemies, they made it impossible for their foes to unleash their full strength. This was not a fatal tactic, but it was very devious. When warriors with insufficient concentration found themselves besieged by such harassment, they would very quickly get frustrated, and the moment they lost their cool, that would also be the moment when blood was in the water. Even a super expert like Constant could feel his anger boiling under the hit-and-run tactics of the wolf pack formation. He had the power, but he could not unleash it. Only the being subjected to their persistence could understand just how unbearable the experience was. Gritting his teeth, Constant had a very ugly expression on his face. After all, he had been the one who made the harsh declaration to take on Xiaogukan and his party of 9 all by himself. It was only when he was engaged in actual combat that he realized that even though the demon-sealing fiendish blade was not at his level, they were still very hard to deal with. They were like vicious wolves, their crazed appearances hiding their cunning hearts. It was those unique traits of theirs that was key in the Skywings being able to sweep everything. The most frightening opponent is an incomprehensible opponent. With how varied and strange the demon-sealing fiendish blade was, they were like the wolf in the wind that no one could grab hold of. Through gritted teeth, anger shot from Constant's eyes, making ready to use his strongest soul art and hit the Skywing wolf pack hard. It was right at that moment there was a sudden change in the stars. Space itself was torn, and a tunnel between dark space and conventional space appeared from out of nowhere as an entire armada sailed forth. Crap! Those are the dark life forms. Vista was grinding his teeth. I told you before that Constant and the dark life forms are in cahoots. Now that the situation is going poorly, Constant had called the dark life forms to his side. Their plated hulls shone in their neat formation. 3 more founders were proudly taking up a position right at the front of the armada. The only 3 founders of the dark life forms had all assembled. The entire universe's population of founders had gathered. They were destined to cause an upheaval here in this universe. This fight was really filled with twists and turns. Just as Xiaoguqin's party had seen a glimmer of hope, the arrival of the Black Life Forms armada had immediately snuffed out what little hope they had. A grim look was on all their faces. After all, they were now in a fight with the 9 of them against 7 founders, as well as the entire elite force of the Dark Life Forms. The 9 of them working together was only enough to force Constant into a corner. Now that they were expected to go against a formidable force of such size, the chances of Xiaoguqin and his people coming out victorious had practically dropped down to 0. This was going to be an arduous fight. Winia, is the one who severely wounded you here? The Dark Life Form King Wendar asked, clad in his pitch-black war armor. The Princess Winia swept her gaze over Xiaoguqin and everyone there before coldly replying, no. Perhaps he's hiding, afraid to show his face. Wendar nodded, and turned toward Constant. Constant seemed to have been unaware that the Dark Life Form would suddenly barge in like this, asking with a furrowed brow, why are you all here? Wendar laughed as he replied in a mocking tone, you promised to hand over the one who infiltrated the Dark Life Form territory to me, and now that time is up, yet the person is nowhere to be found, so I've come looking for him myself. Constant turned back with a glance, and saw that Smile and Atrophy were not around. Youth shook her head at Constant, which meant that Smile and Atrophy had failed to capture Xia Fei. I'll hand him over to you, so go wait in dark space for a few more days. Wait for me to settle this matter I have at hand first. Constant had both his hands behind his back as he spoke, showing off the dignified aura expected of the ruler of the Law Realm. Wendar ignored this as he continued laughing, wait? Who knows if we would still see you if we wait any further? These people you're fighting against are very strong. I'm afraid you won't have such an easy time dealing with them without our help, right? Constant arched an eyebrow as he replied in a slightly indignant tone, there's no need for you people to intervene on Law Realm matters. Besides, with you and your men appearing so ostensibly, what if someone discovers you, and assumes the Law Realm and the Dark Life Forms are about to go to war against each other? King Wendar was even more disdainful as he coldly scoffed, afraid of others finding out at this stage? Why weren't you so afraid when we signed our military alliance with each other back then? I've helped you take care of many warriors you had trouble dealing with for all these years, so had it not been for me, would you have been able to accomplish the duty the inverse tasked you with? I see how it is now. I ask for the one who had barged into my territory, the murderer who assassinated my general and severely injured my daughter, yet you're unable to even do that. The way I see it, shouldn't we perhaps amend this agreement of ours? Why don't I replace you and rule over the Law Realm, what do you think? A sinister smile was on his face. Wendar's words had angered Constant to the point his face turned red. Despite how very angry Constant was feeling, he could not show it. After all, Wendar was holding his life in his hands, just a single slip of the tongue and Constant would become an eternal sinner in the Law Realm, someone that everyone would curse even in their sleep. Wendar seemed to be pleased seeing Constant and his bottled-up rage. He happily asked, how about it? Why don't we work together again and let me help you get rid of these disobedient little flies? Then you can hand over that twerp who barged into my territory, and I'll depart right away. Constant did not say a word, but his forehead was wrinkled, and his expression was becoming uglier by the second. The number 1 combatant in the Law Realm was actually being threatened by the Dark Life Forms. Right in front of his enemies, too. Anyone could imagine the frustration he was feeling inside. I'll take your silence as consent, Wendar chuckled mirthlessly. With a simple crook of his little finger, hundreds of elite Dark Life Form warriors immediately stepped out from the armada, as well as a small force made up of dark beasts. With another twitch of his finger, these troops immediately mobilized, headed straight for Xiaoguqin. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's borrow Wendar's strength and take care of Xiaogukun and the others first. These people already know too much at this point. We mustn't let them get away. Youth whispered into Constance's ears. Startled, a ruthless glow could promptly be seen in his eyes. All right. Deal with inside threats before external invaders. I'll look to settle scores with Wendar after I deal with Xiaogukun. Constant nodded. Whoosh. The four founders, Constant, Youth, Chill, and Rock joined the elite troops in their assault, making their way over with a grand momentum. Xiaogukun was in great danger. Contrary to expectations, the party of 9 with Xiaogukun in the lead did not have any intention of retreating, especially Xiaogukun. He even had this mysterious smile etched on his face, almost as if he had been waiting for the enemy to go for an all-out assault. Seeing Constant and the Dark Life Form Armada was already right across from him, that was when something else occurred. Since you've unsheathed the heavenly sword, I shall wield the dragon saber. 1. Just who would end up dead by whose hands in this arduous battle with many twists and turns? It was still not yet the moment when a clear victor would emerge,